Fennick Quorn woke every sunset to the same amber-lit night, trapped in a loop he couldn't escape. Across lifetimes, he crafted the perfect confession to free his lost love from the river's grip. What happens when the words you've perfected for centuries no longer reach the one you love? Where the Amber River Waits, a web novel, Romantasy by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. Amber light spills across the square in a single liquid pulse, and Fennick Quorn opens his eyes, already speaking the number under his breath. 43, or maybe 61. The cycles blur when the river decides to take a different stretch of night as its anchor. But the number matters less than the ritual, the shape of it in his mouth, a name he gives to each beginning, so the beginning does not feel like drowning. He lies still on the bench beside the chapel wall. The stone is cold through his sleeve. Above him the first amber candles gutter in their iron brackets, and the mist that always clings to Sorrenthal at dusk curls between the cobblestones like river breath. He knows the weight of this moment in his bones, the ache behind his eyes, the particular hollowness of waking into a night he has already lived, and will live again after he fails. He sits up. The square is empty except for the festival wardens who have not yet taken their posts. Reed lanterns hang along the Guildhall eaves, their paper skins glowing soft as moth wings. Every detail is exactly where it should be. The child Annette Pell will drop her lantern at the fountain in 11 minutes. The chapel bell will ring one note short of the full procession hymn at the 23rd minute. Sabine will begin the morning song on the wrong verse, catch yourself, and start again. He knows these things the way he knows the shape of his own hands. Fennick stands. His knees complain, but that is only the damp, not age. He is still 28, will always be 28 inside this night, though the count in his mind has passed the number of years a man could reasonably expect to live. The amber thread jacket hangs loose on him. He does not remember putting it on. The loop deposits him here dressed for the festival, ready or not, and he has long stopped questioning where the river draws its lines of mercy. He begins the circuit. First, the chapel steps. The rightmost candle has burned 3 fingers lower than the left, same as always. He touches the wax, feels the familiar softness at the edge, and moves on. Second, the fountain. The water runs clear, no silver split in the surface yet, but that will come when the dead begin to rise. Third, the Bindery. His shop sits at the corner of Lantern Lane, a narrow building with a warped door and windows that catch the mist like eyes. He does not go inside. There is no point. The notebooks he filled in earlier cycles, the careful records of each repetition, the sketches of who spoke to whom and when, all of them empty now. The river lets him keep the memory but not the proof. Every dawn that does not come scrubs the pages clean. He presses his palm flat against the door. The wood is wet. He lets himself feel the cold for 3 breaths, because it is real, because the touch in his, because in a night that repeats endlessly he has learned to anchor himself in small sensations. Then he turned toward the ferry post. The descent to the crossing rivers is the longest street in Sorrenthal. It slopes through the village like a gray tongue, past Darya Pell's apothecary with its dried herbs hanging in the window, past the shrine where Orange Jast will leave his offerings, past the reed beds where Pollin search cuts the stalks for the lantern frames. Every step is familiar. Fennick takes them with the precision of a man walking a path he knows by heart, because he does, because the heart is the worst count of memory. The mist thickens as he nears the water. He hears the river before he sees it, a low, constant hush that never varies, never storms, never floods, because the crossing does not obey weather. It obeys grief. It obeys the slow accumulation of unfinished love that has collected in its current for longer than Sorrenthal has stood on this bank. Tonight, the dead will rise from that water. Wrenthe will surface in the silver glow beneath the surface, her daughter slick against her throat, her eyes opening to a night she has already lived but cannot remember living. She will look at him with the slow dawning of recognition, or she will look at him as a stranger, or she will look at him with the cold distance of someone who remembers only that he failed her. He does not know which version of her he will meet tonight. He hopes. He always hopes. That is the cruelest part of the loop. The ferry post stands at the end of the dock, a dark pillar worn smooth by generations of rope. Fennick stops 3 paces from it and checks the lantern hook, the mooring ring, the small shrine niche where reaver tokens are left for the dead. Everything is in order. He exhales. Then his eyes catch on the post itself, and the breath stops in his throat. A reed token hangs from the iron ring. It is a small thing, woven from the same pale stalks that glow along the riverbank, tied in a knot he has never seen before. Not the simple figolade of the festival bracelets, not the double hitch Orin uses for the mooring boats. A twist, something deliberate, intricate, a knot that looks like it was tied by someone who wanted it to mean something specific. Fennick stares at it. His mind races through the catalog of every cycle he remembers, every variant, every small deviation the river has allowed. A flood year when the water rose too high, a dry cycle when the lantern was caught in the bead beds, the cruel loop where Wrenthe rose without memory at all and spoke to him only with the cold politeness of a stranger. He has never seen this token before. He reaches for it. His fingers brush the reed, and the knot tightens under his touch, as if the token has been waiting for him, as if it knows he was coming. He pulls his hand back. The certainty that has carried him through every cycle, the brittle armor of knowing what comes next, fractures along its oldest fault line. The night has changed. Something in the river's design has shifted, and he does not know whether that means release or a deeper trap. A child's laugh rises from the square behind him. Annette Pell has just dropped her lantern at the fountain. 11 minutes. Exactly right. But Fennick does not turn toward the sound. He keeps his eyes on the token, on the unfamiliar knot, on the proof the Amber Knight has remembered something it was never supposed to remember. And for the first time in more cycles than he can name, he has no idea what to do next. Chapter 2. He does not know how long he stands at the ferry post. The token hangs from the iron ring, pale reed woven into that unfamiliar knot, and the darkness of the river moves beneath it without answering. Fennick's hand hovers an inch from the weave. He does not touch it again. He cannot afford to pull loose a thread he does not understand. Not yet. Not when the night has not fully begun. A child's laugh rises from the score again. Annette Pell. She has dropped her lantern at the fountain, and her mother is already scolding, already bending to scoop the spluttering candle from the wet stones. 11 minutes. Exactly as it has always been. Fennick turns his back on the token. His feet carry him up the slope toward the score with the same rhythm they have followed through every cycle. But his mind stays on the ferry post, on the knot, on the small, impossible fact that something has finally shifted in the amber-lit machinery of this night. He does not know what it means. He does not know whether to hope or to dread. He reaches the fountain just as Annette's mother straightens with the dripping lantern in her hands. The child is crying now, the thin wail of a 6-year-old who has stained her festival dress and lost her place in the procession. Fennick steps forward before the mother can send her home in shame. "I have a spare candle," he says. It is true. He has kept one in his jacket pocket for more cycles than he can remember, because on the 3rd or 4th repetition, he learned that offering a new light calms the girl faster than any reassurance. And a coil of reed twine. We can patch the frame before the march begins. The mother looks at him with the guarded gratitude of a woman who does not recognize him well enough to trust him. Villagers never do. Not deeply. He is the bookbinder who keeps to himself, the young man in the amber thread jacket who walks the streets at dusk as if he owns them. "Please," Fennick says, and kneels beside the girl. Annette sniffles. Her face is streaked with tears and wax. Fennick pulls the candle from his pocket, shows it to her, and begins winding the reed twine around the broken lantern rim with the quick practiced motions of a man who has done this before. He has. 43 times. 61. The number blurs. "Hold it steady," he tells her, and she does, her small, wet hands gripping the frame while he works. The candle fits into the socket. The twine holds. He lights the wick with the striker from his jacket, and the flame steadies inside the repaired frame, small and gold against the deepening dusk. "There," Fennick says. "You did that." Annette's crying stops. She looks at the lantern as if it has performed a miracle, and perhaps it has, because a broken thing has been made whole through nothing more than someone knowing how to fix it. Her mother takes her hand. "Thank you," she says, uncertainly. Fennick nods. He does not stay for the rest of the conversation. He knows what comes next. The mother will guide Annette back into the procession line. The child will carry the repaired lantern through the entire night without dropping it again, and the small act of kindness will ripple outward in ways no one will trace back to him. That is the point. That is the skill he has perfected. He moves through the square with the ease of a man walking a stage he has rehearsed into second nature. He nudges a loose cobblestone back into place before old Mavrin can trip on it. He steers the basket of river reed offerings away from the damp patch where the petals would wilt before the blessing. He catches the eye of the boy who always forgets to light his lantern before the march and tips his chin toward the nearest flame. All small things, all invisible, all effective. The certainty returns to him in fragments, a familiar coat settling back onto his shoulders. The token at the ferry post is still there, still wrong, still waiting. But the motions of Amber Night are the same. He can work with the same. He can survive the same. Sabine Nera begins the morning song from the chapel steps. Her voice rises through the mist, clean and warm, and she starts on the wrong verse. Fennick does not flinch. He has known she would do this since the first time he heard the melody, since the first cycle when he thought he could correct her and discovered that the river does not allow the song to be changed. Sabine will sing the second verse first, and the first verse will surface only in the final repetition of the chorus, and no one will notice, because the villagers have lived this night so many times that their memory has learned to accept the wrong order as the right one. But they have left it unknowingly. Fennick has licked awake. He stops at the edge of the fountain and listens to the song curled through its displaced lines, and the familiar ache settles in his chest. This melody is the one Wrenthe loved most. She would hum it on summer evenings, sitting on the low wall behind the Bindery, her bare feet beshing the grass, while the river sound carried it through the dark. He closes his eyes, just for a breath, just long enough to feel the weight of that memory, the weight of her voice layered over Sabine's. Then the chapel bell begins to ring. 1 note, 2, 3. Fennick opens his eyes and watches the tower. The bell swing is careful and slow, the rope pulled by old Hester of Vell, who has performed this task every cycle with the same steady rhythm. 4 notes. 5, 6, 7, 8. The pause. It is the same pause every time. The bell stops 1 note short of the full blessing chime. Hester's hand slips, or the rope catches, or the river simply decides that 8 is enough tonight. The 9th note never comes. The silence stretches. The villagers wait, faces turned toward the tower, expecting the final chime that will never arrive. Hester pulls again. The bell does not sound. She pulls again, harder, and the rope groans and the silence deepens. Fennick watches the ripple of unease pass through the crowd. He has seen it so many times that he can predict where each person will turn, what each face will express. Old Mavrin will mutter about bad omens. Darya will touch her throat. Sabine will stop singing for 3 beats, then resume on the correct verse, as if the bell pause never happened. The effect is always the same. A crack in the evening's confidence, sealed over by habit and tradition, forgotten by the time the procession reaches the river. But tonight, Fennick does not let himself settle into the familiar shape of that disappointment. Tonight, the token is waiting. He moves away from the fountain before the crowd can reassemble, threading between the bodies with the practiced silence of a man who has learned to pass unnoticed. His hand finds the pocket of his jacket, the small weight of the extra candle gone now, given to the child. The token is still at the ferry post. He left it there. He chose to leave it there. He is not sure whether that was wisdom or cowardice. The street slopes downward. The mist thickens. The sound of the river grows louder, a low, constant hush that fills the gaps between Sabine's song and the villagers' murmurs. Fennick walks faster. The token presses on his mind, the memory of its knot tightening under his touch. The sensation of being recognized by something he could not summon. It is a signature, a question, a door that is opened in a wall he believed was solid. He does not know who tied that knot. He does not know whether it was left by Pollin, by the river, or by some force that has never touched the loop before. But he knows one thing with absolute certainty. He is going to reach the riverbank before the dead begin to rise. He is going to stand at the water's edge, and watch the silver split open beneath the surface. And when Wrenthe emerges, she is going to look at him, and whatever version of her rises tonight, he will have to face her with the knowledge that the night has changed in a way he does not control. The token is proof that the loop is not eternal, and if the loop can change, then it can end. That thought is the most terrible and beautiful thing Fennick has held in his chest for as long as he remembers. He reaches the bank as the mist begins to glow. Chapter 3. The mist is glowing. Fennick stands at the water's edge with his hands pressed into his jacket pockets, fingers curled around nothing, the ghost of the reed token's touch still alive on his skin. The river surface is gone glassy and strange, every ripple suspended mid-motion, as if the current has stopped breathing to listen. The villagers gather behind him on the bank. He hears their footsteps slow, their murmurs fade, the collective hush of a crowd that has done this before without knowing how many times. Lantern light spills across the water in amber streaks. The mist catches the glow and holds it, turning the air into something dense and honey-thick. Fennick does not turn around. He knows the shape of this moment. He knows the exact second when the silver split will open beneath the surface, the way the river will part along a seam of light like a wound being unstitched. He knows the temperature drop that will follow, the cold that breathes up from the depths and makes the lantern flames gutter and recover. He has watched it happen more times than he can count. But tonight, the knowledge sits differently in his chest. Tonight, the token exists, and whatever rises from the river will meet him on ground that has shifted. The silver split opens. It happens without sound, without warning, a seam of light that cracks the river's surface from bank to bank. The glow is pale and deep, the color of old mirrors, of water that has never seen the sun. It pulses once, twice, and then the current parts along the seam, drawing a pot like curtains drawn by invisible hands. Fennick's breath catches. He has never learned to stop feeling this part. The dead begin to rise. They come slowly, their bodies taking shape beneath the silver glow, figures forming out of light and current and the memory of flesh. Some of them Fennick recognizes. Old Mavrin's wife who died 2 winters before the loop began, the ferryman who served before Oren, a child who drowned in the crossing years ago. They surface with their eyes closed, their clothes dry and strange, their skin carrying no trace of river water. They look like people who have simply been asleep. The living crowd shifts behind Fennick. Someone exhales a prayer. Sabine's song has stopped completely, replaced by the sound of the river breathing and the soft, wet footfall of the dead stepping onto the bank. Fennick searches the silver light. He searches the shapes forming beneath the surface, the figures rising and turning toward the living who wait for them. He searches the face of every woman who emerges, every dark head, every silhouette that might carry the shape of the one he has watched rise through more nights than he will ever admit. And then he sees her. Wrenthe is still beneath the surface when he notices her. She hangs in the silver glow like a figure caught in amber, her dark hair drifting around her shoulders, her face tilted upward as if she is listening to something only she can hear. She wears the same dress she wore on the night she died, a simple linen thing, pale and soft, the fabric moving in the current, though no current touches her. She looks younger than 26. She looks exactly as she looked when he last saw her alive, when he stood in the doorway of the apothecary and watched Darya press cool cloths to her forehead and did not say the words that would have mattered. Fennick's throat closes. She begins to rise. The silver light lifts her. Her feet find the riverbed, her shoulders break the surface, and she steps onto the bank with the slow precision of someone learning how to move through air again. Water does not cling to her. Her dress is dry. Her skin is pale and warm beneath the lantern glow. She stops at the edge of the crowd. The living villagers have parted around her, giving the dead their space, waiting for the moment of recognition that will tell them whose beloved has returned. A woman near the front of the crowd lets out a sob and reaches for a man Fennick does not recognize. An old man falls to his knees before a child who died before she learned to speak. Wrenthe simply stands. She does not reach for anyone. She does not search the crowd. She touches her wrist. Fennick sees the motion before he understands it. Her left hand comes up slowly, fingers brushing the inside of her right wrist, pressing against the skin as if she is checking for a pulse that no longer beats. Her brow furrows. Her lips part. She turns her hand over and stares at the place where the rift should be, as if she can see something the living cannot. And then, she lifts her head. Her eyes find him. Fennick forgets to breathe. She looks at him across the space between them, across the lantern light and the mist, and the bodies of the dead, and the living who do not know they are watching something that has never happened before. She looks at him with recognition that has nothing to do with memory. Her hand is still pressed to her wrist. The river thread is pulling. He feels it too. A tug low in his chest, a warmth that spreads from his sternum to his ribs, a sensation that belongs to the body and not the mind. He has felt it before, in earlier cycles, in kinder loops when Randon's memory surfaced early enough to meet him with familiarity instead of cold distance. But she has never felt it first. She has never touched her wrist before he spoke her name. She has never looked at him like this, like she is trying to remember a language she has always known. "Who are you?" Her voice is quiet, uncertain, roughened by the crossing. She takes a step toward him, and the crowd shifts around her, and he sees the dead woman moving through the living like a thread piercing through fabric. "Who are you to me?" The question lands like a blow. Fennick opens his mouth, closes it. The words he has rehearsed through every cycle, the careful confession he has polished and refined and stored in his chest like a sacred text, all of them vanish at the sound of her voice asking him who he is. She does not remember his name. She does not remember his face, but the bond has recognized him, and the recognition burns in her eyes, a mixture of desire and grief and bewilderment that cuts through him more deeply than any accusation. He can answer her however he wants. He can tell her the truth. He can tell her a lie. He can shape himself into the version of a lover she will find most bearable, most beautiful, most likely to keep her close. The script lies open in his mind, every word polished by repetition, every line perfected by failure. And for the first time in countless cycles, he has no idea which version of the script to speak. Wrenthe takes another step toward him, her hand still pressed to her wrist, her eyes still holding his. "Please," she says, and the word breaks open something inside him. "I can feel you. I can feel the thread, but I do not know your name." The mist closes around them. The dead continue to rise behind her, and Fennick stands at the water's edge with the only opening he has ever craved, and no safe script left to read from. Chapter 4. The word is stuck in his throat. Fennick stares at Wrenthe across the space between them, her hand still pressed to her wrist, her eyes still searching his face for a name she cannot find. The mist curls around her ankles. The lantern light catches the hollow of her throat, the curve of her shoulder, the way she tilts her head as if listening for an echo only she can hear. "I can feel you," she says again, softer this time. "But I do not know you." The truth sits on his tongue. "My name is Fennick Quorn. I have loved you through more nights than I can count. I watched you die, and I have never stopped watching." But the words will not arrange themselves in the right order. Behind her, more shapes are rising from the silver split in the river. An old woman Fennick recognizes from 20 cycles ago. A boy who drowned before he learned to swim. The dead keep coming, stepping onto the bank with dry clothes and open eyes, and the living press forward to meet them with tears and outstretched hands. Wrenthe does not turn to watch them. She is still watching him. "The procession," Fennick says, and the sound of his own voice startles him. "The Dusk procession. You used to walk with your cousin when the lanterns were lit." She blinks. "Used to." It is not a question, but he answers anyway. "Yes." He steps forward. The movement feels wrong, like walking through water that is not yet parted. He reaches for her elbow, then stops himself before his fingers make contact, letting his hand fall back to his side. "The song," he says. "Your cousin Sabine begins the morning song from the chapel steps. You always walked toward it when you heard the first verse." Wrenthe's brow furrows. She looks past him, up the slope of the bank toward the distant glow of the chapel lanterns, where voices are beginning to gather in the dusk. "I remember a melody," she says slowly. "Not the words, just the shape of it. Like a thread I cannot quite hold." Fennick's chest tightens. He has heard her hum that melody. On summer evenings behind the Bindery, when she thought no one was listening, when she did not know he had stopped working just to hear her. She sang the correct version then, the one Sabine has not sung in years because the river refuses to let her. He can change that tonight. He has never tried. "Let me walk with you," he says. She looks at him for a long moment. Her hand is still at her wrist, pressing against the skin where the river thread hums between them. "Yes," she says. "I think I would like that." They walk up the slope together, the dead and the living parting around them like a current divided by stone. Fennick matches his pace to hers, slow and careful, the way he learned to match his breathing to hers in the cycles when she came back gentle. The square is already half full when they reach it. Lanterns hang from every window, their amber flames casting long shadows across the cobblestones. Children run between the legs of adults, their faces painted with the same patterns Fennick has seen uncounted times. The smell of wax and reed smoke fills the air. Sabine stands on the chapel steps, her hands clasped before her voice rising in the first notes of the morning song. She begins on the wrong verse. Fennick feels it like a wound reopening. The melody is familiar, but the words are not the one the wren used to hum. They are the version the river has forced into the village's memory, the one the villagers now believe is correct because they have never heard it otherwise. Wren stops walking. "That is not right," she says quietly. Fennick's heart stutters. "No," he says, "it is not." She looks at him with something new in her eyes, a flicker of recognition that is not quite memory, not quite trust. "How do you know?" He does not answer. Instead, he moves. He steps away from her, into the crowd, threading between the bodies of the living with the ease of someone who has memorized every gap. He knows exactly where to stand, exactly how to angle himself so that when Sabine pauses for breath between verses, she will see him. She does. Her eyes catch his through the lantern light, and he shakes his head. Just once, a small motion that no one else notices. She hesitates. He watches her throat work, watches her hands tighten against each other, watches the uncertainty flicker across her voice. She has never stopped mid-song. She has never been given a reason to. But tonight, she sees him standing there with the dead woman at his side, and something in her expression shifts. She begins again, the correct verse, the one Wren used to hum. The melody rises from the chapel steps like something waking from a long sleep, and Fennick hears the change ripple through the crowd. A few of the older villagers frown, their mouths moving silently as if testing the unfamiliar shape of familiar words. A child tugs at her mother's sleeve and asks why the song sounds different tonight. Wren takes a breath. Her hand falls away from her wrist. Her eyes close. Her lips part, and for a moment, Fennick thinks she will sing along, that the melody will pull her back into the memory of a life she no longer has. But she does not sing. She opens her eyes instead, and she looks at him with something like understanding. "Thank you," she says. The words are simple. The words are devastating. Fennick nods because he cannot speak. Around them, the procession begins to move. The villagers lift their lanterns, the amber light flowing through the square like a second river winding between the bodies of the living and the dead. The song continues, verse after verse, Sabine's voice steady now that she has found the correct path. And then Fennick feels it. A gaze. Not Wren's, not Sabine's. Someone else, someone standing at the edge of the crowd. Chapter 5. The procession moves through the square in its slow, amber, bright river, and Fennick walks beside Wren with the name still burning in his chest. She said it. She said his name. Not because the bond forced it, not because he prompted her, but because the song unlocked something the river had tried to bury. He wants to hold that moment, to keep it pressed against him like a stolen flame. But the night will not wait. He knows the procession route by heart, every turn, every pause, every place where the living stop to offer memory and the dead stand silent, receiving what they cannot keep. He has walked this path more times than any living soul should be able to count, and he knows exactly where Darya will be. She always stands at the eastern edge of the square during the second verse, half hidden behind the apothecary's shutter, watching the procession with the particular grief of someone who tried everything and still lost. She does not carry a lantern. She never does. She carries her guilt instead, a weight heavier than any flame. Tonight, Fennick needs her to speak. He guides Wrenthe through the crowd with a hand at her elbow, a touch light enough to be casual, firm enough to steer. She does not resist. She moves beside him like someone still learning how her body works, her steps hesitant, her gaze drifting from face to face as if searching for something she cannot name. "The apothecary's house," he says, keeping his voice low. "Do you remember it?" Wren's brow furrows. She looks past the procession toward the shuttered window, the dark mortar between the stones, the small iron bell above the door. "There was a smell," she says slowly. "Herbs, bitter tea. Linden and feverfew," Fennick says. "Darya used to boil them together." Wren stops walking. Her hand rises to her throat, fingers pressing against the hollow where her pulse would be if she still had one. "I remember the taste," she whispers. "It stayed on my tongue for days." Fennick's chest tightens. He has heard her say these words before, in other cycles, but never with this timing, never this early. The song has changed her access to memory, and he does not know how far the change will reach. He does not know if he should be grateful or afraid. They reach the edge of the square, and there she is. Darya Pell stands in the shadow of her own doorway, arms crossed, her face half lit by a lantern hanging from the eaves. She is watching the procession, but not seeing it. Her eyes are somewhere else, in a room that no longer exists, beside a bed that has been cold for years. "Wait here," Fennick murmurs to Wren. He steps away from her and approaches Darya with the ease of someone who has performed this approach 100 times. He knows the exact distance to stop, the exact angle of his body so that the lantern light falls on his face and makes him look trustworthy. "Darya." She startles, her gaze snapping to him. "Fennick, I didn't see you in the procession." "I'm not walking with the lanterns tonight." He gestures toward the crowd. "I'm walking with someone who needs to remember." Darya's eyes find Wren standing at the edge of the light, pale and still, her hand still pressed to her throat. Something in Darya's face cracks. "She came back," Darya says, and her voice is raw. "She actually came back." "She did." I hoped." Darya swallows. "I do not know what I thought." Fennick waits. He has learned that silence is more effective than any question. Give people room, and they will fill it with the truth they have been carrying. Darya's hands tighten against her arms. "I still think about it, you know. The fever. The way it took her." Her voice drops. "I should have tried the yarrow and sage mixture earlier. I waited too long. I thought the linden would be enough, and I was wrong." "Yarrow and sage," Fennick repeats, gentle, prompting. "An old remedy. My grandmother used it for the sweating sickness. It draws the heat out before it settles in the lungs." Darya's eyes glisten. "I knew it. I had the herbs in my stores, but I kept thinking the linden would break the fever on its own, and by the time I realized it would not, she was too far gone." She presses a hand to her mouth. "If I had mixed it sooner, if I had trusted the old recipe instead of the new, she might have—" She stops, cannot finish. Fennick stands in the silence and lets it settle. He has heard this confession before, in different words, in different cycles, but always with the same weight. Darya carries her guilt like a stone lodged beneath her ribs, and she has never found a way to set it down. But he is not here for Darya. He turns, just slightly, and looks at Wren. Her hand is fallen from her throat. Her face is pale, but something flickers behind her eyes, a heat that is not lantern light. She is staring at Darya, and Fennick can see the memory rising in her like water through cloth. "Yarrow and sage," Wren says, and her voice sounds distant, as if she is speaking from a great depth. "I remember the smell. It was sharp. It burned my nose." Darya's breath catches. "You remember that?" Wren's gaze turns inward. Her fingers curl their sides. "I remember the bed," she says slowly. "The sheets were damp. There was a cloth on my forehead, and it was warm, not cool, and I wanted to tell someone to change it, but I could not find my voice." Darya makes a sound, a small, wounded thing. "There was someone in the doorway," Wren continues. "Standing in the dark. He did not come in, he just stood there, watching." Her eyes find Fennick. "Was that you?" The question lands like a blow. He has never prepared an answer for this. In all his cycles, Wren has never remembered the doorway. She has never seen him standing there, useless, unable to cross the threshold into the room where she was dying. "Yes," he says. "What were you doing there?" The words are not accusatory, they are curious, soft, as if she is asking about a dream she cannot quite interpret. Fennick opens his mouth, closes it. Around them, the procession continues, the amber light flowing past like time itself, indifferent to the weight of the moment, and then Darya speaks. "You knew," she says, and her voice is sharp. "You knew I would say that about the remedy. You brought her here to hear it." Fennick goes still. "Do not lie to me," Darya says, and her eyes are fixed on his face with a new, terrible clarity. "I saw your face when I spoke. You were not surprised. You were waiting." The silence stretches. Wrenthe looks between them, confusion deepening in her eyes. "Fennick." He has no script for this, no escape. The woman in the dark coat is still somewhere in the crowd, watching, and he feels her attention like a weight pressing against the back of his skull. Chapter 6. Fennick feels the weight of Darya's accusations settle across his shoulders like a second skin. Her eyes bore into him with that newly sharpened clarity, and he knows that whatever answer he gives now will echo through the rest of the night. "I brought her here because she needed to remember," he says, and the words are true enough, even if the shape of them leaves out everything that matters. "You needed to speak what you have been carrying. She needed to hear it." Darya's jaw tightens. "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." Wrenthe shifts beside him. Her hand moves, not quite touching his sleeve, but far enough that he feels the heat of her proximity like a second pulse. "Fennick." Her voice is soft, assistant. "You were in the doorway. You watched. Why did you not come in?" He turns to face her fully. The lantern light catches the hollows of her throat, the shadows beneath her eyes. She looks more alive than she did 100 breaths ago, and that alone is a kind of miracle he cannot explain to either of them. Because if he tells her the truth, if he tells her he stood frozen because saying goodbye felt like giving permission for her to die, he will shatter whatever fragile trust is building between them. "I was afraid," he says. "It is not enough. It is everything." Wrenthe's brow furrows. Of what? Of making it real. The words come out rough, scraped from somewhere he has not visited in cycles. "If I crossed the threshold, if I touched your hand, I would have to admit you were leaving, and I was not ready." The confession hangs between them, raw and unpolished. No rehearsal could have produced it, no script would have allowed it. Darya makes a small sound, something between a sob and an exhale, and turns away. She does not look back. Wrenthe stares at him for a long, breathless moment. Then she nods, once, as if completing a piece of a puzzle she did not know she was solving. "Where now?" she asks. He lets out a breath he did not realize he was holding. "The riverbank. I need to see the boats." She does not question him. She simply falls into step beside him as he turns away from Darya's garden, leaving the apothecary standing in the amber glow, with her arms wrapped around herself like a woman bracing against a chill no one else can feel. The procession has thinned as the villagers dart toward the water. Lanterns bob along the descending lanes, their light reflected in the wet cobblestones. The mist has thickened, curling around the corners of buildings and softening the edges of the world until everything feels half-drowned. Fennick leads Wrenthe down the slope toward the ferry post. The river comes into view gradually, a dark expanse shot through with veins of silver where the moonlight catches the current. The mourning boats are tied along the bank, small reed vessels laden with offerings, and beside them stands Jost. The ferryman is motionless, his hands hang at his sides, and he is staring at the water with an expression Fennick has seen before, but never fully understood. Oren does not turn when they approach. His voice comes low, almost swallowed by the mist. "Have you ever seen it do that?" Fennick follows his gaze. The current near the center of the river has gone still. Not the stillness of a pond or a held breath, but something deeper. The water lies flat as glass, reflecting nothing, absorbing the lantern light instead of scattering it. A patch of darkness in the silver floor. "What is it?" Wrenthe asks. Oren shakes his head. "Bad nights. Nights when the Rizzo is waiting for something it does not want to receive." He finally turns, and his face is pale beneath the lantern glow. Only bad nights make the river hold its breath like this. Fennick steps closer to the bank. He has seen variations in the river's mood before, shifts in the current, changes in the mist's density, but never this. Never a patch of water that looks like a wound in the surface of the world. "When did it start?" he asks. "Before the dead rose." Oren's voice is tight. "I thought it was my eyes playing tricks, but it has not moved since. Not a ripple, not a current. It is like the river forgot how to flow in that one place." Fennick's hand moves to his pocket, where the memory of the reed token's touch still lingers. He does not mention it, not yet. Oren glances toward the ferry post, and his expression shifts. His eyes narrow. "What is that?" Fennick follows his gaze. The reed token hangs from the iron ring, its unfamiliar knot catching the lantern light. It looks different now, somehow. Darker, tighter. "I do not know," Fennick says. Oren approaches slowly, his boots careful on the wet stones. He stops 3 paces from the post and studies the token with the wariness of a man who has spent a lifetime reading the river's moods. "That knot," Oren says. "I have never seen one like it." "Neither have I." Oren reaches out, then stops. His hand hovers in the air, fingers trembling. "I cannot touch it," he says. "Why not?" The ferryman's jaw works. "Because I do not know what it will do. Because the river is holding its breath. Because something about that knot feels like a promise I do not want to keep." Fennick stands very still. Wrenthe moves closer to him, her shoulder brushing his arm. The contact is light, almost accidental, but he feels it through the festival jacket like a current of its own. "Should we leave it?" she asks. Fennick looks at the token, at the still water, at Oren's pale, frightened face. "No," he says, "but I am not touching it again. Not yet." Oren lets out a breath. "Good. That is good." But the ferryman does not step away from the post. He stays there, staring at the knot, as if the token has rooted him to the stones. And in the distance, through the mist, Fennick catches a glimpse of movement. A figure in a dark coat, standing at the edge of the crowd's last lantern, watching. She has not left. She has been here the whole time. And for the first time in countless cycles, Fennick cannot tell whether she is watching him. Chapter 7. She has not moved. The figure in the dark coat remains at the edge of the last lantern's reach, a stain against the mist. Fennick watches her for 3 full breaths, waiting for her to vanish into the crowd or turn away, but she stands as still as the river's dark patch, as fixed as the reed token on its iron ring. Beside him, Wrenthe shifts. "Who is she?" "I do not know yet." Yet. Wrenthe's voice carries a note he cannot name. "You say that like you expect to find out." He does not answer. The woman in the dark coat tilts her head, as if she has heard the exchange across the distance, and then she steps sideways into the procession's wake and disappears behind a cluster of lantern bearers. Fennick exhales. "Come," he says. "The chapel path is clearer now." They walk uphill through the thinning crowd. The mist curls around their ankles like river water, damp and cold. Wrenthe keeps close to his side, her pale linen dress catching the amber light from the lanterns strung between the houses. Every few steps she touches her wrist where the river thread should be visible to her, as if checking that something is still there. "The song helped," she says. "I remembered more after it, the way the Bindery smelled in summer, the sound of your voice through the wall when you read aloud to yourself." Fennick feels the words land in his chest like stones dropped into still water. "What did I read?" "Poetry. Something about rivers and waiting." She glances at him. "You always stopped before the last stanza, as if the ending was too much to say aloud." He remembers. He remembers every word of that poem, every line he could not bring himself to finish because the final verse spoke of parting. He recited it aloud in the Bindery while she hummed behind the wall, and he stopped each time before the close, as if refusal could keep the ending from arriving. "I never knew you heard that." "I heard everything." Her voice softens. "That is what made it worse when you stopped speaking to me." "Wrenthe, not now." She shakes her head. "I am not angry. I just want to understand." He wants to give her the understanding she deserves, but the words will not arrange themselves in the right order, and the woman in the dark coat is still somewhere in the crowd, and Oren is still standing guard at the ferry post, and the river is still holding its breath. They reach the chapel steps. The building looms above them, its stone walls streaked with damp, the bell tower dark against the mist-thickened sky. The procession has passed through this square already, but a few villagers linger near the chapel door, murmuring in low voices. And someone is waiting on the steps. A woman, not the one in the dark coat. This woman is younger, maybe 30, with sharp features and hair pulled back so tightly it stretches her temples. She wears a wool coat that is cut differently from the village styles, longer, more structured, the collar turned up against the mist. In her hand she carries a notebook, small and leather-bound, with a pencil tucked into the spine. She is not holding a lantern. Fennick slows. The woman on the steps watches him approach with an expression that is not hostile, but calculating, like a card player studying an opponent's tells. She does not fidget. She does not glance away. She waits until Fennick is 3 paces from the bottom step before she speaks. "You are the Bookbinder. It is not a question. I am. I have been watching you." She says it plainly, without embarrassment. "You move through the night like a man who has memorized every stone. You greet people by name before they reach you. You corrected the morning song at dusk, and the musician followed your signal without hesitation." Fennick keeps his face still. "Who are you?" "Isbet Morev." She steps down one stair, bringing herself closer to his level. "I study river theology at the academy in Helverell. I have been tracking irregular sacred phenomena along the crossing for 2 years. When I received word that Amber Night was approaching in Sorrenthal, I came to observe. Observe. Document. Record. Compare." She taps her notebook. "The festival should follow a fixed cycle of rites, the hymns, the offerings, the timing of the dead's return. But what I have seen tonight does not match any of the historical accounts I have studied." Fennick says nothing. Isbet tilts her head. "You speak of Amber Night as if I have attended it 100 times. The words land with precision. They are not a guess. They are an accusation dressed as observation. Everyone in the village has attended it before," he says carefully. "It happens every 30 years. "Yes." Isbet's gaze does not waver. "Every 30 years. And yet you move through it like a man remembering yesterday, not a generation ago. Perhaps I study the rites more carefully than most. Perhaps." She opens her notebook into her coat pocket. "I am collecting data, and the data suggests that you, Fennick Quorn, are the most irregular phenomenon I have encountered in 2 years of observation." She turns and walks down the chapel steps, disappearing into the mist without looking back. Wrenthe exhaled slowly. She knows something. She suspects something, Fennick corrects. There is a difference. Will she be a problem? He stares at the space where Isbet vanished. The mist has already swallowed her shape, but he can still feel the weight of her attention, the precision of her observations, the way she repeated his own words back to him like a trap she was laying thread by thread. "Yes," he says, "I think she will." And then, from the direction of the ferry post, a bell begins to ring. Chapter 8. The bell keeps ringing as they descend from the chapel steps, a single note repeated at steady intervals, not urgent, not joyful, just sound marking a moment. Fennick does not recognize. Wrenthe walks beside him. Her bare feet make no noise on the wet cobblestones, but he hears her breath catch with each step, as if the village itself is pulling something from her lungs. "Where are we going?" she asks. He has answers for that. He always does. The safest route threads between the candle workshop and the old well, past the Bindery windows where amber light spills across the street, through the narrow alley where the wind cannot reach. He has tested every permutation. This is the warmest passage, the least destabilizing, the one that places her before the kindest faces and the gentlest memories before she must face the river again. "The blessing route," he says. "It loops through the lower square first, then back toward the bank." She accepts this. They walk. The village opens around them like a painted scene. Reed lanterns swing from hooks above doorways, their amber light catching in puddles so the street looks paved with molten honey. Children run past with unlit candles cupped in their palms. An old woman leans from an upstairs window, her hands braced on the sill as she watches the procession drift below. Fennick counts the steps without meaning to. 17 to the candlemaker's stall, 11 more to where the street forks. A right turn here places Wrenthe with the warmest window, where Mistress Harlow always keeps her lamp burning through the whole night. He touches Wren's elbow, guides her right. She does not resist. The window above them glows. Inside, a child's silhouette bends over a book, and Wrenthe stops to watch. Her lips part. Something soft passes across her face. "I used to read by candlelight," she says, "at my grandmother's table. She had a blue cup she would fill with tea, and she would let me stay up until the wax pooled in the dish." Fennick knows this. He knows the blue cup, the grandmother who died before Sorrenthal built its chapel. The exact number of times Wrenthe has told this memory across different cycles. He has learned to place her near lamp glow at the right moment because the warmth triggers the recollection, and the recollection softens her toward the night. He does not say any of that. "You read late," he says instead. "I remember." She looks at him. "Do you remember the tea?" "I remember that you liked honey more than sugar." Her smile is small, but it is real. They walk on. The route takes them past the tanner's yard where the smell of oak bark and lime rises from the soaking pits. Fennick planned for this. He steers her to the far side of the street where the air is cleaner and the door of a house stands open, revealing a family gathered around a hearth. A woman sits with a sleeping child in her lap. An older man adds wood to the fire. The scene is ordinary, domestic, laced with the kind of warmth that makes the dead remember what it felt like to be held. Wrenthe slows. Her hand lifts toward the open door, then drops. "I had a room like that once," she says. "Small. The fire always smoked. But my mother would sit with me on the floor when I could not sleep and tell me stories about the river." "Did she tell you the crossing stories?" "Old ones." Wren's voice goes distant. "About the dead that came back and found their homes changed. About the ones who chose to stay in the current because they could not bear what they had left behind." Fennick feels the words land in his chest like stones. He chose this route because it offers comfort, but comfort carries cost, and every window, every hearth, every warm-lit doorway reminds her of a life she cannot return to. She looks at Isbet. "You know this street well. I grew up here. You know every turn. I have had time to learn them." She accepts this. They walk again. The procession filters past them in fragments. Sabine Yarrow still carrying her lantern, her voice low and steady as she hums the correct verse under her breath. The dark-coated woman nowhere in sight, though Fennick feels the absence of her watching like a toothache that stops hurting and leaves only the memory of pain. Oren Jast should hit the river by now. Darya will have retreated to her garden. Pollin's search will be chucking the reed bundles along the bank, unaware that his hands are moving through a pattern he has not consciously chosen. Everything is in place. The night is proceeding along the channel he has carved for it. And then Wrenthe stops. They are standing at the corner where the street bends toward the Bindery. He can see his own windows from here, the candle he left burning, the spine of a book propped open on his work table. He had not planned to bring her this far. The route should have turned left at the well, toward the lower square, away from the place where he spent years reading poetry aloud to empty air. But somehow they are here, and Wrenthe is looking at the Bindery with her head tilted, as if listening to something only she can hear. "This is your shop," she says. "Yes." "You read there, at night?" She does not ask. She remembers. "You read river poems to the street. I used to stand at the edge of the light and listen, and you never knew I was there." He has no script for this. The route was supposed to keep her soft, not pull her toward the raw edges of what they never finished. "I knew," he says. The admission surprises him more than it surprises her. Her eyes widen. "You knew?" "I heard you, the night you stopped. I heard your footsteps pause and then retreat." He swallows. "I kept reading because I was afraid that if I've stopped, you would never come back." She looks at him for a long moment. The lantern light catches the curve of her jaw, the hollow at her throat, the wet gleam of her dark hair. She is so present that he cannot reconcile her with the dying woman he watched from a doorway, cannot understand how the same body can hold both the living and the dead. You chose every street tonight, she says slowly. Didn't you? The question lands with the weight of a bell that has finally rung its last chime. I chose the warmest paths, he says, the ones that would not hurt you. That is not what I asked. She does not raise her voice. She does not need to. You chose every street, every turn, every window we passed. You put me in front of the hearth and the book and the family because you knew what I would remember. He opens his mouth. The lies he has rehearsed rise to his tongue like old friends. She shakes her head. Do not tell me it is habit. Chapter 9. The river's pulse shudders through the cobblestones, and Fennick feels it in his teeth, a vibration that has no business traveling through stone. Wrenthe has not moved. She stands 3 steps away from him, her pale dress catching the disturbed lantern light, her hand pressed against her chest as if the river's movement has stirred something inside her ribs. What was that? She asks. He does not answer. He cannot. Because the still water was supposed to last until the dead began their return crossing, not break mid-procession, not surge toward the village like a tide that has finally remembered which way the land lies. The mist at the riverbank has begun to glow, not the familiar silver of the dead rising, but something warmer, amber-tinged, like light filtering through water that has forgotten it is supposed to be dark. We should keep moving, he says. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She studies him. The space between them feels larger than 3 steps, larger than the cobblestones and the mist and the distant sound of the river finding its voice again. You choose every street, she says. You lay stones ahead of my feet, and when the river changes, you pretend it is not. I am not pretending. Then tell me what it means. He looks past her, toward the bank where the mist continues to brighten. He could lie. He has lies ready, polished from use, shaped to fit the exact shape of a question she might ask. But she has already seen through the root. She has already named the invisible rails beneath her feet. A lie now would be like throwing a pebble into the river and pretending the ripples are not there. I do not know what it means, he says, but I know it has never happened before. The admission costs him less than he expected, perhaps because she is already watching him with eyes that see too much. Perhaps because the truth, once started, is harder to stop than he ever believed. You remember every night, she says, slowly. Do not you? He holds still. The way you chose the route, she continues. The way you knew where Darya would be standing. The way you signaled Sabine mid-song. You are not thorough, Fennick. You are repeating something you have already done, and you are trying to do it better this time. The mist glows brighter. The river's pulse has not faded. It has settled into a rhythm beneath the ground, a heartbeat felt through the soles of his boots. Yes, he says. She blinks. She did not expect him to confirm it. How many nights? Enough that I have stopped counting. Enough that you do not remember the number. Enough that the number stopped mattering. A silence stretches between them, filled by the distant murmur of the procession, the lap of moving water, the whisper of reed bundles shifting along the bank. He watches her process it, watches the implications land like stones dropped into still water. You have been doing this alone, she says. Yes. For all of them. Yes. She looks at him, and he cannot read her expression. It is not pity, it is not horror. It is something quieter, something that looks like the beginning of understanding. That is not mercy, she says. That is a cage built from one person's memory. Before he can answer, a voice cuts through the mist from behind them. No, it is a wound. Fennick turns. Isbet Mareb stands at the corner where the street meets the well path, her structured coat dark against the amber-lit mist, her notebook closed in her hand. She has been watching them. She has been listening. The scholar steps forward, and her boots make no sound on the wet cobblestones. A wound in time, she says, as if continuing a conversation she has been having inside her own head. That is what I have been tracking for 2 years. I called it an irregular sacred phenomenon, because that is the term the Academy uses for things we do not understand and cannot explain. But I have always known what it looks like. She stops a few paces from Fennick. It looks like a night that refuses to end. Wrenthe shifts closer to him, not quite touching, but near enough that he can feel the cold radiating from her skin. "What do you want?" Fennick asks. "To understand." Isbet tilts her head. "I have been watching you since the bell stopped early. I heard you redirect Sabine Yarrow's song. I saw you lead the dead woman through the square as if you knew every face she would recognize, every memory she would find." She pauses. "And I saw her confront you just now. I heard her name the truth that I have been circling for 2 years. She takes another step forward. "I have studied every recorded repetition haunting along the crossing. There are 12 in the theological archives. Every one of them follows the same pattern: a person who cannot release the dead, and a river that mistakes their grief for a prayer." She looks at him with an expression that is not accusation but recognition. "The theologies of repetition always begin with grief mistaken for mercy." Fennick feels the words land in his chest like a stone dropped into deep water. "Is that what you believe?" he asks. "That the river is merciful?" "I believe the river is old and does not think the way we think." Isbet's gaze does not waver. It feels the shape of love and tries to preserve it. It does not understand that preservation is not the same as living. It mistakes endurance for devotion. She nods toward the mist, toward the amber glow spreading along the bank. "But something is changing tonight." The still water broke early. The token appeared at the ferry post. The dead woman remembers you before you speak her name. Her eyes sharpen. "I want to know what the river gains by keeping only your memory alive." The question hangs in the air like the last note of a bell. Wrenthe is watching him. Isbet is watching him. The mist continues to glow, and the river continues to pulse beneath the ground. And somewhere in the village, a child laughs at something that will be forgotten by morning. Fennick opens his mouth, and the river releases a second pulse, stronger than the first, a glow that travels up through the cobblestones and into his knees. He staggers. Wrenthe catches his arm, her cold fingers wrapping around his wrist, and the contact sends a jolt through him that has nothing to do with the river. The amber glow at the bank flares brighter. Isbet turns toward the water. Her notebook falls open in her hands, pencil already moving, as if she has been waiting her whole life for this moment. "The river is answering," she says. "It knows you are speaking about it." Fennick looks past her, toward the glow, and he sees something that stops his breath. The surface of the crossing river has begun to lift. Not in waves, not in ripples, but in a single smooth rise, as if something beneath the water is pushing upward, as if the river is growing a shape that has no name yet. The mist around them turns gold. Wrenthe's fingers tighten on his wrist. "Fennick," she says. "What is that?" He has no answer, because in all his cycles, all his repetitions, all his carefully memorized nights, he has never seen the river do this. And the shape continues to rise. Chapter 10. The shape in the river continues its slow ascent. Amber water sloughing off something that looks like a shoulder, then a curve of neck, then the suggestion of a face that is not finished forming. Then it cannot look away. Neither can Wrenthe. Even Isbet has stopped writing, her pencil suspended above the page, as if the act of recording might break whatever is happening. The river holds the shape for 3 heartbeats. Then it sinks back, not collapsing but withdrawing, the amber glow dimming to its ordinary murk, as if the river has changed its mind or decided they are not ready to see what it is making. The mist settles. The village sounds return. A child's laugh, the creak of a door, Sabine's voice calling someone back toward the square. Isbet exhales slowly. That was not in any archive. "No," Fennick says. His voice sounds thin to his own ears. "It was not." Wrenthe's fingers are still wrapped around his wrist, cold and steady. He feels the pressure of each individual fingertip, and he realizes she is holding him the way a person holds something that might float away if released. "We should move," Isbet says, closing her notebook with a decisive snap. "The blessing procession will reach the bank in a few minutes. If your village follows its usual pattern," she glances at Fennick, "the lantern blessing happens at the water steps, and the dead who have not yet crossed gather near the willow grove." "You know the order," Fennick says. "I have watched 3 amber nights from the hillside. I know what the living do." She pauses. "I have never been close enough to watch what the dead do when they remember." Wrenthe releases his wrist. I want to see the lantern blessing. The request is quiet, almost careful, as if she is testing whether the night still belongs to her or only to his design. I can take you, Fennick says. There is a place at the top of the water steps where you can see. I know where it is. Wrenthe's voice is not sharp, but it carries an edge of something new. I lived here, Fennick. I walked these streets for 26 years. I do not need a guide. Isbet's eyebrow lifts. A single, silent observation filed away. Fennick nods, because there is nothing else to do. Then I will follow. They walk through the village in a triangle. Wrenthe a few steps ahead, Isbet a few steps behind. Fennick caught between the woman he loves and the woman who is documenting his collapse. The mist parts as they approach the water steps. The lantern blessing has already begun. Villagers line the bank, each holding a reed and candle lantern that glows amber against the dark. Oren Jast stands at the water's edge, his ferry pole planted in the silt, his face unreadable. Pollin Search moves among the crowd, adjusting lantern chains, checking that the reed frames are properly sealed. Sabine's voice rises from somewhere behind them, carrying the first verse of the morning song. The correct verse, the one Fennick taught her earlier tonight, though it feels like days have passed since then. Wrenthe stops at the edge of the water steps. She does not turn around. She simply stands, her pale linen dress catching the lantern light, her dark hair moving slightly in the river breeze. Fennick steps up beside her. The blessing begins. Oren recites the old words, the ones that ask the river to carry love where it belongs and release what cannot be held. The crowd responds in unison, voices low and certain, a rhythm worn smooth by generations. Wrenthe is silent. He watches her profile, the way her lips do not move, the way her hands hang still at her sides instead of reaching toward the lanterns. The blessing ends. Villagers begin to lower their lanterns to the water, one by one, watching them drift into the current, and Wrenthe speaks. I remember you standing in the doorway. Fennick's chest tightens. Not just the image, she continues, her voice flat and distant. I remember how it felt. The heat of the fever, the weight of the blanket, the taste of Darya's tea, bitter and wrong. She pauses. And I remember watching you stand there, doing nothing, while I boned. I could not. I know. She turns to face him. That is what I remember most clearly now. That you could not. That you stood in the doorway and watched me die, and you never said a single word about what I meant to you. The accusation lands with the precision of a blade slipped between ribs. I was afraid, he says. Of what? Of making it real. Of speaking the words and watching them go unanswered. Of crossing the threshold and finding out that love was not enough to keep me there. Wrenthe's eyes are dark and unreadable. You loved me from a distance. You watched me from doorways and read poems I could overhear. You shaped entire nights around me without ever telling me why. Her voice cracks on the last word. Was that easier? Loving me in ways that cost you nothing? The question hits him in the chest. He has rehearsed this moment in 100 different cycles. He has written confessions in his empty notebooks, spoken them aloud in deserted streets, prepared every possible version of the truth so that when the time came, he would be ready. None of those rehearsals matter now. It cost me everything, he says. I have spent more nights than any person should endure trying to find the right way to say what you deserved to hear while you were still alive. I have memorized every version of this night trying to earn a single moment where you might choose me freely. I have tried to control it, she interrupts. You have tried to control all of it. The path, the memories, the song, the order of events. You have tried to build a perfect version of me that would fit into the confession you have been polishing for years. She steps closer. But I am not a book you can rebind, Fennick. I am not a poem you can stop reading before the ending arrives. I am a person who died without knowing if you loved her, and I have been pulled back to this river night after night without understanding why. Her hand lifts, hovers near his chest, and then falls back to her side. Did you love me at all? She asks. Or did you love the version of me that never had to answer? The question hangs between them, and then the river answers instead. A pulse of silver ripples across the dark water, starting at the center and spreading outward in a perfect circle that reaches the banks in seconds. Every lantern on the wadi flares brighter, the flames leaping suddenly, burning gold and white, illuminating the entire bank in a wash of impossible light. The villagers gasp. Oren steps back from the water's edge. A child starts crying. Isbet's pencil is moving again, fast and furious, documenting the moment. Fennick does not look at any of them. He looks at Wrenthe, whose face is lit by the blazing lanterns, whose eyes are wet, whose lips are parted on a question she has not yet asked. And he knows that the river is listening. Chapter 11. The blessing lights drift on the current, burning gold and white, but Fennick does not watch them. He watches Wrenthe, her wet eyes, the question still unformed on her lips. The way the silver pulse has left a shimmer on the surface of her skin, as if the river reached through the lanterns to touch her. Isbet's pencil stops. She closes her notebook with a snap. I need to see the bindery. Fennick does not turn. Now? The river is listening, Isbet says, her voice flat and certain. It heard every word she said to you. If there is evidence you have been keeping, I need to see it before the current decides what to do with what it has learned. Wrenthe's gaze shifts from Fennick to Isbet and back. Her jaw tightens. Evidence of what? Of how long this has been happening? Isbet steps closer, her structured coat catching the lantern glow. He told you he remembers every cycle, but he did not tell you how he tried to record them. Fennick's stomach turns cold. The notebooks, he says. Isbet nods. The notebooks. Wrenthe looks at him with something new in her expression. Not anger, not accusation, but a kind of tired wariness. What notebooks? He does not answer. He turns and walks toward the bindery, and he hears their footsteps behind him, both of them, following him through the mist-hung streets. The bindery smells of glue and paper and the faint sweetness of dried river reeds. Fennick lights a candle from the stub in his jacket pocket, and the flame reveals the room as it always is. The work table, the press, the shelves stacked with half-bound volumes waiting for stitching that will never come. The tools hang in their places. The ink pots are dry at the bottom, crusted black, because he never fills them anymore. He crosses to the corner where a wooden crate sits beneath the shuttered window. The crate contains notebooks, dozens of them, maybe more than 100, stacked in uneven piles, their spines cracked, their covers stained with river damp and wax and the grime of countless nights. He lifts one out and holds it toward Isbet. Blank, he says, every one of them. Isbet takes the notebook, opens it, turns the pages under the candlelight. She says nothing. Wrenthe steps closer, peering at the open book. There is nothing there. There is never anything there, Fennick says. I write everything down each cycle, every conversation, every change in the route, every word she speaks to me, and every time before dawn, the river scrubs them clean. Isbet turns another page, then another. Her fingers pause near the center of the book, but the pressure remains. Fennick watches her run her thumb across the page, feeling what he has felt 1,000 times, the faint ghost of his own handwriting, the indentations his pencil left behind before the ink vanished. I know, he says. I have tried reading them by touch. The impressions are too shallow. I can never make out more than a word or two. Isbet sets the notebook on the work table. She reaches into her coat pocket and pulls out a short stick of charcoal, wrapped in cloth. Pressure marks can be lifted, she says, if the page has not been disturbed. She lays the notebook flat, rubs the charcoal gently across the first page, then blows away the excess dust. Gray words emerge from the white. The third verse is wrong. Fennick stares at his own handwriting, ghostly and inverted, risen from the page like something surfacing from deep water. Isbet turns to the next page, rubs charcoal across it. Tell her about the threads. She will know she will. The page ends. Isbet lifts the charcoal, waiting. The room is silent except for the sound of their breathing and the faint crackle of the candle flame. Do you remember writing this? She asks. Fennick does not answer. He does not remember. He does not remember any of it. The warnings, the fragments, the instructions he left for himself in 100 different cycles, all of them erased by dawn. all of them surviving only as ghosts beneath the ink. But he knows the handwriting. It is his. And the message is clear. At some point, in some cycle he has forgotten, he knew that making Wrenthe follow the route was a mistake. He knew she would see the threads. He knew she would understand what he was doing. He wrote it down so he would remember. And then the river took the words away, and he kept doing it anyway. Wrenthe picks up the notebook. Her fingers trace the gray words, following the curve of his handwriting, the pressure of his pencils from a night he cannot recall. "You warned yourself," she says. "You knew this would hurt me, and you did it anyway." Fennick opens his mouth to answer. The candle flames. Not a flicker from the draft. A flattening, as if the air in the room grows suddenly heavier, pressing the flame down until it burns sideways, pale and thin. The bindery door is still closed. The window is still shuttered. But the mist is seeping under the crack at the bottom of the door, amber gold and glowing, culling towards her feet like something alive and searching. Chapter 12. The mist coils across the floorboards with a purpose Fennick has never seen it carry before. Amber gold and dense, it moves not like fog drifting on a draft, but like a hand searching, curling around the legs of the work table, razzing up the crate of blank notebooks, tasting the air where the charcoal dust still lingers. Wrenthe does not step back. She holds the notebook open, her fingers pressed to the gray words he left for himself, and watches the mist climb the bindery walls. "It knows," Isbet says. Her voice is flat, clinical, but the pencil in her hand is still. Fennick moves before he thinks. He steps between the mist and Wrenthe, his shoulder brushing hers, and the gesture feels useless. The mist is everywhere now, threading through the gaps in the floorboards, settling on the candle flame until the light burns sideways, thin and pale. "We need to move," he says. "Where?" Wrenthe's voice is quiet, not afraid but measuring. "It found us inside. It will find us outside." Isbet closes her notebook with a snap. "The shrine beneath the ferry dock. Oren showed me the entrance yesterday. The river does not enter there. It is built into the dry ground beneath the bank." Fennick has never heard of this shrine, in any cycle. "You spoke to Oren about me," he says, and it is not a question. "He approached me." Isbet tucks the charcoal back into her coat pocket. He said, "The still water told him something was wrong. He asked if I had answers." The mist thickens. The candle gutters, recovers, gutters again. Fennick looks at Wrenthe. Her face is half in shadow, half in amber glow, and he cannot read her expression. "Come," he says. She does not argue. She closes the notebook, sets it on the work table, and follows him to the door. The village has changed. Fennick feels it the moment they step out of the bindery. The mist is not content to hang at ankle height the way it always does on amber night. It has risen, waist deep now, swallowing the lower halves of the houses, wrapping around the ferry posts and the chapel steps like water rising in a basin. The square is empty. No lanterns, no voices, no Sabine's song drifting from the chapel. The village have gone inside. Fennick has never seen Sorrenthal like this. In every cycle, the crowd thins gradually, families retreating to their homes one by one as the night deepens. But this is not a retreat. This is a disappearance. "They felt it," Isbet says, following his gaze. "The pulse, the mist. They do not know what they are afraid of, but their bodies remember." Wrenthe stands at the edge of the square, her pale dress stained with amber light. She is not looking at the empty houses. She is looking toward the river. "Something is singing," she says. Fennick hears nothing but the wind and the distant lap of water. "What song?" "I do not know." She does not turn. "I have never heard it before, but my chest knows it. My hands know it." She raises her right hand, palm open, and stares at the empty air above her wrist. "The thread," she says. "It is pulling harder now." Isbet exchanges a glance with Fennick. Then she moves, quick and purposeful, toward the ferry dock. The shrine is exactly where Oren said it would be. Beneath the dock, where the wooden planks cast permanent shadow over the bank, a narrow staircase descends into the earth. The steps are cut from river stone, worn smooth by generations of feet, and they lead down to a door no taller than Fennick's shoulder. Oren is there. He stands at the bottom of the stairs, his ferry pole planted in the mud beside him, his face unreadable in the dim light. He looks at Fennick, at Wrenthe, at Isbet, and says nothing, just steps aside and pushes the door open. The shrine is a single room carved into the bank beneath the river. The walls are damp doth held back by old wooden beams, and the air smells of wet stone and something older, something that does not belong to the village above. A single lantern burns on a stone shelf at the far end. Beside it, a coil of frayed rope and a clay bowl filled with dried reed flowers. Oren closes the door behind them. The sound of the river disappears, muffled by earth and stone. "You should not have brought her here," Oren says. He is looking at Wrenthe. "She is dead," he says, as if explaining something simple. The shrine is built on ground the river has never claimed. She is standing on earth that does not belong to the crossing. It will confuse her. Wrenthe does not flinch. "I was confused long before I came down these stairs." Oren's jaw tightens. He turns to Fennick. "I know what you are doing," he asks. "Because I heard him," Wrenthe says. "Before the Bindery, before you. I heard a man whispering to himself beside the river, saying the same words you said to me tonight. That the river chose him. That he did not know how to let go. That he had been repeating the same apology for so long the words had worn smooth." She pauses. "He did not see me, but I saw his hands. They were covered in reed cuts." The shrine feels smaller now, the wall pressing closer. Pollin's search, Fennick thinks. Oren's face has gone pale. "He is still here," Oren says. "Every amber night. He cuts the reeds. He ties the lantern frames. He walks the bank with his hands moving through patterns he does not remember choosing." The ferryman's oath echoes in Fennick's skull. The river must never be asked to hold what is chosen to pass. "Where is he now?" Fennick asks. Oren shakes his head slowly. "I do not know. He was at the reed beds when the mist rose. I have not seen him since." The door behind them shudders. Not from wind, from something pressing against the wood from the outside. Wren's head turns sharply, her eyes fixed on the door. "She is singing," she says. "Who?" But Fennick already hears it. A voice, distant and clear, cutting through the muffled silence of the shrine. A melody he knows. Sabine's song. The correct verse. The one he taught her. But the words are wrong. Not wrong the way Sabine has always sung them. Wrong the way a door opens onto a room you have never seen before. Wrenthe moves toward the door before anyone can stop her. Her hand finds the iron handle. "Wait," Fennick says. She does not wait. She opens the door. The voice is closer now. Not Sabine's. The melody is the same, but the words are older, shaped by a mouth that learned them before Sorrenthal built its walls. And they are singing about a woman who walked into the river and never looked back. A woman whose name the singer knows. Fennick steps onto the staircase, the cold air rushing past him, the mist swirling around his ankles. He hears her voice, rising and falling, weaving the song through the empty square, through the waiting mist, through the hush of a village that has forgotten how to listen. He hears Wren's breath catch, and then he hears the final line of the verse, the one no living villager has ever spoken aloud, the one that contains a name. Chapter 13. The mist coils around Fennick's ankles as he climbs the stone steps from the shrine, the voice threading through the empty square ahead of him. Wrenthe walks beside him, her linen dress catching the amber glow that seeps from the lanterns still burning along the bank. Isbet follows close behind, her notebook open, her pencil moving even as she walks. The voice is clearer now, not Sabine's, lower, older, a woman's voice, but shaped by a throat that has swallowed years of grief. Fennick rounds the corner of the chapel and stops. Sabine Yarrow stands in the center of the square, her lantern held at shoulder height, her face tilted upward as if listening to the mist itself. Her mouth moves with the melody, but the words are not the ones she has sung all evening. She is not singing alone. A second voice rises from the direction of the reed beds, thinner but certain, carrying the same lyrics a half-beat behind hers. The sound splits and merges, two women singing the same song from different places, different times, as if the night itself has learned the verses by heart. "Sabine," Wrenthe says. Her cousin's head turns. The song falters, then stops. Sabine's face is pale, Her hands tremble against the lantern handle. "I did not mean to," she says, her voice raw. "I opened my mouth and the words were there. I could not stop them." "Old words," Isbet says, stepping forward. "The real words." Sabine nods slowly, her gaze drifting somewhere past them all. "My grandmother sang this verse once, when I was young. She stopped halfway through and never finished it. When I asked her why, she said some songs carry names that are better left unsung." Fennick's pulse is a slow, heavy drum in his chest. "What name?" he asks. Sabine's mouth opens, closes. "A woman," she swallows, "taken by the river before Stroth had walls. My grandmother called it the thread verse, the one that binds the singer to the story." The mist shifts around them. The second voice is stopped. "How does the verse go?" Wrenthe asks. Sabine's eyes meet hers, and something passes between them, a recognition that feels older than memory. "She walked into the water with her hands open," Sabine recites, her voice dropping into the rhythm of the song. "She did not turn back when the current took her knees. She did not turn back when the reeds closed over her head. She let the river hold her because she had nowhere else to go." The air feels thicker. The lantern flame in Sabine's hand flattens sideways, then recovers. "My grandmother said her name was carried down through the women of our line, a name that belonged to the river now, a name that should never be spoken aloud because speaking it calls her back." "Call her back where?" Isbet asks. Sabine's face is gray. "I do not know." A movement at the edge of the square pulls Fennick's attention. A figure stands at the boundary where the cobblestones meet the reed beds, still, watching. Pollin's search, his hands hang at his sides. His face is unreadable in the amber dimness, but his posture is wrong. Not the casual stoop of a man checking his lantern frames, but the rigid stillness of someone who has heard a voice he has not heard in a very long time. "Pollin," Fennick says. The reed cutter does not respond. Fennick walks toward him, the mist parting around his knees, the wet cobblestones slick under his boots. Behind him, he hears Wrenthe following, feels Isbet's presence at the edge of his awareness. When he reaches him, Pollin's eyes are fixed on the empty space above the reed beds, as if he can see something the rest of them cannot. "Did you hear the song?" Fennick asks. Pollin's lips part. No sound emerges. "Pollin, the word is barely a breath. I was cutting reeds. That is what I do. I always cut the reeds. Tonight," Fennick says. "Did you hear the song?" Pollin's hands lift slowly, palms up. The light from Sabine's lantern catches the crisscross of cuts across his skin. Old cuts. Deep cuts. Cuts that have healed and reopened and healed again across more nights than a single lifetime can hold. "I hear it every night," Pollin says. His voice cracks on the last word. "It is the same song, the same water, the same woman walking into the river with her hands open. I have been watching her walk into that water for longer than I can remember." Fennick's throat closes. "Who is she?" Wrenthe asks softly. Pollin turns his head. His gaze finds her face, and something shifts in his expression. A flicker of recognition, of confusion, of something that looks like hope crawling under the weight of too much time. "I do not know her name," he says. "I have forgotten it." But his hands are moving. Slowly, unconsciously, they begin to tie a knot, the same knot, the one from the reed token, the one Oren said had no name in any rope manual. A knot that Pollin's searches fingers remember even when his mind does not. "Blood and river," Isbet mutters under her breath. "This is not a haunting. It is not a repetition wound." Fennick looks at her. "What is it then?" Isbet's pencil hovers over her notebook. Her face is sharp in the lantern glow, the scholar's composure cracking at the edges. "It is a binding," she says. "He is tied to the river by his own hand, by the same knot he is tying right now." Pollin stops. He looks down at his fingers, caught in the middle of the pattern, and a sound leaves his throat, a low, broken noise that does not belong to any language Fennick knows. "I was the ferryman," he says. "Before Oren, I swore the oath. I said the river must never be asked to hold what has chosen to pass." He stares at his hands like they belong to someone else. "Then I asked it to hold her." The words hang in the mist, heavy and final. Fennick feels the ground tilt under him. A binding, not a prayer, a knot. A promise tied so tightly that the river could not refuse. And he thinks of the reed token, the one that appeared at the ferry post, the one whose knot he could not nay, the one that tightened when he touched it, as if it had been waiting for him, as if it knew he would come. Chapter 14. The square holds its breath around them. Fennick stares at Pollin's hands, still frozen mid-knot, the fingers curled around nothing but remembering the pattern anyway. The reed cutter's face is hollow, emptied of everything except the echo of a name he cannot speak. A binding, Isbet repeats, her voice low but sharp as a blade drawn across stone. Not a prayer, not a haunting. A deliberate act of will tied into the river's current like a rope around a post. How is that different from what I did? Fennick asks. I let the river hear my grief. Oren said it mistook it for a prayer. Isbet's pencil taps against her notebook. The sound is too loud in the stillness. Prayer is asking, she says. Binding is demanding. Prayer leaves room for refusal. Binding does not. She steps closer to Pollin, studying his hands as if they are artifacts in a display case. The river is a wound, not a servant. You cannot command a wound. You can only pour yourself into it and hope it understands what you meant. But if you tie a knot and speak a name into the fibers, if you bind the request to the current with intention rather than supplication, she trails off. Then the river cannot refuse. Wrenthe finishes. Isbet nods, and cannot release either. The binding holds both ways. The person tied to the river and the river tied to the person. Neither can let go. Fennick's chest tightens. He looks at Pollin again, at the reed cutter's scarred palms, at the unconscious twitch of fingers still trying to finish a knot that should never have been started. Who did you bind? He asks. Pollin's mouth opens, closes. His eyes are wet, but no tears fall. I do not remember her face, he whispers. I remember her voice. I remember the sound she made when she walked into the water. But her face, I have been watching her walk into that river every night for so long that the face I see now might be one I invented. His hands drop to his sides. I only remember that I could not let her go. The words land like stones in Fennick's chest. They are his words, his fear, his reason for every repeated night, every orchestrated route, every version of Wrenthe he has tried to shape into a woman who would stay. Pollin, Isbet says, her voice gentler now. Do you know the name that Sabine's grandmother carried? The one the women in her line were told never to speak? Pollin's whole body goes still. I know it, he says. The air thickens. The mist at their knees does not move. I know it, but I cannot say it. The knot will not let me. Isbet's pencil scratches across the page. Fennick hears it, hears the frantic documentation of a scholar who knows she is witnessing something that will rewrite every text she has ever read. Then write it, he says. Pollin looks at him. The confusion in his eyes is bone deep. What? Write the name. Your hands remember the knot. They remember the pattern. If the knot will not let you speak the name, write it instead. Pollin stares at his own palms as if they belong to a stranger. I do not have anything to write with. Isbet holds out her pencil. For a long moment, Pollin does not take it. His gaze moves from the pencil to Fennick's face, then to Wrenthe's, then back to his own scarred hands. I do not know if the river will let me, he says. Then we find out, Wrenthe says. Her voice is steady, quiet. It carries the same weight it had when she confronted Fennick on the riverbank, when she asked if he loved her or only the version of her that never answered back. Pollin takes the pencil. His fingers close around it like it is a reed stalk, like his body remembers a different tool, a different purpose. He kneels on the wet cobblestones, the mist parting around his knees, and presses the pencil's tip to the stone. His hand moves, slowly, painfully, as if every letter costs him something. The pencil tip snaps. Pollin lets out a broken sound, half sob, half rage, and hammers the flat of his palm against the cobblestone. The broken pencil skitters away into the mist. I cannot, he says. The river will not let me. It will not let me write her name. It will not let me remember her face. It took everything except the watching. Fennick kneels beside him. the wet stone cold through the fabric of his trousers, the mist curling around his thighs. Then show me the knot again. Pollin's head lifts. The binding knot, the one you tied. Show me how to tie it. Why? Because the reed token appeared at my ferry post, Fennick says. Because it's not tightened when I touched it. Because it was waiting for me, Pollin. You tied that token to the post. Maybe you did not know you were doing it, but your hands knew. And if your hands can tie the knot with permission, they can also untie it. Pollin's breath catches. I do not know how to untie it. Then teach me to tie it, and we will learn together. The silence stretches. The mist presses closer. Somewhere beyond the reed beds, the river moves, a whisper of current against earth, a sound like the drawing of a thread through cloth. Pollin's hands lift. Slowly, deliberately, they begin the pattern again. Loop, wrap, twist. The same sequence Fennick has seen on the token. The same sequence Oren said had no name in any rope manual. Fennick watches, memorizes. Behind him, he hears Isbet's pencil moving, not writing, but sketching, recording the shape of the knot as Pollin's fingers build it in the air. And he stares at it like it holds the farcical woman he has been trying to remember for longer than the village has stood. Nera, he whispers. The name cracks the air open. The mist surges, the lanterns flare, and from the direction of the river, a sound rises, a voice, a woman's voice, singing the missing verse from the song Sabine's grandmother forbade. The final verse, the one that was never sung because the neighing at its end was never meant to be spoken. But Pollin has spoken it, and the river is answering. Chapter 15. The bindery door swings shut behind them, and the river's song cuts off mid-phrase, as if the threshold has teeth. Wrenthe stands with her back to the wood, her pale linen dress darkened at the hem where the mist soaked through. She is breathing hard. Not from fear, Fennick realizes. From the cold that should not touch her, because she is dead, because the dead do not shiver. But her arms are crossed. Her fingers press into her own sleeves. The bindery is warm. The small hearth still holds embers from the afternoon, and the oil lamp on his work table casts a low gold circle across the scattered tools, the thread spools, the half-repaired hymenal spine. Fennick has been in this room 1,000 times, 1,000 nights. He has never seen her here. You are cold, he says. I am not supposed to be. She says it like an accusation. Not at him, at the air, at the walls, at the body she no longer owns. He moves to the hearth, adds a split log from the basket, and prods the embers until flames lick up. The warmth spreads across the room in a slow wave. He does not turn around. Come closer to the fire. He hears her footsteps, hesitant, then the creak of the chair beside his workbench as she pulls it toward the hearth, not sitting, just gripping the back. He turns. The lamplight catches her face. Her dark hair is damp at the temples. Her eyes are the same grayed brown he has memorized across every cycle, but tonight they hold something he has never seen there before. Not recognition, not grief, something sharper, something that weighs him. The mist follows you, she says. I watched it curl around your legs in the square. It did not touch anyone else the same way. The river knows me. It knows you. She repeats the word as if testing its fit. Is that what you call it? Knowing? He has no script for this, no practiced line. Every version of her he has spoken to in previous cycles was softer, slower, still emerging from the water's forgetting. This, Wrenthe, is already fully herself, already watching him with eyes that miss nothing. What else would I call it? She does not answer. She pulls the chair around and sits, finally, her hands resting on her knees. The firelight plays across her throat, her collarbone, the hollow at the base of her neck. You asked me earlier if I loved you, he says. I did not answer. I noticed. I loved you before you died. I loved you in every cycle since. I love you now, sitting in my chair, with river mist still drying on your dress. She holds his gaze, does not flinch. That is a very polished answer, because I have had time to practice. Too much time. He feels the words land like a blade. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. How many? She asks. Cycles? Versions of me? She tilts her head. How many Wrens have you already tried to love tonight? Before this one. Before the one who confronted you at the river. Before the one who asked about the doorway. How many times have I said your name and you already knew exactly what I would say next? He opens his mouth, closes it. I do not count anymore, he admits. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She looks away, toward the hearth, then the flames climbing the fresh log. The fire pops. A spark lands on the stone and dies. I feel it, she says quietly. The bond, the thread. It pulls at my wrist like a current trying to drag me toward you. I felt it before I knew your face, before I knew your name. It is real. Then why are you sitting across the room? Because feeling something does not mean I chose it. He has no answer for that. The truth of it burns worse than any rejection she could have offered. She looks back at him. Her eyes are luminous in the firelight, gray gown catching gold. I want to choose you, she says. I think I loved you. The real me, the one who listened to you read poetry through the Bindery window, the one who waited for you to say something you never said. But you have had so many chances to make me love you again, Fennick. How do I know this version of me is the one you actually want, and not just the ones that finally gave you the right answer? The room is very quiet. The fire crackles. The mist presses against the window glass like a hand. I want all of them, he says. Every version. The one who laughed at my poems. The one who was angry I never crossed the threshold. The one who asked if I loved her or just the idea of her. I wanted them all. I failed them all. Except this one. Except this one. He meets her eyes. This one is still here. Still asking questions I do not know how to answer. She starns, moves toward him. Not fast, not hesitant. The way water moves when it has found its grade. She stops a hand's breadth away, close enough that he can feel the cold radiating from her dress, the damp rising from her skin. Close enough that if he reached out he could touch her face. Show me, she says. Show you what? What the bond looks like. What you see when you look at me. He lifts his hand, slowly, giving her time to step back. She does not step back. His fingers brush her jaw. Her skin is cold, river cold, the chill of water that has never seen sunlight. But beneath it, something flickers, a warmth that is not temperature. The thread, the bond. It wakes under his touch, and he feels her feel it. Her breath catches. There, he says. Between us, a thread of light, amber, thinner than binding twine. She closes her eyes. I see it, she whispers. Through your eyes, I see it. Her hand rises. Her fingers find his wrist, the burned scar, the one Darya recognized. She holds his wrist like it is the most fragile thing she has ever held. This is real, she says. Yes, this is not a script. No, she opens her eyes. Then tell me something you have never told any version of me before. The fire pops. The mist presses the glass. Fennick swallows. I was relieved when you died. She goes still. Her fingers do not leave his wrist. I stood in the doorway and watched you fade, and a part of me was relieved. Because if you died before I confessed, I never had to face the possibility that you might not love me back. I could keep you perfect, unshattered. I could mourn you without ever risking the truth. He is shaking. He did not notice when it started. I have spent more nights than I can count trying to earn an ending where you love me. But the truth is, I was too afraid to earn it when it mattered, and I have been running from that cowardice ever since. She does not speak. She steps forward. Her cold lips brush his. A kiss that tastes of river water and the memory of fever and something achingly human. When she pulls back, her eyes are wet. That was real, she says. Yes. She says nothing else. She only stands in the firelight, her hand still on his wrist, her gaze steady, her mouth still close enough to kiss again. And behind her, through the bindery window, the mist has begun to glow amber gold. Chapter 16. They step out of the bindery into a world turned to amber. The mist glows at every threshold, pooled between cobblestones, threaded through the chapel bell's iron throat. The village holds its breath inside that light, and Fennick feels the familiar architecture of the night settle around him like a second skin. The kiss is still on his mouth, the taste of river water and fever and something achingly human. He wants to hold it, preserve it, make it last, and he knows exactly how. The thought arrives before he can stop it, the old machinery engaging. If I turn left at the well, Pollin will be mending the third lantern chain. If I send Sabine to the chapel steps now, she will begin the correct verse before the dead finish rising. If I keep Wrenthe away from the east lane, she will not see Darya arranging feverfew on the apothecary window. His feet are already moving. Fennick, Wrenthe's voice behind him. Where are you going? The square, he says. The blessing route needs adjusting. She catches up, her pale dress catching the mist light. Isbet follows 3 paces back, notebook closed, pencil still. The blessing route, Wrenthe repeats. You just redesigned it an hour ago. That route was for the version of you who remembered less. You remember more now. The path has to match. He does not wait for her answer. He is already scanning the square, counting positions, reading the night's variables like a language he has spoken since birth. Pollin stands at the well, exactly where Fennick predicted. His hands work a reed into a loop, the binding knot forming and reforming without conscious direction. Fennick crosses to him, touches his shoulder. Pollin, take the 4th lantern chain, not the 3rd. Pollin blinks. The 4th? The 3rd will snap before the procession reaches it. You will lose time mending it. Take the 4th. Pollin's eyes slide over Fennick's face, searching for something he cannot name. Then he nods and moves toward the 4th chain without asking how a bookbinder could know which rope would hold. Fennick turns. Sabine Yarrow emerges from the side lane, her hair damp from the mist, her voice already humming fragments of the old song. He catches her elbow. Start at the 2nd threshold, he says quietly. Not the 1st. The east stair, not the chapel. The dead will hear you better from there. Sabine hesitates. My grandmother never sang from the east stair. Tonight she would want you to. She does not argue. She shifts her lantern to her left hand and walks toward the east stair, and Fennick watches her go with a satisfaction that curdles in his chest before he can name it. Behind him, Isbet speaks. How did you know about the 4th chain? He does not turn. I have tested every chain. The 3rd snaps at the same point every cycle. The 4th holds until dawn. How many times have you tested it? Enough. He moves again, past the apothecary window, where he sees Darya's shadow arranging dried herbs. He slows just enough to catch her eye, shake his head once, and keep walking. She will interpret it as a warning about her daughter's lantern. She will leave the feverfew on the sill and step back inside, which means Wrenthe will not see the plants that recall her own dying. The night begins to gleam, not with light, with coherence, with the kind of seamless rightness that looks effortless to anyone who does not know the cost of its assembly. The villagers flow into their positions like water finding channels. Amit Pel's lantern stays lit. Oranjast ties the morning boats with the correct knot on the first try. The chapel bell, for the first time in any cycle Fennick remembers, chimes 7 clean notes in sequence before the pause. Fennick breathes. It is working. He finds Isbet beside the well, her notebook open now, but her pencil not moving. She is staring at him. What? He says. She does not answer. Her eyes track his face, his hands, the way he stands with his weight forward like a runner waiting for a signal he alone can hear. You are not walking through the night, she says slowly. You are conducting it. He has no answer for that. The word settles in his chest like a stone. Wrenthe catches up again, her breath short, her skin colder than before. Fennick, slow down. I cannot slow down. The blessing starts in 4 minutes. If the first lantern reaches the river before the second verse, the timing fractures and you will not hear the thread verse clearly. I will hear it. I heard it last time. That was not the thread verse. That was an echo. The real verse only sounds when the lanterns cross the bridge in the right order. She goes still. How do you know that? I have mapped the sound, every permutation. The thread verse only survives one arrangement. She looks at him differently. Not with accusation, not yet, but with a dawning attention that feels more dangerous than her anger ever did. You have mapped the sound, she repeats. Yes. By repeating the night until you memorized it. Yes. She takes a breath. The mist curls between them, amber and thick. And when did you decide that memorizing it meant you got to choose what I hear? The question lands in the space between his ribs. He does not answer. He cannot answer because the procession is starting, and if he does not reach the east stair in the next 30 seconds, Sabine will begin on the wrong verse, and everything he has built tonight will collapse. He walks. Wrenthe follows. Not beside him now, but behind, as if measuring the distance he is creating between them. Isbet stays at the well, pencil still unmoving, watching them both. The east stair is empty when Fennick reaches it. He counts the seconds. 14 until Sabine's first note. 9 until the lantern bearers round the corner. 3 until the dead rise from the silver split. And Wrenthe would be standing exactly where he placed her, and the thread verse will reach her ears in the precise arrangement that makes her heart open. The night burns around him, perfect and smooth as polished glass. And Isbet stands at the edge of the square, watching him with the same horror Fennick has felt every dawn he never reached. Chapter 17. The east stair holds the perfect acoustics. Fennick has known this since the 4th cycle, when he first tested every corner of the square by standing in each one while Sabine sang and mapping where the sound carried cleanest. The east stair is the only place where the thread verse reaches the river without distortion. Sabine begins on the correct verse. Her voice rises through the mist, clear and unbroken, and the lantern bearers round the corner at exactly the right moment. Annette Pal's light burns steady. Orin stands at the ferry post with his pole planted, the mooring boats tied in proper knots, his face a mask of ritual calm. Fennick counts the seconds in his teeth. The first lantern reaches the bridge at the exact interval. The second follows. The third. The fourth, which he saved by redirecting Pollin, crosses the stone arch just as Sabine reaches the thread verse, and the sound catches the light and bends it toward the river in a way that makes the mist itself seem to listen. Wrenthe stands at the bank where he placed her. Her hands are loose at her sides. She is listening. The thread verse rises through the air like something woven, each syllable finding its nest in the space between the lanterns. Fennick has heard it hundreds of times. He has memorized its shape, its weight, the exact point where the final note pulls the river's surface into a silver shiver. But he has never heard it like this. He has never assembled the night into such perfect alignment that the verse sounds less like a song and more like a revelation. Wrenthe's shoulders shift. She turns her head, slowly, as if following something only she can see. The thread verse pours over her like water over stone, and for a moment her face is soft with wonder, and Fennick feels the thing in his chest crack open. She hears it. She hears it the way it was meant to be heard. The final note fades. The lanterns drift past the bridge. The mist settles. And Wrenthe looks at him. It is not the look he expected. It is not softened by the verse, not opened by the beauty of what she just received. Her eyes are clear and sharp, and seeing something he did not intend her to see. Fennick. Her voice is quiet, controlled, the kind of quiet that precedes a fall. Did you know she would sing from the east stair? Yes. Did you know the 4th chain would break? I redirected Pollin before it could. She nods, slowly, as if fitting pieces into a frame she has just discovered. Did you know Annette's lantern would stay lit? I repaired it. I always repair it. Did you know Orin would tie the correct knot? I chose him for the post because his hands remember the pattern from the last cycle. She takes a step toward him. Her bare feet are wet from the grass, pale against the dark stones, and she moves with a precision that reminds him of how she used to walk through the Bindery at dusk, counting his shelves by memory. How long, she says, have you been making the village perform for me? The question lands in the space between them like a blade dropped on stone. He opens his mouth, closes it, The seconds he has counted all night are suddenly meaningless, because there is no script for this, no arrangement of words that will make her unhear what she has just understood. "I wanted you to hear it," he says. "The verse, the real one. You deserve to hear it clearly." I did hear it. Her voice does not waver. "It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing I have heard since I died. And you built it. You built every piece of it, every voice, every lantern, every step I took tonight." "Yes, and you did not tell me. I did not think you would. You did not think." She says it without cruelty. That makes it worse. "You did not think I would notice that every moment of this night has been arranged. You did not think I would see the rails under my own feet." Fennick's hands are shaking. He presses them flat against his thighs to stop it. "I was trying to give you something real." "Then why did you build it in secret?" She steps closer, close enough that he can see the river cold in her lips, the faint silver reflection moving behind her eyes. "Why did you not say, 'I know the right arrangement. I have spent years finding it. Let me show you'? Because you would have refused." "Yes," she says it simply. "I would have, because I wanted to find it myself. I wanted to stumble into it wrong and feel it anyway. That is what it means to be alive, Fennick. You do not get the perfect version handed to you. You get the broken one, and you make it matter." Behind her, the river begins to glow, not with the soft amber of the mist, with silver. Deep, gathering silver, rising from the center of the crossing like a second moon surfacing. Isbet speaks from somewhere behind him. "Fennick, the river is responding." He does not look at her. He cannot look away from Wrenthe, whose face is changing, whose eyes are widening with something that looks like recognition. "I remember," she whispers. "What?" "I remember other cycles." Her hand rises to her temple. "Not all of them, but fragments. You walking beside me, you speaking words I could not quite hear, you looking at me the way you are looking at me now, as if I am something you have already lost and are trying to keep." The silver light spreads across the water, climbing toward the bank. "I remember you dying," he says, and the words tear out of him before he can stop them. "Every time, every cycle. I remember the sound you made when the fever took your breath. I remember the weight of your hand when it went cold. I have watched you die so many times that I cannot remember what you looked like alive." Wrenthe goes still. The silver light reaches the bank, touches her feet, climbs her ankles like water finding its way home. "Then let me go," she says. The words hit him like a blow. "Wrenthe, you have been performing for the dead, Fennick. For me. For a version of me that you have been trying to perfect across 1,000 nights. But I am not that version. I am the one standing here asking you to stop." The river rises behind her, silver and patient and vast. "How do I stop?" he says, and his voice breaks on the last word. Wrenthe looks at him for a long moment. Then she reaches out and touches his face, her fingers cold against his skin. "You tell me the truth," she says. "Not the arranged truth, not the truth you have rehearsed, the real one, the one you have never said to any version of me before." The silver light surges, and Fennick understands, finally, that every perfect moment he has built tonight has led him to this. A choice he cannot control, a script he cannot follow, a woman who will not let him love her the way he has practiced. Chapter 18. The silver light climbs Wrenthe's legs like a living thing, pooling in the folds of her linen dress, and Fennick watches it rise with the same helplessness he has felt every time she has slipped beyond his reach. "Tell me the truth," she says again. The river pulses beneath her words, a small, patient heartbeat of light that stretches across the water and touches the bank where he stands, where Isbet stands, where the mist has begun to coil around their ankles like a question waiting to be answered. Fennick opens his mouth. The words he has rehearsed across 1,000 nights rise to his throat, the confession he polished cycle after cycle, the one that would make her understand, the one that would finally let him keep her. He swallows them. "I do not know what the truth is anymore." Wrenthe's face does not change. She does not flinch, does not soften, does not give him anything to hold on to. "I have been doing this so long," he says, and his voice cracks at the edges, "that I cannot tell which parts of me are real and which parts I built to make you stay. I have shaped myself into 1,000 versions of the man I thought you would want. I have memorized your favorite verses, your quietest expressions, the exact way you tilt your head when you are about to argue. I know the sound of your breathing when you are sleeping. I know which memories make you smile and which ones make you look away. I have collected you like pages in a book I was trying to bind perfectly, and I have been so busy arranging the words that I forgot to ask if you wanted to be read. The silver light reaches her waist. Behind him, Isbet makes a sound, a small, sharp intake of breath that tells him the river is rising faster than it should. "But I remember," he says, desperate now. "I remember the real you. The one who used to stand outside my bindery at night, thinking I could not hear you breathing through the window. The one who argued with me about river poetry until voice went hoarse. The one who brought me bread still warm from the oven and pretended you had extra even though I knew you had baked it for me." He takes a step toward her. She does not move. "Wrenthe, I have loved you since before I had words for it. I have loved you since before I knew what it meant to lose you. And I have spent every single cycle trying to earn the right to tell you that, as if love was something I could prove by getting it right, instead of something I should have just given you, badly, honestly, without waiting for the perfect moment. Stop." Her voice cuts through him like a blade drawn clean. He stops. She looks at him with an expression he cannot read, and that is the most terrible thing of all. After all these cycles, all these versions, he has finally said something she did not expect, and it has made her face unreadable to him. "You are still performing," she says. "I am not. You are." Her voice is soft, almost gentle. That makes it worse. "You are giving me the speech you have been saving, the one you polished until it shone. You are finally saying the words you have been holding back, and you think that makes it real. But all I hear is another arrangement, another script you wrote for a vision of me that would stay when she heard it." She reaches down and touches the silver water at her waist. "I do not want the perfect confession you have been saving for cycles. I want the one you would have given me if I had lived. The clumsy one, the unfinished one, the one you would have stammered through because you were too afraid to say it perfectly." The river rises to her ribs. "Wren, please." He takes another step. The water reaches his knees, cold and alive against his legs. "Please do not walk away from me. I am trying to give you what you asked for." "I know." Her voice is sad now, sad in a way that makes his chest feel hollow. "But you are still trying to give me something. And I do not want you to give me anything anymore. I want you to stop performing. I want you to stop arranging. I want you to stand still and let me see what is left when you are not trying to earn me." The silver light reaches her shoulders. She is halfway into the river now, and he realizes with a cold, plunging terror that she is not stepping back to leave him. She is stepping back to make him stop reaching. "I am done being your audience," she says. "I am done being the reason you rehearse. I want to be the women you chose, not the women you perfected." Her voice drops to barely a whisper. "Can you give me that?" The river pulses, once, twice. Fennick stands in the water, frozen, feeling the current pull at his legs, feeling the script he has carried for so long crumbling inside him like ash. "I do not know how," he admits. Wren looks at him for a long moment. Then she nods, once, as if she expected that answer. "Then this version of me cannot stay and watch you try." She turns, not toward the far bank, not toward the deeper current, but simply away from him, facing the silver light that now rises to her throat. Behind him, Isbet speaks. "Fennick, the water, it should not be rising this fast." He does not answer. He cannot answer. He is watching Wren wade deeper into the river, her dark hair spreading across the silver surface like ink poured into milk, and he is realizing that every perfect moment he built tonight was a wall between them, and she has just walked through every single one. Chapter 19. The silver light recedes like a tide drawing back into deep water, leaving Fennick standing knee-deep in the crossing, with nothing but cold and the shape of her absence. He does not know how long he stands there. The river laps against his thighs, patient and indifferent. Somewhere behind him, Isbet is speaking, her voice thin with urgency, but the words slide off him like water off stone. He watches the place where Wren's dark hair vanished into the glow, watches the surface smooth itself over as if she had never been there at all. She is gone. She walked away from him because he could not stop performing long enough to be real, and now she is gone. And the cycle is still turning, and he is still standing in the same river, on the same night, watching the same light fade. He should feel something, grief, rage, the familiar ache of losing her again. Instead, he feels nothing. Hollow, scraped clean. Fennick, Isbet's hand closes around his arm, pulling him backward toward the bank. He lets her guide him, his legs moving without instruction, his feet finding the wet stones beneath the surface. When they reach the shore, he sinks to his knees on the gravel, and the cold of it bites through his trousers, and that is the first thing he has felt all night that does not belong to a script. Fennick, listen to me. Isbet crouches beside him, her sharp face pale in the dim lantern light. She is not gone, not the way you think. The river took her, but it did not swallow her. I saw the light change when she went under. It folded around her like a door closing behind someone who chose to walk through. He looks at her. You are trying to comfort me. I am trying to keep you functional. She holds his gaze. There is a difference. He almost laughs, almost. The sound sticks in his throat and comes out as something closer to a cough. You need to keep moving, Isbet says. You freeze, you lose this cycle, and we are running out of time. I do not know how many more resets the village can survive. The river is destabilizing. You felt it tonight. The light, the speed, the way it rose for Wren's before she even made the choice to step in. Something is breaking. He knows she is right. He can feel it in the way the mist hangs too still, too watchful, in the way the lanterns flicker without wind, in the way his own skin feels thinner than it should, as if the cycles have worn him down to the bone. He stands. His legs are unsteady, but he forces them to hold. Pollin, he says. Isbet blinks. What? Pollin's search. The reed cutter, where is he? She turns, scanning the bank. The procession has scattered, villagers retreating to their homes, their faces masks of confusion and fear. The festival has broken apart, leaving only the dying lanterns and the hunched figures of those who do not know what to do with a night that will not follow its shape. There, Isbet points. Pollin sits on an overturned boat near the reed beds, his back to the river, his hands loose in his lap. He is not moving. He is not looking at anything. He is simply there, a man who has been cutting reeds for so long he has forgotten there is anything else to do. Fennick walks toward him. His boots crunch on the gravel. The sound is loud in the hush. Pollin does not turn. Pollin. No response. Fennick stops a few feet away and looks at the man properly for the first time in what might be hundreds of cycles. He has seen Pollin 1,000 times, 1,000 variations of the same night, but he has never looked. Not really. Pollin was always a piece of the stage, a supporting figure who adjusted lantern chains and checked reed bundles and said the same words every cycle. But now, Fennick sees the scars. They cover Pollin's hands, crisscrossing his palms and fingers in a lattice of old and new wounds. Some are pale with age, almost silver in the dim light. Others are fresh, pink-edged, still healing. The kind of cuts a man gets from working reeds year after year, cycle after cycle, without ever letting the skin fully mend. And beside him, on the gravel, a work basket. Fennick's breath catches. The basket is half full of yatkreddings, the same kind used for lantern frames and festival decorations. But woven into the side of the basket is a knot. The same knot. The one from the ferry post. The binding knot that Pollin's hands have been tying for longer than anyone remembers. How long have you been making those? Pollin looks up. His eyes are the color of river stones, gray and flat and old. Making what? The knots, the ones in your basket, the one on the ferry post. Pollin's gaze drops to his hands. He stares at them as if seeing them for the first time. I do not make knots. I cut reeds. Fennick kneels in front of him. Pollin, look at your hands. The old man obeys. His fingers twitch, once, twice, and then begin to move on their own, tracing a pattern in the air. The binding knot. The sound sequence Fennick memorized in the shrine, The same sequence that unlocked Yr's name. Where did you learn that? Pollin's mouth opens, closes, opens again. I do not. He frowns, his brow furrowing like a man trying to remember a dream. I did not learn it. I have always known it. Who taught you? No one taught me. Then why do your hands make that shape? Pollin is silent for a long moment. The mist curls around them, thick and waiting. From somewhere downriver, a half-heard note drifts through the air, the ghost of a song that will not stay buried. I do not know, he says. But every time I tie, I see a woman walking into water. She does not turn around, and I call after her, but she never hears me. He looks up at Fennick, and his eyes are wet. Who is she? Fennick's throat tightens. You do not remember her name. I remember her voice, Pollin says. I remember the sound she made when the water reached her chest, but I do not remember her face. I have been trying for so long to remember her face, and I cannot. He holds up his scarred hands. But my hands remember. Every night they tie this knot, and every night I watch her walk away, and I do not know why. Fennick stares at him, and then he understands. The binding knot is not the thing that traps Pollin. It is the thing he has been trying to undo. His hands have been working the problem for centuries, trying to untie what he himself once tied, to trying to reverse a choice he made before Sorrenthal had a name. But he cannot remember making the choice, so he cannot remember why he needs to unmake it. Pollin, Fennick's voice is low, urgent. I need you to tell me who the woman is, the one who walked into the water. I need you to say her name. Pollin shakes his head. I told you. I do not know it. Yes, you do. Fennick reaches out and takes Pollin's hands, feeling the rough scars beneath his fingers. Your hands know it. The knot knows it. Somewhere inside you that name is still alive. You just need to let it surface. Pollin's breath comes faster. His gaze darts left and right, searching for something he cannot see. I cannot. He wishes me. Every time we tie, the river pushes it back down. Then let the river push, Fennick says. Let it push, and speak anyway. The mist around them thickens, pressing inward like a held breath. The river's surface goes glass still, reflecting the dying lanterns and long streaks of amber light. Pollin's mouth opens. A sound comes out. Not a word. A syllable. A fragment of a name that has been buried so deep it is fossilized. Ni. His hands tremble. Ni. Ra. The mist stops moving. For one perfect, terrible second, the entire night holds stay. When one will put my hand... Chapter 20. The river sings, not with words, not with the clear notes of Sabine's voice or the half-heard melody from the reed beds. This song is deeper than sound, a vibration that rises through the gravel into Fennick's knees, through the mist into his chest, through the air into his teeth. It is the sound of something ancient agreeing to be known. The mist around them begins to move, not drifting but circling. Slow spirals that climb toward the sky like smoke from 100 hidden fires. The river's surface shimmers with the same silver light that swallowed Wrenthe, but softer now, almost tender. Pollin sits motionless, his hands still raised in the shape of the knot, tears cutting clean tracks through the grime on his face. His lips move, forming the name again and again, but no sound reaches Fennick's ears. The river has taken the name back, swallowed it into the song. Isbet steps forward, her boots crunching on the gravel. Her notebook is open in her hands, but she is not writing. She is staring at the river with an expression Fennick has never seen on her face before. Not fear, not horror, but something closer to reverence. It is not punishing us, she says, her voice barely audible above the river's song. Fennick turns to her. What? The river. It is not punishing anyone. She looks down at her notebook, then back at the water. I have been reading the wrong text. The old Ferryman oath, Sabine's verse, the binding knot. I thought they were warnings, prohibitions, boundaries the river set and enforced. She gestures at the silver-lit water with her pencil. They are descriptions. Of what? Of mercy. She says the word carefully, as if it might break between her teeth. The Ferryman oath says the river must never be asked to hold what is chosen to pass. I read that as a law, a commandment the river obeys. But what if it is the opposite? What if the river cannot hold what is chosen to pass, and the oath is a warning to us not to ask it to do what it was never meant to do? Fennick stares at her. The river's song pulses beneath his ribs, patient and vast. You are saying the river is not a jailer, he says slowly. You are saying it is a wound. No, Isbet shakes her head. I am saying it is a mercy that has forgotten how to stop. She flips through her notebook, finding a page covered in her cramped handwriting. The woman in the verse walked into the river with open hands. Open hands, Fennick. Not fighting, not clinging. She chose to cross. And someone, Pollin, or whoever loved her before Sorrenthal had a name, could not bear that choice. So he asked the river to hold her. He bound her. He bound her. Isbet nods. And the river, because it is what it is, because it was shaped by grief and love and the weight of every prayer ever made into its current, said yes. It held her. It held her so tightly that time bent around the holding. And now it cannot let go, because letting go would mean admitting the holding was wrong. The river's song shifts, a change so subtle Fennick almost misses it. The silver light darkens at the edges, deepening toward amber. The river does not know how to release what it has taken. Isbet continues. It thinks preservation is love. It thinks endless chances are mercy. It has been giving you the same night over and over because it believes that is what you want, what anyone would want. One more chance, one more try, one more word that might change the ending. Fennick's hands are trembling. He looks down at them, at the ink-stained fingertips, at the burn scar inside his left wrist. The scar Darya recognized. Is that what I did? He asks. Did I ask the river to hold her? Not with words. Isbet's voice is gentler than he has ever heard it. But you said it yourself, in the Bindery. You stood in her doorway and watched her die, and you did not enter because crossing that threshold would have made it real. You could not let go. And somewhere, in the space between your refusal and the river's listening, it heard you. The song stops, not fades, not diminishes. It stops mid-note, as if someone has cut a thread. The mist freezes mid-spiral. The silver light on the river's surface goes flat and still, glass smooth from bank to bank. The reflection of the chapel steeple hangs motionless in the water, perfect, unmoving. And then Fennick sees it, beneath the surface, through the silver skin of the river, deeper than any reflection should reach. A light, pale and thin, the color of bone china in early morning. It rises from the riverbed, pushing upward through the dark water, and as it rises it reveals shapes. Rooftops, windows, the curve of a lane he recognizes. Sorrenthal. But not the Sorrenthal of amber night, not the village of lanterns and mist and river song. This Sorrenthal is washed in gray light, the kind of light that comes just before the sun breaches the horizon. The kind of light Fennick has not seen in more cycles than he can count. Dawn. He is looking at dawn. The light rises, filling the rooftops, touching the windows, reaching the chapel bell. He can almost feel the warmth of it, the way the mist would burn off, the way the cobblestones would steam, the way the world would smell of wet stone and waking birds. And then it folds. The light bends at its center, collapses inward like a lung exhaling for the last time, and is swallowed by the dark water. The river drinks the dawn, pulls it down into the current, and the silver surface settles back into stillness. No, not stillness. Hunger. Fennick steps back, his heels skidding on the gravel. It was there. It was right there. Morning. Real morning, trying to break through the seal of the loop. And the river caught it, folded it, drowned it. I saw it, he breathes. I saw dawn. Isbet grabs his arm, her fingers digging into his sleeve. You saw what? The light, the morning light. It was rising through the river and the river pulled it back under. He turns to her, and he can hear how thin his voice has become. The loop is not a wall. It is a net. The river has been catching every attempt at morning and sinking it before it can reach us. Pollin makes a sound, a small, broken sound, like a child waking from a nightmare. He's staring at the river, his scarred hands pressed flat against his chest. She was there. he whispers. In the light. I saw her face. Fennick kneels beside him. Nera? I saw her face. Pollin's voice cracks. For the first time, in the light that tried to come through, she was smiling. The silver surface of the river ripples once, as if something beneath it has turned over in its sleep. Isbet's pencil hits the gravel. She does not pick it up. Fennick, she says, and her voice is wrong. It is stripped of its sharpness, its precision, its scholar's armor. The river has been holding back dawn, not just for you, for her, for everyone who chose to cross and was not allowed to finish the journey. She looks at him, and for the first time since he met her, Isbet Morev looks afraid. Every attempt at mourning the river has drowned, that is, every dead soul trying to reach what comes next. And the river keeps pulling them back because it cannot bear to let them go. Pollin's hands begin to move, tracing the binding knot in the air, faster and faster, a desperate rhythm like a man trying to unwork a spell. I tied it, he mutters. I tied it and I cannot untie it. I cannot remember how to untie it. Fennick reaches out and catches Pollin's wrists, stilling the motion. Then we find another way. How? Pollin's eyes are wet, wild, ancient. How do you unmake a knot that does not have an end? Fennick opens his mouth to answer. The river drives a column of silver light straight up through the mist, punching a hole in the darkness so bright it whitens the edges of his vision, and the song resumes, louder than before. And in the song there is a voice he recognizes. Wrenthe, Chapter 21. Fennick's name is still on his lips when the river's song swallows it, carries it into the silver column of light that punches through the mist. Wrenthe's voice, not the song, not the ancient agreement of the river. Her voice, woven into the current like thread through cloth, calling something he cannot quite catch. His heart slams against his ribs. He takes a step toward the water. Isbet's hand catches his sleeve. Don't. She's in there. She's singing. She is inside the river, Isbet says, and her voice is steady again, the scholar's composure reasserting itself like a coat pulled tight against cold. And if you follow her before you understand what the binding actually requires, you will join Pollin, another man whose love became a knot he cannot untie. Pollin sits on the overturned boat, his scarred hands still pressed against his chest where he saw Nera's face in the drowned dawnlight. He is not crying anymore. He is staring at the river with the hollow stillness of a man who has run out of tears centuries ago. Then tell me what to do. I cannot. Isbet's mouth tightens. I am a scholar. I document patterns. I do not break divine wounds that have been festering since before this village had a name. Then find me someone who can. She holds his gaze for a long moment, then looks past him, toward the village. Darya Pell. The name lands like a stone in still water. What? Darya treated Wrenthe's fever. Darya was in the room when she died. You have spent every cycle avoiding her because she reminds you of the night you cannot change. Isbet's voice is level, clinical. But if anyone knows what happened in those final hours, it is her. What you did not do. Fennick's throat closes. The doorway, the sick room, the sound of Wrenthe's breathing, wet and shallow. The fever heat that hit him like a wall when he opened the door. Darya's face, exhausted and desperate. And himself, standing on the threshold, unable to cross it. He turned around. He walked away. He went to fetch words that he never spoke in time. I cannot ask her that. Then we have nothing. Isbet's voice is not unkind, but it has no give. The river is singing your dead lover back to you from inside a wound that has been drowning dawn for centuries. You want to break it? Then stop protecting yourself from the story of how you failed her. Pollin stirs. His hands lower slowly, falling into his lap. Ask her, he says, without looking up. Ask the woman who watched her die. Because I have been trying to undo this knot for so long that I have forgotten what my own voice sounds like when it is not begging for forgiveness. And if you do not learn the shape of your mistake, you will end up here, on this boat, unable to remember her face. His voice breaks. Ask her, while you still can. Fennick stands in the gravel, the silver light from the river painting the edges of his vision, Wrenthe's voice threading through the ancient song, and every instinct he has spent cycles perfecting tells him to stay, to find another angle, another approach, another script. But the scripts are empty. He turns and walks toward the village. The apothecary door is ajar. Darya sits at the table, her hands wrapped around a cup that is long gone cold. The feverfew hangs in bundles from the ceiling, dried and brittle, casting skeletal shadows across her face. She does not look up when Fennick enters. "I wondered when you would come. I should have come sooner." "You should have." She raises her eyes, and they are red-rimmed, tired, ancient in a way that has nothing to do with age. "But you have been busy, conducting the night, steering the dead, making sure everyone performs their part correctly." He flinches. "You heard. The whole village feels it." She sets the cup down. "We do not know what it is, but we feel it. The way the air thickens when you pass, the way the river changes direction when you walk the bank. You are not a man anymore, Fennick Quorn. You are a force, a pressure, a held breath." He crosses the room and sits across from her. "Tell me what happened that night." Darya's hands still. "You know what happened." "I know what I remember." His voice is raw. "I know that I came to the door. I know that I saw her. I know that I turned around." "You do not know." Darya's voice is quiet, flat, brutal. "You do not know because you left before the worst part." He waits. She draws a breath. "You came to the door. You stood there for 3 heartbeats. She saw you. She was already fading, but she saw you." She tried to lift her hand. Darya presses her fingers against her own eyelids. "And then you turned and walked away, and she watched you go, Fennick. She watched you walk back down the stairs, and she did not have the strength to call after you. But her eyes..." Darya stops. Her hands are shaking. "She asked me," she says, very quietly, "if you had gone to fetch your book, the one with the river poems, because she said you always stopped before the ending, and she thought maybe you had finally come to read her the rest." The room tilts. Fennick's hands are flat on his knees. He cannot feel them. "She waited for you," Darya says. The fever took her voice first, then her breath, then her sight. "But she waited for you. I told her you would be back soon. I lied, because I knew you were not coming back. I do not know why, but I knew." The air is very thin. "And now she is dead," Darya continues, and her voice hardens. "And you are still not reading her the ending. You are staging it, scored and lit and rehearsed until it has no breath left in it." Fennick opens his mouth. He does not know what will come out. Apology, confession, the shape of a grief so old it has calcified into performance. Behind him the door creaks. He turns. Wrenthe stands in the doorway. She is not the Wrenthe who walked into the river. That Wrenthe was silver-lit, determined, walking away from him with her spine straight and her hands open. This Wrenthe is pale, river water dripping from her hair, her linen dress clinging to her like a second skin. She is looking at him, and she has heard enough. "The river poems," she says, and her voice is raw, unused, as if she has been holding her breath for a very long time. "You always stopped before the ending. I thought you were afraid of the sadness in the last stanza." She steps into the room. "But you were afraid of finishing anything at all, weren't you?" Silence. "I came back," she says, "to hear the one thing you never said." She stops in front of him. "Say it now. The ending of the poem. The ending of us. Whatever you have been holding back." She stands before him, dripping river water onto the floor. And Fennick has no script for this. Chapter 22. Fennick opens his mouth. The words he has never spoken sit somewhere in his chest, a stone lodged beneath his ribs. Wrenthe waits, river water pooling at her feet, her dark hair plastered to her throat. Behind her, the night holds its breath. Then footsteps in the gravel. Sabine Yarrow appears in the doorway behind Wrenthe, her face the color of old bone. Her hands are empty, no lantern, no instrument. She looks past Wrenthe as if she does not see her at all. "The river," she says. "The river keeps singing the name." Fennick blinks. The stone in his chest shifts but does not dissolve. "What?" "Nera." Sabine's voice cracks on the second syllable. "The song my grandmother taught me. I thought it was morning. But it is not morning. It is waiting." She presses a palm to her sternum. I have been hearing it my whole life. I thought it was just melody. But the words she never sang aloud, I know them now. I know them the way you know your own heartbeat when it stops. Isbet appears behind Sabine, her notebook open, pencil already moving. Say them. Sabine shakes her head. Not here. Not with the river so close. It will hear. It already hears, Wrenthe says, and her voice is raw, river-scraped. It heard him ask me to stay before he ever spoke the words. She does not turn. Her eyes stay on Fennick. It hears everything we do not say. The silence stretches. Isbet steps past Sabine into the apothecary, her wet boots leaving prints on the floor. She closes the notebook, tucks the pencil into the spine. The thread verse mentions a woman who walked in with open hands. Your grandmother's song mentions a woman who was carried away in floodwater. Those are two different women, or two different versions of the same story. She looks at Sabine. Which one did she teach you? Sabine's throat works. Both. She crosses to the table where Darya still sits, her hands wrapped around her cold cup. Sabine pulls out a chair, sits, and begins to hum. The melody is slow, older than the chapel, older than the shrine. It rises from her throat like something that has been buried and is digging its way out. When the flood came down from the high hills, she stood on the bank with her hands full of reeds. She was not afraid of the water's will. She was afraid of what the water leaves. Sabine stops. Pollin Search is standing in the doorway. No one heard him approach. He is bent, his scarred hands hanging at his sides, his eyes fixed on Sabine as if she has just driven a blade between his ribs. Say it again, he whispers. Sabine does not move. The verse, he says. His voice is not his own. It is thinner, younger, a voice that is not spoken in centuries. Say it again. Sabine looks at Isbet. Isbet gives a single nod. She was not afraid of the water's will. She was afraid of what the water leaves. A name unspoken, a hand unheld, a love that drowns the one who grieves. Pollin's knees buckle. He catches himself on the doorframe, his fingers gouging the wood. His breath comes in short, wet gasps. I do not know her, he says. His hands are already moving. The binding knot forms between his fingers without his consent, reed twine materializing from somewhere. His pocket, the air, the memory of 1,000 nights spent cutting reeds on a bank he cannot leave. She dies at once, twice, 3 times. I do not know her, he repeats, and his voice breaks. Pollin. Fennick moves toward him, slow, hands open. Stop. I cannot. The knot tightens. Pollin's fingers are bleeding, the old scars reopening along fresh lines. The reed twine soaks dark. The flood, Sabine says, very quietly. It came before Sorrenthal had a name, before the chapel, before the ferry. The water rose through the valley and took everyone who had not reached the high ground. She looks at Pollin. My grandmother was a child. She survived because her mother held her above the current until the current took the mother. They found the child the next morning, tangled in reeds, still alive. Pollin's hands stop moving. The woman who held her up, Sabine says, was not her mother. The knot falls from Pollin's fingers. He stares at the loose reed twine on the floor. Her name was not the one we remember, Sabine continues. My grandmother never spoke it, but she sang it, every night, the same verse, the same name. She taught it to my mother, and my mother taught it to me, and I never knew what it meant until tonight. Her voice drops. The woman who held you up was Nera, and Nera did not drown. Pollin makes a sound. It is not a word. It is something older than language, the noise a man makes when the grave he has been digging for centuries finally opens and shows him the body inside. She walked in, Sabine says. Open hands. She chose the water because the child could not survive the climb. She gave herself to the current so the current would take her instead. The room is very still. Pollin's scarred hands at his sides. The blood from his fingers drips onto the floor, mixing with the river water Wrenthe brought in. I asked the river to hold her, he says, and his voice is hollow, ancient, empty. I could not bear that she chose to leave me, so I asked the river to hold her, and the river said yes. He lifts his head. I did not know she was saving a child. I did not know she was good. I only knew she was gone. The river's song outside the apothecary shifts. It is no longer a single voice. It is two. Wren's voice and the voice from the reed beds, weaving together, rising and falling in a harmony that sounds like forgiveness and grief braided into the same strand. Fennick looks at Wren. She is crying. She does not seem to know it. The poem, she says, and her voice is barely audible. The one you never finished. What is the ending? The song swells, and Fennick, for the first time in countless cycles, has nothing left to lose by telling the truth. Chapter 23. The river's song continues outside. Two voices braided into something that sounds almost like a question waiting for an answer. Fennick stands in Darya's doorway with Wren close enough that the cold radiating from her dress seeps through his jacket. Her eyes are wet. She has not wiped them. The poem, she says again. What is the ending? He opens his mouth, closes it. He has rehearsed this moment. Of course he has. In the fourth cycle, he composed a full confession in metered verse, polished it across 30 repetitions until every syllable landed where he wanted it. In the 12th, he abandoned verse for plain speech and memorized a sequence of honest admissions that he tested against her reactions across 7 different nights. He has a dozen perfected endings stored in his ribs like spare candles. None of them will come out. I do not know, he says. Wren's eyes narrow. The silver light from the river catches her jaw. You have had cycles to prepare, she says, and the word cycles lands like a blade between them. You said so yourself. You have memorized my expressions and my breathing, and the way I tilt my head when I am trying not to cry. You have had every night that ever existed to write the ending, and now you stand here and tell me you do not know? I know the words I plan to say. His voice is rough. I have known them for so long they have worn grooves in my skull, but I cannot tell whether they are true anymore, or whether I just repeated them until they sounded true. She steps closer. Her hand moves to her wrist, where the thread is visible to her dead eyes. Show me, she says. His breath stops. What? The threads. Her fingers press against the skin above her pulse point. You said the dead can see them. I see mine. It glows when you are near, but I do not know what it shows. Show me what you see. He looks at her wrist. He sees nothing. Pale skin, the faint blue of a vein, the delicate bones that flex when she moves her fingers. Then the air between them thickens. The river's song outside changes key, dropping into something deeper, older, a note that vibrates in the hollow of his chest. The mist curls through the doorway and wraps around their ankles, and when he looks down at his own wrist, the thread is there. Not visible the way a cord is visible. It is a light of silver warmth pressing against his skin from the inside, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He has never seen it before. Wren makes a sound, soft and broken. There, she breathes. Now touch it. He hesitates. The warning in the erased notebook surfaces. She will see the threads. She will know. He lifts his hand. His fingers brush her wrist where the thread pulses. The contact is cold at first, river cold. Then the warmth spreads from his skin into hers, and the world splits open. He is inside her memory, or she is inside his. He does not know which. The boundary between them has turned to water. He sees himself from the outside, standing in a doorway she is not supposed to remember. He is younger. His hands are clean, no ink stains, and he is holding a book of Rover poems with a cracked lawn. The candle on her sick room table is burning low. I should go in, the memory, Fennick thinks. The thought is not a voice. It is a pressure in his chest, rends his chest, and he feels her feel his hesitation. I should go in and say it. Just once. Just the truth. She is dying. What is that left to lose? The memory, Fennick does not move. He turns away. The silver thread flares, and another memory rises. This one is older. He is in the bindery. The door is closed, but he knows she is outside, standing in the dark, listening to him read. He feels her shame and hunger mingled together, the shame of eavesdropping, and the hunger for his voice to keep going. He does not stop reading. He keeps his voice low and steady because he knows she is there, and he wants her to hear. The thread pulses hotter, and another scene unfolds. The first time she saw him. The real first time, not the one he remembers. She was 18, walking through the square at dusk, and he was kneeling beside a broken cart axle, trying to mend it with twine and frustration. She watched him fail for 5 full minutes before she laughed and offered her help. He turned. Their eyes met, and the thread between them pulled taut for the first time, neither of them knowing what it meant, both of them feeling it settle into their bones like a promise they had no language for. The memory releases him. He gasps. His hand is still on her wrist, and she is staring at him with an expression he cannot name. "You loved me before I died," she says, and her voice is raw and certain. "Not because you had cycles to decide it. You loved me the moment I laughed at you in the square." "Yes, and you never told me." "No, because you were afraid." "Yes." She pulls her wrist free, but she does not stick away. She stands close enough that her breath touches his throat. "I asked for the ending," she says, "but I do not think you have an ending. I think you have 1,000 beginnings you never let yourself finish, and I think you would rather keep me in a loop of unspoken love than Lusk saying the one true thing that might cost you my presence." He cannot deny it. The truth of her accusation settles into the space between them, heavier than the river's song, heavier than any confession he has rehearsed. "I have watched you die more times than I can count," he says. "Every cycle she dies in a slightly different way, and I am never ready, and I never say the words, and then the night resets and I get to try again. And I have told myself that is devotion, that is love. But I think the truth is that I kept trying because I could not bear to fail once and have it be final. I could not bear to lose you for real." Wrenthe's chin lifts. "Then lose me for real," she says. "Tell me the truth and let me choose what to do with it." The two voices outside the apothecary merge into a single note, held long and trembling, as if the river itself is waiting. Fennick looks at her. Her dark hair is river wet, plastered to her temples. Her pale linen dress clings to her shoulders. Her eyes are the same color he remembers from the first night, the night she laughed at him in the square, the night the thread pulled taut and neither of them knew what it meant. "I wrote the poem for you," Hua says. "Every word. I did not finish it because finishing meant the feeling would stop growing. I wanted to stay inside the making of it, where you were still alive and still listening, and still mine to hope for." He draws a breath. "The ending is this, Wren. I love you. I loved you before the fever. I loved you before the loop. I loved you in every version of this night, even the ones where you looked at me and felt nothing, even the ones where I had to watch you forget my name. I love you enough to stop keeping you." The silver thread at both their wrists flares, and in the light of it, he feels her memory rise. Not a scene from his past, but something new. A vision of a river, not this river. A wide, slow conch under a sky he has never seen, and on the far bank a figure waiting whose face he cannot make out. Wren goes still. "What is that?" she whispers. He does not know, but the thread shows him anyway. Chapter 24. The vision fades like morning mist burning off stone, leaving Fennick standing in the apothecary doorway with the taste of someone else's river on his tongue. Wren is still there, her wrist glowing faintly where the thread pulsed, her expression unreadable. Outside, the river's two-voice song continues. Nera and Wren, woven into a single note that vibrates through the cobblestones. Fennick opens his mouth to speak, but the words do not come. The confession is still raw, still bleeding through him like an open wound. He told her the truth. He said he loved her enough to stop keeping her, and now the silence between them feels like a held breath, waiting to see which way it will break. "I need to think," Wren says. Not a dismissal, a request. He nods. His throat is too tight for words. She turns and walks toward the river, her bare feet silent on the wet stones, her pale dress catching lantern light as she moves. She does not look back. Fennick watches until she disappears into the mist, then lets his shoulders drop. The tension he has carried through every cycle, Every scripted word, every rehearsed gesture drains out of him at a single shuddering exhale. He is alone. Truly alone, for the first time he can remember. Not the loneliness of a crowd he knows too well, where every face is a variable he has measured and every conversation a path he has walked before. That kind of loneliness is just the shape of his own isolation pressed against other people's unknowing lives. This is different. This is the silence after a door closes. He walks. The village stretches around him in familiar lines, the chapel steps, the Bindery lane, the row of houses with their shuttered windows. He knows every crack in every stone. He knows which door creaks at the second step, which lantern gutters at the third hour, which child will cry if the procession passes too close to the smith's fence. He has counted them all. He has counted them for so long that the numbers blur together like river current. 43 cycles. 61. He cannot remember anymore. The numbers have lost their meaning, become just another set of coordinates in a grid that keeps repeating. He stops at the corner where the east stair meets the square. Sabine's voice drifts from somewhere ahead, singing the older verse she learned from her grandmother. The same verse she sang in every cycle he remembers, except in the ones where he taught her the correct version and watched her face light up with recognition. Which cycle was that? He tries to pin down the memory. The 4th? The 12th? There was a night when she wept after singing the correct verse, told him she had always known the song felt wrong, but could not find the missing piece. He remembers her tears. He does not remember which turn of the night produced them. His hands start shaking. He presses them flat against the wet stone of the stair, feeling the cold seep into his palms, but the tremor does not stop. How many times has he watched her weep? The question opens a crack in his thoughts, and everything spills through. Sabine's tears, Darya's guilt, Pollin's scarred hands, Oren's fear of still water, the child with the broken lantern, the 9th bell that never rings, the mist that curls around his legs, the silver light that rose to Wrenthe's throat. He remembers them all. Every version, every angle, every variation. And he cannot tell which ones were real. He finds himself at the Bindery without remembering the walk. The door is still unlocked. He pushes it open and steps inside, and the smell of paper and glue hits him like a physical blow. This is where he spent his days before the fever, before the loops, when time still moved forward and each book he finished was a thing he would never make again. The shelf where he kept his poetry drafts, the corner where he found her eavesdropping, the table where he sat and wrote the first line of the poem he never finished. He crosses to the workbench and runs his fingers over the surface. The wood is worn smooth from years of heardling. He knows every grain, every gouge, every ink stain. He has touched this bench in every cycle, sometimes working, sometimes just standing, waiting for the night to reach its inevitable shape. But tonight the wood feels different. Or he feels different. He cannot tell anymore. The tremor in his hand spreads to his chest. He leans against the bench, breathing hard, and the memories keep coming. Wrenthe's face in the sickroom light, her hand reaching for his. The fever heat of her skin when he finally touched her forehead. Once, just once, before he turned away. He knows he touched her forehead. But did he? Or did he imagine it in some cycle where he needed the comfort of a gesture he never made? The door opens. Isbet Morev stands in the threshold, her notebook clutched to her chest, her hair escaping its tight binding in dark wisps. She looks at him, and something in her sharp features softens. "You look how I feel," she says, which is to say, like you have been counting for too long. He laughs. It comes out hollow. "I cannot remember which cycles I lived and which I imagined," he says. "I cannot remember if I ever touched her forehead. I want to have touched her forehead. I want that to be true. But I do not know if I am remembering or inventing." Isbet closes the door behind her. She crosses to the bench and sits on the opposite stool, setting her notebook on the wood between them. "The loop is not preserving you," she says. "It is breeding, and if it breaks without resolution, the wound in the river will not heal. It will tear open wider." Fennick lifts his head. The tremor in his hands is stopped. "What do you need me to do?" Isbet looks at him with an expression he cannot read, something between hope and dread. Find the true ending, she says. Not the one you rehearsed, not the one you imagined. The one that actually lets her choose. Well, now this will pressish from the slow opening fans, which before the brothers will be scholfing slightly. She disted in start. My Kulth stares, the womb written in the future massdraft, money-watching this good love of the sleep depths, in governing and slidring attacked her. He stops edgiously, reaching the Lucy. I am a reevish tooth of Sation, eyes between the mouth. Related this lay mother, fiving at revage. And she don't know every one. By a jar, a ditus poral a balak closes on firkins on slall, and this arages the sline storms and stayed writing presences. I will rap. He will sisper the scarl. We follow to be the brother grain, I think when I praise, sweeting in the scrad, beating in the slykel, and I swezable, a losing present with gath, we'll lead it, but this is like grating, poise, Sabine says, stopping. Her fingers press harder against her chest. I never learned what comes after. My grandmother said the verse was missing from every telling, and that trying to find it would only make the loss worse. Fennick stands at the window, his back to the room. The mist beyond the glass is still, waiting. He knows the missing line. He heard it from the river, from Wrenthe's voice threading through the current, from the moment before the vision of the other river swallowed them both. The words are locked in his chest where the silver thread burned him open. He turns from the window. She held the child above the flood, he says. I believe the change are going, and let the water close. The name she carried over was the one the river chose. The silence after his voice is absolute. Then Pollin dropped the reed. It clatters against the floorboards and rolls under the bench, but he does not reach for it. He is staring at nothing. His scarred hands rise to his face, slow, like a man who has forgotten where his own features are. Say it again, he whispers. Fennick says the line again, slower, letting each word settle. Pollin's hands press against his eyes. He makes a sound that is not quite a word, not quite a sob, something older than both. His shoulders shake. Sabine rises to her feet. She looks at Fennick with an expression he cannot name. Where did you hear that? She asks. From the river, from Wrenthe's, from the verse your grandmother never taught you. The name Nera hangs in the air, though no one has spoken it aloud. Isbet moves first. She crosses to Pollin and kneels in front of him, her notebook forgotten on the bench. Her voice is low, steady. Tell us what you see. Pollin's hands fall from his face. His eyes are wet, but he is not weeping. Not yet. He is looking at something inside his own skull, something the missing verse has unlocked. A bank, he says. A flooding bank. The water is brown and fast, and the reeds are bent flat against the current. She is standing in the water, not in it up to her knees, and she is holding something. Someone. A child. The child's head is barely above the surface. He stops. His voice cracks. She is reaching for me, he says. Her hand is out, and I am on the bank. I am on dry ground. I can reach her. I can take the child. But I do not move. Fennick feels the room tilt. You did not move? Sabine asks. I do not move. I am frozen. I am watching her stand in the flood with her hand out and the child in her arms, and I cannot make myself step into the water. His hands are shaking now, the old scars standing white against the red of reopened edges. I am afraid, he says. I am afraid of the current. I am afraid of losing her. I am afraid if I step into the river it will take me and I will never find my way back to her. But she is right there, Sabine says. She is right there. I know. Pollin's voice breaks open. I know she is right there. I can see her face. I can see her mouth moving, saying something, calling my name, but the water is too loud and I cannot hear it. He presses his palms against his temples. I am standing on dry ground, he says, and she is reaching for me through the reeds, and I will not move. I will not move. All I have to do is reach back. I am too afraid to try. The vision holds him for another breath. Then his hands drop. His face goes slack. It is gone, he says. I could not see her face. I was right there and I could not see her face. He looks at Fennick, and there is something terrible in his eyes. Not accusation, recognition. You know what that is like, Pollin says. To be frozen. To watch the person you love reach for you and not be able to move. Fennick says nothing. The candle flame dips. Outside, the river's song shifts, rising through the walls, and in the space between one note and the next, Fennick hears Wren's voice again. Not words, just a thread of sound woven into the current. She is calling something, or someone. The mist presses against the window. Isbet looks from Pollin to Fennick and her mouth tightens. The cycle is destabilizing, she says. The river is responding to the uncovered truth the way a body responds to a wound opening. It is trying to close the memory back over itself. Then we open it again, Fennick says. He crosses to Pollin and crouches in front of him, close enough to see the pulse beating in the reed cutter's throat. Sing the verse again, he says. You and Sabine, together. Sing the whole song from the beginning, and when you reach the broken place, I will supply the missing line again. We will keep doing it until the vision stays long enough for you to see her face. Pollin stares at him. Are you sure, he asks, that you can keep remembering the line? Fennick's throat tightens. He is not sure. He is not sure of anything anymore. But he nods, because the alternative is watching the wound close again, and he has spent too many cycles letting grief become its own prison. Sing, he says. Sabine draws a breath. The first note trembles through the bindery, and Pollin's voice joins hers, rough and raw, finding the old melody by instinct. And Fennick holds the missing line in his chest like a coal. When the moment comes, he will open his mouth and let it burn. Chapter 26. The bindery door closes behind him before he thinks about where he is going. The mist swallows his boots. The village lies quiet, amber light bleeding through shutters, the procession scattered into smaller groups along the riverbank. He does not look for Isbet. He does not look for Pollin. He does not look for the missing verse coiled in his chest like a wire waiting to sing. He looks for Wrenthe. She stands at the edge of the blessing route, where the cobblestones give way to packed earth and the reeds begin their slow march toward the water. Her back is to him. The pale linen of her dress catches the mist light and holds it, damp and translucent. She is not watching the river. She is watching her own hands, palms open, empty. He stops 10 feet away. His mouth opens. Nothing comes. He has said this to her before. He has said it in 100 variations, polished and timed and arranged to land at the exact moment when the lanterns cross the bridge and the thread verse reaches the current. He has said it while she was dying. He has said it while she was rising from the river. He has said it into the dark of the bindery with her mouth still warm from a kiss he did not earn. He does not know how to say it now. Fennick. Her voice is quiet. She has not turned around. You are standing behind me and not speaking. I do not know how to speak to you anymore. The words come out flat, unshaped, nothing like the cadence he has spent cycles refining. He hears them fall and does not try to catch them. She turns. Her face is unreadable in the mist-light, dark hair wet at the temples, eyes that have seen him die a different death in every version of this night. What does that mean? She asks. It means I have been saying the same things to you for so long that I cannot tell which words are mine and which are rehearsal. I open my mouth and I hear the script before I hear myself. I try to tell you the truth, and what comes out is something I already practiced while you were not listening. She does not move toward him. You are doing it now, she says. You are telling me you cannot perform, and it sounds like a performance. He feels the truth of it land like a stone in his chest. Yes, he says, it does. The mist curls between them. He takes one step forward, then another. He stops when he can see the pulse in her throat, the place where the thread glowed beneath her skin. "I do not know how to be unscripted," he says. "I have been trying to stop performing, and I do not know what I sound like when I am not arranging myself for an audience. Every word I have ever said to you has been shaped by the hope that you would hear it and stay." She watches him. "Even in the bindery," he says. "Even in the warm room when I told you the truth about my cowardice and my relief and my fear. I did not rehearse those words, but I felt them as a confession I was offering you. That is still a performance. That is still me handing you something I think you want so you will not leave." Her breath catches. He does not stop. "I tried to find you just now," he says, "because I thought if I could say the right thing you would forgive me for the sick room, for the doorway, for every cycle I let you die alone while I stood outside and told myself I was sparing you my grief. I came here to tell you I love you one more time, shaped differently, timed better, with the missing verse still burning in my throat so you would hear it and know I had changed." He looks at his own hands. "I do not know where the script ends," he says. "I do not know if there is a version of me beneath it. I have been arranging this night for so long I do not remember what I want when I stop arranging it." The river breathes behind them. Wren's hands close at her sides. "You came here to tell me you love me," she says slowly. "And then you told me you do not know if you mean it." "I mean it," he says. "I know I mean it. But I do not know if the way I say it is real or just the shape I have learned to put around the feeling so it does not destroy me." She takes a step toward him. The distance between them narrows to the length of her arm. "If you do not know where the script ends," she says, "then stop speaking it. Stop trying to tell me what you feel. Stop trying to give me the version of yourself you think I will accept." She lifts her hand. Her fingers brush his collarbone. Light, cold, barely a touch. "Show me instead." The request undoes something in him. He reaches for her hand. Not to hold it, not to guide it, but to press her palm against his chest where his heart is beating too fast. The linen of her dress is damp against his wrist. The mist rises around them both. "I am afraid," he says, "that if I stop performing there will be nothing left." She does not pull away. "There will be something," she says. "Maybe not what you want it to be, but something." The candlelight from the village paints the mist gold around them. He wants to tell her everything. He wants to tell her about the first cycle when he did not know what was happening and stood on the bank watching the dead sink back into the current. He wants to tell her about the 33rd cycle when he broke a lantern across his knee because the glass would not stop reflecting her face. He wants to tell her about the night he stopped believing dawn existed anywhere but in the memory of an earlier life. He says none of it. He says, "I do not know who I am when I am not trying to keep you." Her fingers curl against his chest. "I know," she says. The word hangs between them, soft and terrible. He looks at her. Her eyes are wet, but she is not weeping. She is watching him the same way she watched him in the apothecary doorway. Chapter 27. The stone is not a monument, it is a fragment. A broken slab of dark, river-silted rock half sunk in the mud where the bank shelves toward deeper current. Fennick's boots sink to the ankle as Oren stops and points without speaking. The markings are not carved in any script, Fennick knows. They are older than the shrine beneath the ferry dock, older than Sorrenthal's founding, older perhaps than the village's first name. The surface is scored with lines that do not form letters but shapes. A current, a figure, a line that splits and rejoins itself like a thread pulled through water. Isbet drops to her knees in the mud without hesitation. Her fingers trace the shallowest grooves. "This is not river theology," she says. "This is river anatomy." Fennick crouches beside her. His breath fogs in the cold air. The thread beneath his wrist pulses once, twice, like a heartbeat answering something it recognizes. Oren stands at the water's edge, his poll panted, his face half in shadow. "The old ferryman showed me this place," he says, "one amber night, before I understood what I was inheriting. He said it was not a shrine. He said it was the place where the river remembered what it used to be." "What was it?" Fennick asks. Oren does not answer. He nods at the stone. Isbet's pencil moves across her notebook, copying the grooves as fast as she can read them. The language is pre-village. There are no verbs, only nouns and positions. The river is described as a wound, not a wound in land, but a wound in something beneath land, something the stone calls the membrane between memory and afterworld. She looks up. The carvings say the crossing did not always exist. It was torn open. By what, the stone does not say. But it describes the moment as a rupture that is never healed. Fennick's hand moves without permission. His fingers find a line near the bottom of the slab, a carving that is deeper than the others, worn smooth by centuries of current. It shows two figures standing on opposite banks of a current. They are connected by a line that crosses the water, a thread, and beneath the thread lies the same knotted pattern he has seen at the ferry post, on Pollin's workbasket, scarred into the reed cutter's palms. The reed knot sigil. He touches it. The thread at his wrist flares, not a pulse, a burn, bright and sudden and alive, like the silver thread has recognized the carving and answered it with its own voice. He jerks his hand back. Isbet is staring at him. What was that? I do not know. She reaches for the same carving, and nothing happens. Her fingers rest on the stone without reaction. She looks at him with something new in her expression. Not suspicion, not theory. Recognition. The stone was placed here by someone who knew, she says slowly. Someone who carved the thread bond into the record because they needed it to be found, by the one who would need to read it. Oren shifts his weight. The ferry pole splashes faintly in the current. The old ferryman said the wound was not the river's fault, he says. He said the river was trying to mend something it did not break. It found a grief it could not heal and called it mercy, because mercy was the only word it knew for holding on. Fennick's throat is tight. Pollin? Before Pollin, Oren says. The wound was already here. Pollin only gave it a shape the river could understand. Isbet is still transcribing, her pencil moving faster now, as if she fears the stone will sink before she finishes. There is a passage here I have not seen before. It describes what the river was before the rupture. She reads haltingly, translating as she goes. The current that carried souls between worlds, the water that knew both sides, the boundary that was never meant to hold. She stops. Then the rupture, and the river became a wound instead of a passage. It began keeping what it should have carried. Fennick's hand is still burning. He looks at the carving of the lovers, the thread between them, the water that divides them, the reed knot sigil beneath. Why the knot? He asks. What does the binding have to do with a wound that existed before Pollin tied it? Isbet traces the lines again. I think the knot is not the wound, she says. I think the knot is the answer the river found. When the rupture happened, the river could not hold souls the way it used to. It needed a way to keep the dead close until it could mend. The binding knot became its memory of how to hold. She looks at him. Pollin did not invent the binding. He rediscovered it. He tied the same knot the river had been using since the wound opened. The mist around them thickens. The silver light beneath the surface pulses once, slow, deliberate, like a breath drawn after a long silence. Fennick's wrist throbs. You can feel it because you are bound too, Isbet says quietly. Not by Pollin, by the river itself. The cycles, the loop, your return to this night, every reset, that is the river tying the same knot around you, trying to hold what it cannot bear to lose. He wants to deny it. He cannot. Then how do I untie it? He asks. Isbet looks at the carving, the lovers, the thread, the water between them, the thread that still connects them even when they are not pulling. Release, he says. The river does not know how to let go, but it can learn, if someone shows it what letting go looks like. The mist curls around his ankles, the silver light beneath the surface brightens, and somewhere in the dark behind him, he hears Wren's voice, not a word, not a call, just the shape of a breath he has memorized through every cycle he has lived. He turns. She is standing at the edge of the reeds, 10 feet away, her pale dress dark with river damp, her face unreadable of the candlelight that does not reach her. She did not follow him. She was already here, waiting. Chapter 28. The reeds between them rustle once, then still. Wrenthe does not move from where she stands at the edge of the marsh. Her dress is dark with river water, her hair plastered to her cheeks. She looks at him with an expression he cannot read, and the silence stretches until it becomes its own kind of language. You are already here, Fennick says. I followed the thread. She touches her throat where the silver line pulses beneath her skin. I did not know where it was leading, but I knew you would arrive eventually. Isbet and Orn are still at the stone. Fennick can hear the scratch of Isbet's pencil against wet paper, the soft splash of Orn's pull testing the current. But the sounds feel distant, as if the air between him and Wrenthe has thickened into something that does not carry noise. You heard everything, he says. I heard enough. Her voice is flat, not cold, not angry, flat in a way that reminds him of the day before the fever took her voice entirely, when she lay in bed and watched him fail to say the words that would have changed everything. The memory rises unbidden, sharp-edged and precise, the afternoon light falling across her pillow, the smell of fever sweat, and the bitter herbs Darya had brewed. Wrenthe had been lucid then, lucid enough to speak, lucid enough to give him every opening a woman could give a man who claimed to love her. Stay a while longer, she had said, and he had stayed, but he had not spoken. Read to me, she had said, and he had read, but he had stopped before the ending. Is there something you want to tell me? She had asked, and he had said, only that I hope you rest. And she had closed her eyes, and something in her face had shifted into acceptance, as if she had finally understood he would never say it. He opens his mouth to speak, but she cuts him off. Do you remember the afternoon before my fever broke? She asks. I do. The cycles steal most of my memories, but that afternoon is the one I always keep. Every time I rise from the river, I remember it. He wants to look away. He makes himself hold her gaze. You were sitting in the chair beside my bed, she says. Darya had given me something for the pain. I was lucid, but barely, and I knew I was running out of time to hear the words I had been waiting for. I remember. I asked you to stay. Yes. I asked you to read to me. Yes. I asked you if there was something you wanted to tell me. The words hang between them like smoke that refuses to dissipate. And you said, she continues, her voice dropping, only that I hope you rest. The reeds whisper. The river breathes. Fennick feels the weight of every cycle pressing against his ribs. I was afraid, he says. You were always afraid. The accusation lands cleanly. He does not try to deflect it. I thought there would be more time, he says. I thought the fever would break. I thought I would have another chance to say it properly, in a room that did not smell of sickness, when you could look at me without pain in your eyes. Wrenthe steps closer. Her bare feet make no sound on the wet earth. The silver thread at her throat pulses once, bright enough to cast a shadow across her collarbone. There is no such thing as a proper time, she says. There is only the time you have, and you chose to spend it being gentle instead of being honest. Gentleness is not a crime. Gentleness is a kind of cowardice when it replaces truth. Her voice cracks on the last word. You do not know how to stop, he admits. I do not know how to be the man who speaks without preparing, but I know I want to learn. I want to be the man who tells you the truth before you have to ask for it. She stares at him. Her hand comes up and covers his where it rests against her cheek. You are still doing it, she says. What? Performing. Even now, you are giving me the confession you think I want to hear. The one about growth and change and learning. The one that makes you sound like a Lan who has already become what he is promising to become. He opens his mouth to deny it, and stops. Because she is right, even this, even the raw and halting confession, even the admission of his own failure, he shaped it. He chose the words. He arranged them in an order that would move her. He performed the role of a man who has stopped performing. The realization hollows him out. I do not know how to stop, he repeats, but this time the words are not shaped. They fall out of him like stones dropped into deep water. She steps closer. Her body presses against his. Her cold hands find his chest, and he can feel the silver thread pulsing between them, pulling taut. Then stop trying, she says. Stop trying to be the version of yourself that says the right thing. Stop trying to earn the ending you want. Just be here. Be here with me, now, without the next line already forming in your mouth. Her mouth is inches from his. He can taste the river on her breath, can feel the cold rising from her skin, can feel the desperate want that has been coiling in his chest for longer than he can remember. He leans in. She does not pull away. His lips brush hers, barely, a question more than a kiss, and he feels her tremble, feels the cold of her mouth against the heat of his, feels the thread between them tighten until it is the only thing holding either of them upright. Then she pulls back. Not far, just enough to meet his eyes. "You always loved me as a future tense," she whispers, "as something you would get to when the time was right, when you had prepared enough, when you had become worthy." Her fingers curl against his chest. "But love is not a future tense, Fennick. It is a present risk, and you have never been willing to risk it." The river behind her flares silver. Her eyes hold his. "Show me I am wrong." Chapter 29. Wrenthe's eyes hold his. The silver thread pulses between them, a living current that hums through his chest, through the space where her palm still presses against his heart. "I am not wrong," she says. Not a question. He should answer. He should promise. He should find the words that prove he can be present now, without the next line already forming in his mouth. But the village behind her shudders. Not the ground, the air. A ripple passes through the lantern light, through the mist, through the bodies of the villagers still gathered at the riverbank. The sound that follows is not a sound, it is a pressure against the inside of his skull, a shift in the deep current beneath Sorrenthal's cobblestones. Wrenthe's hand drops from his chest. What was that? He does not know. He has never felt this before. Not in 43 cycles, not in 61, not in any of the blurred iterations he can no longer count. The mist around them glows silver from within. And then he sees it. A pulse of light moves under the skin of a woman standing 20 feet away. Old Marta Bet, who sells candles at the chapel market. The glow ripples across her cheek, down her throat, then vanishes. Marta does not notice. She is watching the river, her hands clasped, her lips moving in the old prayer. Fennick's breath catches. Another pulse. This time on a man near the ferry post, Wrenthe, who mends nets. The silver light runs beneath his jaw like a vein of ore, there and gone. "You see it too?" Wrenthe whispers. He nods, cannot speak. The third pulse spreads across 3 villagers at once. A family, mother, father, child. Their faces lit from within for a heartbeat, as if the river is testing their vessels, checking whether they can hold what it wants to pour. Fennick turns, searching the crowd. Isbet is already moving toward him, her notebook clutched against her chest, her face pale in the silver-tinged dark. "You see it?" she says. Not a question. "Tell me what it is." The loop is bleeding. She stops beside him, breath short. Not just into other shrines, into the people. The river is surfacing through them because too much hidden truth has been pulled into the open tonight. It is trying to hold itself together by any vessel it can reach. Wrenthe steps closer to Fennick. Her cold hand finds his wrist, and he feels the thread tighten, grounding him. "How long until—" "Until what?" Isbet's voice cuts. "Until the light becomes permanent? Until the villagers start remembering what they should not? Until the river takes them as anchors the way it took Pollin, the way it took you?" Fennick's stomach turns. "Where is Pollin?" Isbet points toward the east lane. "He walked past me a minute ago, did not answer when I called his name. He was heading toward the shrine." The shrine. The place where the binding knot was first tied, where the ancient stone waits beneath the water, where the river's wound is oldest. Fennick is already moving, pulling Wrenthe with him, but Isbet grabs his arm. "Wait, look at your hands." He stops, looks down. The silver light is rising beneath his own skin. Not a pulse. A steady glow, deep in the veins of his palms, threading between his knuckles like river water finding its way through cracked earth. He stares at it. He has been touched by the river for longer than he remembers, bound by it, shaped by it, but he has never seen it inside himself before. "It is getting worse," Isbet says. "Every truth we uncover, every memory we restore, the river presses back harder. It is trying to keep what it holds by becoming part of them." Fennick's hand trembles. Then he thinks of the token, the reed knot at the ferry post, the one that started this deviation, the one that had appeared before any of this began. He has been carrying it in his pocket since the searest hour of the night. He reaches in. The knot is warm. He does not need to look at it to know it has changed again. He can feel it, the shift in the weave, the tightening of the fibers, the way it seems to pulse in time with the silver light under his skin. What is it? Wrenthe asks. He pulls the token out. The knot is no longer the pattern Pollin's hands know. It has reshaped itself into something older, something that matches the carving on the submerged stone. Sigil beneath the lovers. The knot the river is learning to untie. Fennick's breath catches. It is leading me, he says. The token. It has been leading me all night. To Pollin, to the stone, to the truth about the wound. And now? Wrenthe asks. He looks toward the shrine. Now it is leading me to the origin. He starts walking. The silver light beneath his skin does not fade. It spreads, branching up his forearms, threading toward his elbows, as if the river is claiming more of him with every step. Wrenthe walks beside him. Isbet follows, her pencil scraping against paper, recording the impossible. The village around them is silent now. The lanterns still burn, but the sounds of celebration have died. People stand motionless, staring at the river, at each other, at their own hands. The light pulses under their skin in waves. And ahead, at the edge of the shrine's low wall, a figure stands alone. Pollin. His scarred hands are raised, palms open, as if he is waiting to receive something. His lips move, forming a single word over and over. Nera. The air thickens. The river's silver glow rises from the water, climbing the shrine stones, reaching for Pollin's seat. Fennick stops at the edge of the wall. The token in his hand burns warm. He looks down at his own glowing palms, at the light spreading up his arms, and he knows. He is not following the token anymore. He is being pulled, and the river does not care whether he is ready. Chapter 30. The river mutters against the bank, low and constant, the only movement in a world gone still. Mist hangs at ankle height, threading through the reeds like breath held too long. The shrine wall is 20 paces behind them now, the silver glow at its base still climbing, still waiting. Fennick stops at the water's edge. His hands hang at his sides, the knot sigil warm against his palm through the fabric of his pocket, the silver light still visible beneath his skin, branching up his forearms like river tributaries drawn on an old map. Wrenthe stops beside him. She does not speak. She stands close enough that he feels the cold radiating from her body, the way the river's chill has soaked into her bones. Her pale linen dress clings to her legs where the mist has dampened it. Her dark hair has begun to dry in uneven strands, curling at her temples. She is the most real thing he has seen in cycles, and he has no words for her that do not feel borrowed from some other version of himself. I do not want, he starts and stops. The sentence has no ending he can reach, honestly. Wrenthe turns to face him fully. Her eyes catch the distant lantern light, the faint silver underglow from the river surface. Then do not finish it. Her voice is quiet, not sharp. Do not give me the version you have prepared. Just stand here, with me, without the next line already forming. He swallows. Seconds pass. The river sighs against stone. He stands. That is all he does. He stands beside her, his hands still, his chest tight with the shape of an answer he does not know how to make. Wrenthe's breath is visible in the cold air. He watches it dissolve, and something about that small act, the living warmth escaping her, the proof that she is both here and not here, breaks something open in his chest. I remember, he says, the day you laughed at me. Which day? The cart axle, in the square. I was trying to fix it and the wheel kept slipping. I said something I thought was clever about the blacksmith's apprentice, and you laughed from the apothecary steps. A real laugh, the kind that takes you by surprise. She is watching him now, not through him, at him. I did not know you then, she says, but I felt something, like a thread pulling behind my ribs. The same thread. I thought it was just the river, a trick of proximity, the way the current carries feeling. I did not know it was you. He lets that settle. The admission, the weight of it. "I loved you before I knew your name," she says. "Not in every cycle, but in enough of them that I started to recognize the shape of the feeling before I recognized your face." Fennick's throat closes. He did not know that, has never heard that from any version of her across any iteration. "How many cycles do you remember?" he asks. "None. Fragments." She looks down at her own hands, the pale skin, the faint river-like still visible in the veins of her wrists. "Moments. The way your voice sounds when you read. The pressure of your hand on my shoulder when you helped me up from the chapel steps. The smell of ink and paper in your bindery." She looks up. "More than I should. Less than I want." The mist shifts around them, curling and uncurling like a living thing deciding whether to settle. "Before I died," she says, "I thought about you constantly. Did you know that?" He shakes his head, cannot speak. "I imagined what it would be like if you said the thing I could feel you holding back. I made up conversations in my head, the ones you never had with me, the ones I thought you wanted to have. Why did you never ask? Because I was afraid that if I named it, you would feel cornered, and if I made you say it, it would not mean what I wanted it to mean." The cold from her body reaches his. He feels it through his jacket, through the layers between them. "I think," she says slowly, "that we were both waiting, and neither of us had the courage to stop." He does not correct her. There is no correction that would be true. The river pulses once beneath them, a single silver thrum that travels through the stones at their feet, through the soles of his boots, through her bare soles on the wet earth. She does not flinch. She steps closer. The space between them narrows to the width of a breath. He can smell the river on her, the reeds and the cold, and something deep, like stone that has never seen sunlight. Her hand rises, touches his chest. He feels the cold through his shirt, through the thin layer of fabric, the precise shape of her fingers pressed against the place where his heart beats too fast. "Ask me," she says. "What? Whatever you are afraid to ask. Whatever you have been holding back because the answer might hurt. Ask it now." The words he has shaped across 100 cycles rise in his throat, polished, carefully chosen to guide her toward tenderness. He does not speak them. He lets them dissolve. "Can you stay?" he asks, and his voice breaks on the last word. She does not answer. Instead, she presses closer, her forehead against his, the cold of her skin meeting the warmth of his, her hand still on his chest, her breath brushing his mouth. "I do not know," she says. "I do not know if I can stay, or if I want to, or if staying would be the same as choosing you the way I have been wanting to choose you since before I knew what the wanting meant." He closes his eyes, lets himself feel it, the cold of her, the nearness, the fact that this moment, this one, unscripted, unrehearsed, is happening now, not because he arranged it, but because she chose to step closer. "I have loved you in more than one version of Womri," she says. "I have loved you in the versions I remember and the versions I do not. I have loved you when it made no sense to love you, and I have loved you when it hurt." She pulls back just enough that her eyes meet his. "Can you love me without trying to keep me?" The question hangs between them. He has no answer ready, has never rehearsed this, could not have predicted the exact shape of her voice as she asks it, the way her fingers tremble against his chest, the rawness of the silence that follows. He opens his mouth. The river surges behind her, a single sharp pulse of silver light that throws her shadow across the stones, and the answer he was about to speak becomes irrelevant, because she is already stepping away, not from him, toward the water. Her hand slides from his chest, her fingers catch his as she turns, and she pulls him with her, more step, then another, toward the edge where the mist meets the river. And in the distance, Pollin's voice rises again, broken and ancient, speaking the name that has held the wound open for longer than anyone living knows. Nera. The swirling wall flares silver, and Fennick realizes their time at the river's edge was never a reprieve. It was the pause before the river demanded the next move. He follows Wrenthe toward the light. Chapter 31. The silver light from the shrine wall throws Pollin's shadow across the reeds, long and thin and ancient. Fennick stands at the water's edge with Wrenthe's cold fingers still hooked through his, watching the light climb the old stones like water finding its way up a channel it has been barred from for centuries. Pollin's voice comes again, raw this time, a sound that belongs to someone who has been saying the same name for so long the word has worn smooth as river stone. Nera. The shrine wall pulses, once, twice, a steady rhythm now, like a heart learning to beat again after a long stillness. Wrenthe's grip tightens. He is going to do something. Something or everything, Fennick says. I do not know which is worse. Behind them, footsteps in the wet gravel. Isbet first, her notebook clutched against her chest, pencil still tucked behind her ear. Then Sabine, her procession robe bunched in one hand, her face pale as the mist that coils around her ankles. Oren follows at a distance, ferry pole planted like a staff, eyes fixed on the shrine as if he has been waiting his whole life for this moment. And last, Darya Pell. She comes from the direction of the apothecary, still wearing her garden apron, hands stained with soil and something darker. She stops at the edge of the group, looking at the shrine, at Pollin's silhouette against the silver, at Fennick standing in the river's shallows with a dead woman's hand in his. I heard him, she says. From the garden, heard him calling her name through the walls. No one asks why she came. No one needs to. Isbet is the first to speak. The carvings on the stone, the knot pattern, the lovers standing still. Fennick, you said the sigil beneath them was the river learning to untie. Yes. Then Pollin is not the one who needs to untie it. She looks at the shrine, at the silver climbing the stones. He is the one who needs to show the river what release looks like, by letting go himself. Fennick feels the words land in his chest like stones dropped into still water. The ripples spread outward, touching everything he has learned tonight. The reed token that was not supposed to exist, the submerged stone older than the village, the carvings of two lovers connected by a thread standing still, not reaching. The binding knot that Pollin rediscovered but did not invent, and the river itself, a wound that found a grief it could not heal and called it mercy. Pollin tied the knot, Fennick says slowly, but the river was already using it. He did not create the binding, he just gave it a shape the river recognized. Isbet nods, and every amber night since, the river has been trying to learn the unbinding. Each cycle is the river practicing release, but it cannot learn if no one shows it how. Oren steps forward, his ferry pole dips into the silt, and he leans on it like a man who has carried too much weight for too long. The old ferryman told me something once, he says. Said the river does not keep the dead because it wants to. It keeps them because it does not know what else to do with love that was never finished. Wrenthe's hand tightens on Fennick's. Her skin is cold. Her pulse, if she has one, does not beat against his palm. Then Pollin has to finish his love, she says. Not by forgetting Nera, by letting her choose what comes next. Sabine makes a small sound, a half-muffled sob, swallowed before it can take shape. My grandmother never taught me the missing verse because she was afraid, she says. Afraid that if I knew how Nera really died, I would try to find her. And finding her would mean losing her again. But you know the shape of it, Isbet says. The woman holding the child above the flood, the river choosing the child's name. Sabine nods. The song ends with the woman reaching, not drowning, reaching. Fennick looks at the shrine, at Pollin's silhouette against the silver glow. The old reed cutter's hands are still raised, palms open, as if offering something he has carried for so long he has forgotten how to set it down. If Pollin can remember Nera willingly, Fennick says, not through force, not through the river dragging the memory up through his scarred hands, but by choosing to let her go, then the river may finally understand, Isbet finishes. That release is not abandonment. That letting go is not failure. Darya speaks from the edge of the group. Her voice is quiet, rough, the voice of someone who has spent too many nights watching people die. And if he cannot, No one answers. Fennick looks at Wrenthe, at the silver light threading through her skin, visible now at her temples and throat, at the way the river's glow rises to meet her, as if recognizing something it has been waiting for. "Then we show him," he says. "Together." He steps out of the water. The gravel shifts under his boots. The mist curls around his ankles, heavier now, pressing against the fabric of his trousers like a hand testing its grip. They move toward the shrine, Isbet and Sabine on the left, Oren and Darya on the right, Fennick and Wrenthe at the center, her cold fingers still tangled with his, the silver thread between them pulling taut with every step. The shrine wall is closer now. Fennick can see the cracks running through the old stones, the places where the silver light seeps through like water finding its way through a dam that is held too long. Pollin stands with his back to them. His scarred hands are raised above his head, palms open, fingers spread. The silver light runs up his arms, along the old cuts and the new ones, tracing the map of every knot he has ever tied, every prayer he has ever shaped, every word he has refused to speak for centuries. "Nera," he says again. And this time, the shrine answers. The silver light surges, rises, fills the air with a sound like a bell struck underwater, muffled and vast and reaching. And then, impossibly, the eastern horizon begins to glow. Fennick stops. He knows the hour. He has counted the minutes across more cycles than he cares to remember. Dawn is still hours away, but the light is there, pale and thinned and spreading, a false dawn pushing through the mist, promising a morning that cannot exist. Isbet's breath catches. "That is not the sun," she says. Wrenthe's hand goes cold in his. Not the cold of the river, but something deeper, something like the absence of warmth that follows a door closing. "The river is trying to end it," she says, "before Pollin can choose." The eastern light grows, spreads, bleeds through the mist like a stain, and Fennick realizes they are running out of time not because dawn is coming, but because the river is about to give up on learning and settle for breaking. Chapter 32. The pale light spreads across the valley like a hand smoothing a sheet over a sleeping face. Gentle, persuasive, the color of beginnings. Villagers emerge from doorways. Fennick sees Marta Bet step onto her stoop, her hand pressed to her chest as if feeling a heartbeat she forgot she had. Wrenthe stands in the middle of the lane, head tilted, watching the glow spread along the roof lines as though it might heal something he has carried for years. They do not know it is a lie. They cannot know. A woman Fennick does not recognize sinks to her knees in the wet cobblestones. Her hands are clasped. Her lips move in prayer for a morning she has not seen in longer than any of them understand. "Mistress Yarrow, please, someone calls." Sabine stands frozen at the edge of the group, her robe still wet from the river mist, her face turned toward the false light. "It is not dawn," she says. Her voice is small, certain, but the village does not hear her. The light deepens. The mist turns thin and golden, the color of candle flame diluted through water. It catches on the chapel weather vane, the ferry ropes, the wet slate tiles, turning everything soft and forgiving. A child laughs somewhere. Fennick turns to Oren. The ferryman stands with his pole planted, his head cocked as if listening for something beneath the surface of sound. "What do you hear?" Fennick asks. Oren does not answer immediately. His fingers tap the worn wood of the pole once, twice, a third time. "No current," he says. The river makes a sound when morning comes, a shift in the way the water pulls against the bank. I have heard it every true dawn of my life. He looks at the glowing horizon. This one is silent. The light shimmers, ripples, peels back at the edges like reflected skin on water disturbed by a single finger. And Pollin moves, not slowly, not hesitantly. He drops his hands from the raised position they have held for so long, and his body turns with the mechanical precision of something that has been waiting for this exact signal. He runs, not toward the false dawn, toward the shrine. His scarred hands pump at his sides, and his feet find the wet stones as if they have memorized every step of this path across centuries he cannot remember living. "Pollin!" Isbet calls. He does not stop. Fennick is already moving. His boots hit the wet cobblestones, and he hears the others follow. hears Wren's breath close behind him, feels the silver thread pull taut between his ribs and hers. The shrine rises ahead. Its stones are fully lit now, silver light pouring through the cracks like water through a failing dam. The glow pulses, breathes. Pollin reaches the base and does not slow. Fennick catches him at the threshold. His hand closes around Pollin's arm, and he feels it, the vibration running through the old reed cutter's bones like a struck tuning fork. "Pollin, wait!" But Pollin's eyes are not his own. They are silver. Empty the way still water is empty, reflective, depthless, holding whatever looks into them. "She is calling," Pollin says. His voice is raw, a voice that has spent centuries repeating one name in silence because speaking it aloud would break something he was not ready to lose. "Where?" Fennick asks. Pollin's hand rises, points into the shrine. The silver light there is different, deeper, concentrating in the center of the ancient chamber like water gathering at the lowest point of a basin. Fennick steps through the threshold. The shrine interior is smaller than he remembers, or perhaps it is shrunk around the light, the walls drawing inward as the glow expands. The old stone altar at the center is barely visible, submerged in silver so bright it casts no shadows. And in the center of the light, something moves. A shape, shoulders forming, the curve of a throat, hair that hangs in wet strands, dark against the silver glow. Fennick's breath stops. "Nera," Pollin whispers behind him. The shape turns, and Fennick sees a face he knows only from Sabine's songs and Pollin's unconscious hands. Younger than he expected. Her features are soft, unfinished in the way of someone caught mid-motion, mid-word, mid-breath. Her eyes are closed. The river holds her suspended, a body of silver light shaped into the memory of a woman. And then her eyes open. They are not silver. They are brown, warm, human, so human that Fennick feels the contrast like a wound. She looks at Pollin. "Pollin?" Her voice is quiet, a voice that has been underwater for so long it has forgotten how to hold. "You are still tying the knot." Pollin makes a sound, not a word, a sound so old and raw that Fennick feels it in his own chest, the vibration of grief that has no container left. "I could not let you go," Pollin says. Nera tilts her head, a gesture of infinite gentleness. "I know." The silver light around her pulses, the shrine walls tremble. Behind Fennick he hears Isbet's breath catch, hears Oren's pole strike stone as he steadies himself. "The child you saved," Wren says. Her voice is steady. She steps past Fennick, closer to the light, and Nera's eyes shift to her. "Sabine's grandmother. She lived. She had children. There is a whole line of them because of what you did." Nera's lips part, a breath escapes her, and it is the first breath she has drawn in centuries. "I remember holding her," Nera says. "The water was so cold. I could not feel my arms, but I could feel her small heart beating against my chest." "Then you know you chose," Wren says. "You chose to save her." Nera's eyes close, open. "I chose," she says, "but I did not choose to stay." The words hang in the silver light. Pollin sinks to his knees. The sound he makes is not weeping. It is something older, a surrender so complete that it has no shape left. His scarred hands fall to his sides. "I bound you," he says. "I asked the river to keep you because I could not bear the shape of the world without you in it. I did not know you saved a child. I did not know you chose. I thought the river took you from me. I thought you were stolen. I was not stolen," Nera says. "I was given." The silver light around her flickers, and Fennick sees it, the thread. Not between him and Wren, but between Nera and Pollin, a silver cord, ancient and worn thin, almost translucent with age. It connects her chest to his. A binding knot sits at its center. The same knot Fennick has seen on the stone. The same knot that reshaped the reed token in his pocket. The same knot Pollin's hands have been trying to untie across centuries he does not remember. The knot that holds Nera here. Pollin's hands rise. They do not reach for her. They reach for the knot. "The river cannot untie it," Fennick says. "Only you can." Pollin's fingers brush the silver cord, and the shrine screams. Chapter 33. The shrine screams. The sound is not wind through stone, not a voice. It is the noise of something that has held its shape too long and feels the first crack spread through its center. The silver light around Nera flickers, dims, brightens again, and the scream climbs in pitch until it becomes a vibration Fennick feels in his teeth. Beside him, Wrenthe does not flinch. Her hand finds his wrist. Cold fingers wrap around the silver thread beneath his skin, and the contact steadies something in his chest that was beginning to splinter. "Isbet," Fennick calls over the sound. "The markings on the stone, the ones you transcribed, do you have them?" Isbet's hand is already moving, pulling the folded page from her coat pocket. She steps forward, pencil still tucked behind her ear, and her voice cuts through the scream with scholar's precision. "The carving shows a knot being tied on one side and a knot being undone on the other. The same hands, the same pattern. I thought it was instruction, but it might be a record." "A record of what?" "Of what happened when someone tried to let go before." The scream falters, drops to a hum that vibrates through the floor stones. Nera's eyes have not left Pollin. She stands in the silver light, her dark hair still wet, her brown eyes holding centuries of patience. She does not look angry. She looks like someone who has been waiting for a door to open and has finally heard footsteps on the other side. "Pollin," she says. Her voice is soft. "You wanted more time. You asked the river for one more chance and then another and another, until the asking became the only language you remembered." Pollin's hand still hovers over the silver knot, not touching it now, hovering as if the air around it burns. "I did not mean to trap you," he says. "I know. I thought if I could just reach you, if I could just find the right way to call you back. I thought the river would give you to me if I proved I loved you enough." The hum drops lower. The shrine walls tremble. Sabine steps forward. Her robe is still wet from the river mist, and her face is pale, but her voice is steady when she speaks. "The song my grandmother taught me ends with the woman reaching," she says. "Not drowning, reaching. I never understood why that word mattered until now." She begins to sing. The melody is the same one Fennick has heard across 100 cycles, the one Sabine always sings from the east stair at dusk. But her voice is different now, slower. She shapes each syllable as if she is naming something for the first time. She walked to the water at the edge of the world, with the child in her arms, and the current uncurled. And the river took her hand, and the river knew her name. But the one who loved her most never learned to do the same. Nera's lips part. "He never learned," she repeats. "You never learned, Pollin. You learned to ask. You learned to wait. You learned to shape the reeds into knots that would hold the river's attention. But you never learned to let me go." Pollin's hand drops, not to his side. It falls toward the knot, and his fingers close around the silver cord. The shrine does not scream this time. It weeps. A sound like water running over stone, like the first rain after a long drought, like a voice that has been holding its breath and finally lets it go. "I cannot," Pollin says. His voice breaks. "I have tried. I have tried across centuries I do not remember. My hands have been trying to untie this knot since before I knew what it was. But every time I reach for it, I remember her face the moment she walked into the water, and I cannot bear to let that face become something I only visit in memory." "Then remember the rest," Wrenthe says. Her voice cuts through the weeping sound like a blade through fog. "You remember her walking into the water. But do you remember why?" Pollin's eyes are silver now. The river light has risen to his pupils, filling them, drowning them. "She was running," he says. "There was a flood. The village was not a village yet, just huts by the bank. The water came so fast. I was on the high ground. She was at the edge. She had a child in her arms." "Whose child?" "I do not know. Someone else's. A neighbor's. She was always carrying someone else's burden." "Keep remembering." She looked at me. She looked at me and I was frozen. I could not move. The water was between us, and I could not make my feet step into it. The silver light around Nera pulses, brightens. Her form grows more solid, more present, as if Pollin's memory is feeding her substance. "She held the child above her head," Pollin continues. "The water was at her chin, and she was reaching. Not for the bank, for me. Her hand was open. She wanted me to take the child. And you did not move. I did not move. The confession hangs in the silver-lit air. Nera's voice is gentle when she speaks. You were afraid of the current. Yes. You were afraid of losing me. Yes. You tried to save me by asking the river to keep me. You thought preservation was the same as love. Pollin's hands are shaking. The silver cord between them vibrates with each tremor. Can you forgive me? He asks. Nera's smile is the saddest thing Fennick has ever seen. I forgave you the moment I went under the water, Pollin. I forgave you before you asked. I forgave you because I know you would spend the rest of your life trying to undo what you could not bear to have done. Then why can I not untie the knot? Because you have never asked me what I want. The silence that follows is absolute. Fennick feels Wrenthe's fingers tighten around his wrist. He feels the silver thread between them pulse in time with his heartbeat. He feels the weight of every cycle he has ever lived pressing down on him, and he understands for the first time that he has been doing the same thing Pollin did. He has been asking the river to keep Wrenthe by refusing to let her choose. Pollin, Fennick says. His voice sounds strange to his own ears, unrehearsed. What does Nera want? Pollin's silver eyes meet Fennick's. I do not know, he says. I never asked. Above them, the false dawn continues its slow spread across the sky. The shrine walls tremble again, and the weeping sound rises back toward a scream. Pollin's hand is still wrapped around the silver cord, and his fingers begin to move. Chapter 34. Pollin's fingers move on the silver cord. The motion is small, tentative, a twitch rather than a deliberate act. His scarred hands tremble, as if the gesture itself costs him something he cannot name. The shrine weeps around them, water running over stone, and the false dawn presses against the eastern sky like a wound that will not close. Fennick watches Pollin's hands and feels the shape of his own choice forming in his chest. He knows what he is about to do. He knows it is the same thing he has always done. The terror of the false dawn spreading, the fear that this cycle will fold backward before Pollin can find the truth. The old familiar panic that if he does not force the ending, he will lose everything again. It rises in him like river water, like the silver light under his skin, like the habit of control he swore he was done using. Pollin, Fennick says. His voice is steady. It sounds like someone else speaking. You need to remember the rest. I am trying. Pollin's eyes are silver pools, his pupils drowned. I cannot make it stay. Then let me help you. Wrenthe's hand tightens on Fennick's wrist. He feels her understanding before she speaks, a sharp intake of breath, the way her fingers did into his skin. Fennick, her voice is low, careful. What are you doing? Showing him what he cannot see alone. That is not what I asked. He does not answer. He steps forward toward Pollin, toward the silver cord that connects the reed cutter's scarred hands to Nera's waiting form. The shrine's weeping grows louder as he moves, as if the river knows what he intends and is warning him back. Sabine's voice rises behind him. She is still singing. The ancestral song, the one with the missing verse, the one that ends with the woman reaching instead of drowning. Her voice is raw now, shaped by understanding she did not have an hour ago. She sings the verse her grandmother withheld, the verse about the child in the floodwaters, about the river choosing a name, about the woman who opened her hands and let the current have her. She walked to the water at the edge of the world, with the child in her arms and the current uncurled. Fennick reaches into his pocket. The reed token is warm against his fingers. It has reshaped itself into the ancient sigil, the lover's knot, the same pattern carved into the submerged stone and the shrine wall. He holds it out, pressing it into Pollin's palm, folding the old man's fingers around it. Hold this, Fennick says. This is your knot. You tied it. You tied it before Sorrenthal had a name. You tied it because you could not bear to let her go. Pollin's hand closes around the token. The silver cord between him and Nera pulses, brightens. The cord is not just visible now, it is audible, a low thrum like a plucked string, like a voice vibrating through stone. And the river took her hand, and the river knew her name. Fennick reaches for the silver thread that connects his own wrist to Wrenthe's. He pulls it forward, not breaking it, not severing it, just drawing it into the space between Pollin and Nera. The two threads touch, the two bonds intersect. The shrine screams, not the weeping sound from before, a real scream, a voice. But the one who loved her most never learned to do the same. Pollin's body goes rigid, his back arches, his head snaps back. The silver light in his eyes flares so bright it turns his face into a max of liquid fire. His mouth opens and a sound comes out that is not a word, not a cry, just the raw vibration of memory breaking through a dam that is held for centuries. He is on the bank. The flood is rising. The water is browned and fast and full of things that used to be solid. Huts upstream, a cart, a body, no, two bodies, no, he cannot look, he cannot count. The rain is still falling. The sky is the color of bruised iron, and Nera is in the water. She has a child in her arms, a neighbor's child, the girl who was playing by the reeds when the bank gave way. Teresvade is searching for Prochus on the submerged ground. Her face is calm. She is always calm when everyone else is drowning. She looks at him. Her hand lifts. The child is above her head now, slippery, coughing, clutching at Nera's wrist. Nera is reaching toward him, toward the high ground where he stands with his feet rooted and his hands empty. "Take her," Nera says. Her voice cuts through the rain. "Pollin, take the child." He does not move. The water rises. It is at Nera's chin now. Her arm is still extended. The child is crying. Nera is not crying. She is looking at him, with something on her face that he will spend centuries trying not to name. "Please," she says. "I cannot hold her much longer." His feet will not move. His hands will not reach. The water closes over Nera's mouth. Her arm is still up, still holding the child, still reaching. Her eyes are still on him, and then she is gone, and the child is still in the air, held by a hand that no longer has a body beneath it. And Pollin is falling forward, into the water, finally moving, finally reaching, but it is too late. She is gone. She is gone. She is gone. He begged. He remembers that now. He remembers standing in the current up to his chest, the child pressed against him, the water still rising, and he begged. Not to the river. He did not know the river yet. He begged to the air, to the sky, to whatever had taken her. "Bring her back. Bring her back. I will do anything. I will give anything. Just bring her back." And something answered. Not a voice, not a shape. A pressure in the water, a pull in the current, a sense that the river itself had turned its attention toward him. It did not understand his grief. It only understood that a love had been interrupted, and that the interruption felt like a wound. "I will keep her," the river said. Not in words, in the way the flood is slowed, the way the water seemed to hold its breath. "I will keep her until you are ready to let her go." "Yes," Pollin said. "Yes, keep her. Keep her safe. Keep her for me." He did not understand what he was agreeing to. He did not understand that the river would take him literally, that it would preserve Nera's consciousness inside its current, that it would hold her there for centuries, because he had not specified a time limit. He just wanted her back. He wanted her back so badly that he made the water into a cage. The shrine is silent. The weeping has stopped. The scream has faded. Pollin stands with the reed token clutched in his hand, his face wet with tears he does not seem to notice, his silver-filled eyes fixed on Nera's form. "I remember," he says. His voice is hollow. "I remember everything." Fennick stands a few feet away, the silver thread still humming between his wrist and Wrenthe's. He feels hollow, too. He feels the shape of what he has just done, the violation of it, the way he forced Pollin's memory open with song and knot, and the pressure of his own bond. He turns to look at Wrenthe. She is staring at him, not with anger, not with accusation, with something worse. She is staring at him as if she is watching his oldest habit take its final form, as if she is seeing the man he becomes when fear outruns his loves. "You swore," she says. Her voice is quiet. "You swore you would stop trying to force the ending. The fast dawn was spreading. So you broke him open instead of letting him find his own way. He was running out of time. He was finding his own path. His fingers were already moving. He was already beginning to untie the knot. And you could not wait. You could not trust the process. You had to take control." The silver cord between them tightens, not in warmth, in warning. "Fennick." Wrenthe's voice breaks on his name. "You just did exactly what you said you would never do again." The shrine wall behind Pollin begins to crack. Not stone, the silver light itself. It fissures like ice under pressure, like a surface that is held too long and is finally giving way. The river is not weeping now. It is not screaming. It is doing something worse. It is listening. A pressure fills the air. Not sound, not light. A presence, vast and ancient and wounded, pressing against every breath, every heartbeat, every thought that dares to form inside the shrine. The crossing river is answering. Chapter 35. The stillness that floods the shrine is not silence. It is the absence of movement, the absence of breath, the absence of anything that might pretend the world is still ordinary. The silver light rising from the cracked wall has no source. It pools at their feet like water seeping from an invisible wound, and it does not pulse. It simply is. Fennick cannot move. His lungs work, but the air they draw tastes of riverstone and old grief, of something that has been waiting under the current for longer than any of them have been alive. Wrenthe is still beside him. He feels her hand find his, cold fingers trembling through his, and he does not know if she is grounding him or holding herself still. Across the shrine, Pollin has not moved either. He stands before Nera's suspended form, the reed token clutched in his scarred hand, his silver-filled eyes fixed on her face. The tears on his cheeks have dried into salt tracks that catch the light. The pressure builds. It is not sound. It is not light. It is a weight pressing against every surface, every thought, every heartbeat. The shrine walls groan. The floor beneath their feet vibrates with a frequency Fennick feels in his teeth. And then the river speaks. Not in words, in understanding. It floods through them like water through a breached dam, and Fennick knows, suddenly and completely, what the river believes. Unfinished love deserves infinite chances. The knowledge settles in his chest like a stone. The river does not see the loop as a trap. It sees it as a gift, a sacred repetition, a mercy extended to those whose love was interrupted before it could complete. Letting go is abandonment. The second truth lands harder. The river does not understand release. It cannot comprehend a love that chooses to end. In its theology, every parting is a wound, every goodbye a failure, every completed story a betrayal of the feeling that made it worth telling. Repetition is not cruelty. It is the only form of permanence the living can offer the dead. Fennick's breath catches, because he recognizes that belief. He has held it himself, shaped it into prayer, wrapped it around his grief like a binding he never needed to see. He has been the river's student across uncounted cycles, and he never knew he was learning its language. He turns to look at Wrenthe. Her face is pale, her jaw tight. She feels it too. He sees the recognition in her eyes, the way she is watching him measure the distance between the river's theology and his own. "You believed it?" she says. Not an accusation, an observation. "You believed that if you kept trying, kept repeating, kept perfecting the words, you could earn a different ending." "I wanted to stay with you. You wanted to keep me." Her voice is soft. The river wants the same thing. It keeps the dead because it does not know what else to do with love that was never finished. "I know that now." "Do you?" Wrenthe's hand tightens on his. "Or did you just learn the words so you could speak them at the right moment?" The question lands like a blade between his ribs. He does not answer, because he is not sure he knows the answer. Across the shrine, Pollin makes a sound. It is not a word. It is a sound that comes from somewhere deeper than his throat, a noise of recognition and grief and the slow, terrible understanding of what he has done. "I kept her," he says. His voice is raw. "I kept her because I could not bear to let her go. And the river kept her because I asked, because I begged, because I told it that love meant never releasing what you hold." Nera's form flickers. The silver light that shapes her shoulders, her throat, her dark wet hair, it wavers, and for a moment Fennick sees through her to the wall beyond. She is becoming less solid. The river is losing its grip on her shape because Pollin is finally understanding what he did. "She forgave me," Pollin says. "She forgave me before I ever asked. But I never let her go. I never trusted that forgiveness was real. I kept her here, bound to me, because I was afraid that if she left, she would forget me." The pressure in the room shifts. The river is listening. It is not angry. It is not grieving. It is confused, the way a child is confused when told that the game they have been playing has rules they never understood. Is release not loss? The question forms in Fennick's mind, not his own, pressed into his thoughts like a handprint in wet clay. Is letting go not the same as abandoning? No, Fennick says. His voice is rough. It is not the same. Releasing someone does not mean you stop loving them. It means you trust them enough to let them choose. The river does not understand. He feels it trying to parse his words, turning them over like stones, searching for the shape of meaning beneath. But if they choose to leave, the love ends. Only one version of it, and that version is not enough? No, Fennick says. It is not. Because love that cannot survive separation was never love. It was possession dressed up as devotion. Across the room, Pollin's hand moves. He reaches toward Nera's flickering form, his scarred fingers trembling, and Fennick sees the silver cord between them tighten, the binding knot at its center shift him, loosening, the threads beginning to separate. She wanted to go, Pollin says. All this time, she wanted to cross. And I held her here because I could not say goodbye. Nera's eyes open. They are still brown, still human, still warm. She looks at Pollin with a tenderness that makes Fennick's chest ache, and she does not speak, but she does not need to. Her gaze is permission. Her stillness is grace. The river presses harder. The weight in the air increases, and Fennick feels it folding around him, not attacking, not retreating, learning. You asked me to keep her. The knowledge arrives without sound, but Fennick understands it completely. The river is not speaking to Pollin. It is speaking to him. You asked me to keep her. You stood at her doorway and wished for more time, and I heard you. I gave you every night you wanted, every repetition, every chance to say the words you could not say when she was alive. Fennick's breath stops. You wanted infinite chances. I gave them to you. You wanted to never lose her. I preserved her. You wanted to be chosen. I let you try. I learned from you. The understanding hits him like a wave of cold water. The river did not trap him. It answered him. Every prayer he never spoke, every wish he never admitted, every refusal to let go. The river heard him all and shaped them into this endless night because it believed that was what he wanted. And he did want it. He wanted it so badly that he never asked Wrenthe what she wanted. The silver thread between them tightens. He feels Wren's pulse through it, the rhythm of her presence, the life she still has even in death. She is looking at him, and her eyes are filling with tears he has not seen her shed before. You asked it to keep me, she whispers, before you ever asked me to stay. He cannot deny it. The truth sits in his chest like stone, and the rover is still watching, still waiting, still learning what release looks like from the man who taught it to her hold on. Fennick opens his mouth. The words he has rehearsed across 100 cycles rise to his throat. He feels them forming, polished and perfect, ready to be delivered at exactly the right moment. He swallows them. I should have asked you first, he says. I should have trusted you to choose. Wren's breath catches. Her hand tightens on his. The river does not understand, but it is watching, and the shrine walls are holding, and the false dawn has not yet reached its end. But the moment is thin as glass, and Fennick knows it is about to shatter. Chapter 36. The river presses in around them, silver light pooling at their feet like water finding its way across stone, and Fennick feels it studying him the way he once studied the patter of the blessing root. It is not angry. It is not grieving. It is learning. And that is more terrifying than any threat, because he does not know what it will become once it understands. Isbet steps forward, her notebook forgotten in her hands, the pencil gone from its spine. Her sharp face is pale in the silver glow, and when she speaks, her voice carries the weight of someone who has spent years assembling a truth she never wanted to find. The river did not trap you out of malice, she says. It sanctified your refusal to lose her. Fennick turns to face her. The words land like stones dropped into still water. You accepted repetition over honest grief, Isbet continues. You wanted infinite chances, and the river gave them to you because it believed that was love. It mistook endurance for devotion, and you let it. He wants to argue. The words rise in his throat, sharp and defensive, ready to name all the ways she does not understand. Wren's hand finds his. The contact stops the words before they form. Her fingers are cold, still cold, but they curl around his with a pressure that is not asking for anything. Not staying, not promising, just holding. "I know," he says quietly. Not to Isbet, to Wrenthe. Her breath catches. The silver thread between them pulses once, a soft warmth that travels up his arm and settles behind his ribs. "I know, I accepted it," he says. "I told myself I was fighting for you, that I was refusing to let go because loving you meant never giving up. But I was not fighting. I was hiding. Every cycle I told myself I was trying to reach you, but I was just finding new ways to avoid the end." Wren's fingers tightens. "The end where she chooses," Pollin says from across the room. Fennick looks up. The old reed cutter is still kneeling before Nera's flickering form, his scarred hands wrapped around the silver cord that binds them, and there is something raw in his face that Fennick has never seen before. Recognition. "I asked Nera what she wanted," Pollin says. His voice cracks. "She told me. All those years I never asked, and when I finally did, she answered." Nera's eyes are open now, fully open. She is looking at Pollin with a tenderness that makes Fennick's throat close, and she does not speak, but the silver light around her flickers, shifts, takes on a warmer shade. "She's been waiting," Pollin continues. "Not for me to let her go, for me to ask what she wanted so she could answer. The river could not unbind her because the knot was never about the binding. It was about the question I refused to ask." The river presses in at the edges of the room, a pressure that is not quite sound, not quite presence, but Fennick feels it fold around Pollin's words the way water folds around a stone, testing their shape. Is this release? The question forms in Fennick's mind again, unbidden, pressed into him like a handprint. "Is this what you meant?" "No," he says, and the pressure shifts. Release is not one thing. It is different for every love. For Pollin, it means asking. For me, it means letting Wren speak her choice before I tell her what I want. The river falters. It does not retreat, but Fennick feels its confusion ripple through the silver light. A pause, a hesitation. The way a reader stops when the text does not match the expected pattern. Wren steps closer. Her shoulder brushes his. The thread between them hums, and he feels her presence through with mints, and he understands that what she is about to say comes from both of them, from the bond they share, from the current that has carried her across all these cycles. "I want to cross," she says, "not because I do not love you, because I do, and I want to choose what comes next with the part of me that can still become something new." The room holds its breath. Pollin's hand tightens on the silver cord. Nera's form flickers, reaches toward him. "I want to find out who I am when I am not being kept," Wren continues. "I want to see the river from your vision, the wide one under the unfamiliar sky. I want to know what waits on the far bank." Fennick feels the words like a blade, clean and precise, opening a wound he has carried so long he forgot it was there. And then he feels them like a balm, because she is choosing, freely, with her eyes open and her voice steady, and the silver thread between them alive with the truth of her wanting. "Then no," he says. The words come out rough, barely above a whisper, but he means them with his whole chest. "Go. Choose. Become whatever you are supposed to become. I will stay here and live the life I stopped living the night you died. I will let the villagers wake into their first true morning. I will let Pollin let Nera go. And I will carry the truth that you loved me, that we loved each other, that it was real even if it was not long enough." Wren's hand lifts. She touches his cheek, her fingers cold, and he leans into the contact because it might be the last time he feels her touch. The silver path across the river begins to open behind her. He sees it through the shrine's cracked walls, a bridge of light forming on the water, stretching toward a shore that glows with a warmth this world has never known. "You are not losing me," Wren says. "You are letting me arrive." Nera's form lifts. The binding knot between her and Pollin loosens further, threads separating, and Pollin reaches toward her from hands that no longer tremble. "I asked," he says. "She answered, and I am letting her go." The river shudders, not with resistance, with recognition. The silver light in the shrine begins to shift, gathering toward the open path, and Fennick understands. The learning is almost complete. The river is watching, cataloging, finally beginning to grasp that release and abandonment are not the same. But the false dawn is still spreading, and the path across the water is opening, and Wren's hand is still on his cheek. "This is not the end," she says. The silver thread between them tightens once, a pulse of warmth that travels through his whole body, and then she steps back. The current takes the hem of her dress. Pollin releases the binding knot. The shrine walls crack with silver light as the path across the Warden opens fully, and Nera's form rises, reaches, begins to drift toward the glow. Wren turns. The silver thread on Fennick's wrist pulls taut, and she walks. Chapter 37. The words sit in his throat, layered and fine, every syllable he has polished across the centuries. He feels them rising in the correct order, the confession he has been saving for the moment when she finally chose, the speech that would prove he understood, that he had changed, that he was worthy of her choice. Wren's hand lifts. She presses 2 fingers against his lips, and the words die before they reach air. "No." Her voice is soft but final, cutting through the silver light pooling around them. "I know that tone. I have heard it in 100 variations across the cycles I do not fully remember. You have shaped this speech for longer than I have been alive, and I will not be persuaded by it." Fennick's chest tightens. The rehearsed words press against the inside of his ribs, demanding release, insisting they are the truth he finally learned to speak. "Wren, if you have anything real left to say," she continues, her fingers still against his mouth. "Say it now, without the polish, without the shape you have been giving it across every night you tried to earn me instead of trusting me." She lowers her hand. The silver path behind her pulses, waiting. "Because I am choosing the crossing," she says. "I am choosing it now, before you can choose for me. And if you want me to hear who you really are before I go, you have this breath and no other." The shrine holds its silence. Pollin and Nera are still as stone, their thread loosening but not yet broken. Isbet stands frozen with her notebook open, her pencils suspended above the page. The river's presence presses against the cracked walls, vast and attentive, learning from whatever happens next. Fennick opens his mouth. The polished words surge forward, ready to arrange themselves into the perfect shape he has carried through decades of repetition. He stops them. It takes everything he has. They are warm and familiar, easier than breathing, and they tell the truth. They do tell the truth, but they tell it in the order he decided would move her, would convince her, would earn him the ending he wanted. "I loved you," he says it plain, without adornment, and the words feel wrong in his mouth. Too simple, too small. Wren does not move. "I loved you before I knew your name," he continues, the sentences coming ragged, unshaped. "I loved you in the square when you laughed at me failing to fix that cart axle. I loved you through the window of the bindery when you pretended not to eavesdrop. I loved you in the sick room, and I did not say it because I was afraid that speaking it would make it real. And if it was real, then losing you would destroy me." His voice cracks on the last word. "Then I lost you, and I was destroyed anyway. Not because you died, because I never told you." The silver light in the shrine flickers, shifts, as if the river is leaning closer. "I spent every cycle trying to earn the right moment," he says. "I told myself if I could just say it perfectly, you would stay. If I could prove I deserved you, the ending would be different. I made love into a transaction. I made you into a prize I could win if I recited the right lines." He stops. The rehearsed words are still there, waiting, patient as the current. He could reach for them. He could shape this into the version he always imagined, the one where she understands and forgives and chooses to remain. But she asked for unpolished truth, and she is already choosing the crossing. "I do not know how to be the man who does not try to keep you," he says. "I have been the man who holds on for so long that letting go feels like a kind of dying, but I am not dying tonight. I am standing here watching you choose, and I am not going to stop you." His hands are shaking. He does not try to steady them. "I love you," he says. I love you in the present tense, in the only moment that has ever mattered, and I am letting you go not because I have learned how, but because you asked me to trust you, and I am finally ready to try. Wren's eyes shine, not with silver light, with something older, something human, something the river has never been able to replicate. You are not good at unpolished, she says, and there is a ghost of a smile on her mouth. But you are getting better. He laughs. The sound is raw, half a sob, and it feels like the most honest thing he has produced all night. I have had centuries of practice performing, he says. I have had one breath of being real. Then use it. She steps closer. The silver path behind her brightens, casting her shadow long across the cracked floor, but she does not turn toward it yet. Tell me one thing you never rehearsed, one thing you never shaped for a better response. Fennick thinks. The polished words rustle like old pages, ready to be read. He pushes them aside. I did not know how to love you and let you live, he says. I thought keeping you was the same as loving you, and I was wrong. Her breath catches. I am sorry, he says, for every cycle I practiced instead of trusted, for every night I turned devotion into performance, for loving you so carefully that I forgot to love you honestly. The silver path pulses once, twice, a rhythm that matches his heartbeat. Wren reaches up and touches his cheek. Her fingers are cold, but her palm presses warm against his skin, and he realizes she is drawing warmth from him, borrowing the living heat she lost when the river took her. I know, she says. I have always known. Even the versions of me who did not remember felt it. That is why I kept coming back to you. Not because of the thread, because of something in you that the thread could not explain. She presses her forehead to his. The silver thread between them tightens, pulls taut, and for a single heartbeat, he feels what she feels. The cold current of the river, the smell of the far shore, the warmth of a light he has never seen. Thank you, she says, for letting me arrive. She steps back. The silver path opens wider, flooding the shrine with light, and Nera's form rises beside her, reaching toward Pollin with a hand that no longer flickers. Wren turns. The hem of her dress touches the current, and Fennick speaks one last time, without rehearsal, without hope of changing her mind. I will find you. She looks back. Her eyes are silver and brown, and everything he has ever loved. I know, she says. Then she walks into the light, and the path closes behind her, and the shrine falls silent except for the beep of a river that has finally learned what letting go sounds like. Chapter 38. The shrine holds its silence like a held breath. Fennick stands where Wrenthe left him, his hand still raised toward the space her shoulder occupied, his fingers touching nothing but cold air. The silver path closed behind her with a sound like water sealing over a stone, and now there is only the cracked floor, the trembling walls, the weight of words he finally spoke without rehearsal. They hang in the air between him and the empty space where she stood. I loved you before I knew your name. I made love into a transaction. I am letting you go not because I have learned how, but because you asked me to trust you. The words do not fade. They echo off the shrine walls, off the ancient carvings, off the silver light that still pulses faintly along the floor like a heartbeat slowing toward stillness. Fennick's hands are still shaking. He does not try to stop them. Behind him he hears Pollin breathing, ragged, uneven, the sound of a man who has just remembered how to cry. Nera's form flickers beside him, her hand still reaching toward the space where the path opened, her brown eyes wet with something the river never taught her to express. Isbet's pencil scratches once, twice, then stops. Sabine's voice, when it comes, is barely a whisper. She crossed. Yes, Fennick says. The word is dry, cracked, scraped from his throat with nothing left to cushion it. He should feel something. Grief. Relief. The clean wound of truth finally told. But there is only this hollow stillness, this absence where Wren's shape used to be, this silence where her voice should answer. Then the shrine shudders. Not the walls this time, not the silver light. Something deeper. The stone beneath his feet vibrates, once, twice, a pulse that travels up through his bones and settles in his chest like a second heart learning a new rhythm. The river is listening. Not pressing in like before, not cracking the walls with wounded presence. Listening. As if Fennick's words are still echoing through the current, and the current is trying to understand a language it has never heard. The confession, Isbet says slowly, her scholar's mind already working. It heard you. Every word. Fennick does not turn. It learned how to hold on from me. It had to learn how to let go from me too. The second pulse is softer, less a shudder, more a question. The silver light on the floor shifts, gathers, pools at Fennick's feet like a living thing waiting for instruction. It does not climb, it does not reach, it waits. He looks down at it. I do not have anything else to say, he tells the light. I said it all, I meant it all, and she is gone. The light does not retreat. It holds its shape, patient as water, and for a moment Fennick feels something he has not felt in centuries, the absence of pressure. The loop has not broken. He can feel that too, the familiar tautness at the edge of his awareness, the knowledge that dawn should be coming, but has not yet arrived. The false dawn is still spreading out there, beyond the shrine walls, waiting for the river to decide whether to break or learn. But the grip has loosened. He breathes. It is the first breath he has taken since Wrenthe crossed that does not feel like drowning. Fennick! Pollin's voice, raw, older than it sounded at the start of the night. He turns. Pollin stands at the edge of the shrine's inner chamber, Nera beside him, her hand in his. Their silver thread is still visible, still connected, but it hangs loose between them now, no longer taut with the tension of centuries. I remember everything, Pollin says. The flood, the child, the moment I asked the river to keep her. His scarred hand tightens around Nera. I remember how it felt to choose preservation over release. Fennick meets his eyes. How does it feel now? Pollin looks at Nera. She looks back, her brown eyes warm in the silver light, her mouth curved with something that might be peace. It feels like I've been holding my breath for lifetimes, he says, and I have finally remembered how to let it go. He does not let go of her hand. But the silver thread between them loosens another fraction, and Nera's form grows steadier, more solid, as if the act of being chosen rather than kept has given her something the river never could. The temple shudders again. This time, the silver light on the floor rises, forms a column, stretches toward the ceiling like a pillar of water reaching for sky. It does not burn. It does not press. It grows, steady and calm, and at its center Fennick sees something that stops his breath. A shape. Not Nera's shape, not Wrenthe's. A different figure, barely formed, composed of light and current and the memory of something older than Sorrenthal. It stands at the heart of the column, arms at its sides, face turned toward him with an expression he cannot read. The river. Not as a wound, not as a presence pressing in through cracked walls, as a figure, tentative and learning, shaped by the language Fennick just spoke. It raises one hand. The gesture is slow, uncertain, as if it is trying to communicate something it does not have words for. Its fingers open, palm toward him, and the meaning is unmistakable, even without sound. Show me again. Fennick stares at the offered hand. Behind him he hears Sabine's breath catch. Hears Isbet's pencil fall to the stone floor. Hears Pollin whisper Nera's name like a prayer he is finally ready to finish. The figure waits. The false dawn presses against the shrine's walls, thin and pale and patient, but the river has not broken yet. It is still here, still learning, still asking for one more lesson in the language of release. Fennick looks at his own hands, ink-stained, shaking, empty of everything except the truth he finally spoke. He does not know if he has another confession left in him. He does not know if the river can learn this fast, or if the lesson will be enough to stop the false dawn from tearing through. But the figure is waiting, and Wrenthe's voice, still warm in his memory, says I know when he promised to find her. He steps forward. His foot touches the silver light, and the shrine holds its breath. Chapter 39. The figure stands in the column of silver light, hands still raised, palm open, waiting. Fennick's foot touches the glow at the shrine floor, and the warmth travels up through his ankle, his shin, settling in his chest like a second heartbeat. He has nothing left to say. No rehearsed words, no script he has been saving. The confession he spoke is already out in the world, raw and unfinished, and the river is asking him to speak it again, as if repetition might teach it what the words mean. But Wrenthe is already gone. He opens his mouth to tell the figure this, to explain that he cannot show what he does not have, when the silver light at his feet ripples. Not outward, upward. A thread rises from the pool, thin as spider silk, and reaches past his shoulder toward the shrine's open archway. It does not pull. It does not demand. It stretches toward the river beyond the walls, and Fennick feels the familiar tug at his wrist, the bond that has connected him to Wrenthe across every cycle, every failure, every dawn that never came. It is still there. The thread is taut but not breaking, stretched across the water she crossed, and as he watches, the silver light at its far end begins to glow with a warmth he has never felt from the river before. Not cold, not patient, alive. Fennick. The voice comes from the archway. He turns. Wrenthe stands at the threshold of the shrine, her pale linen dress wet at the hem, her dark hair clinging to her throat. The silver light is still visible in her veins, branching at her temples, pulsing at her wrists, but her eyes are not the flat silver of the bound dead. They are brown, warm, hers. She is not supposed to be here. "You crossed," he says, and his voice breaks on the word. "I did." She does not step forward. "But the river let me come back, just for this." She looks past him, at the figure of light and current still standing in the column, its hand still raised, its expression unreadable. "It wants to learn," she says. "It held me on the far side long enough to ask if I would show it one more time." Fennick's throat tightens. "Show it what?" Wrenthe's gaze meets his. "What it means to choose." She steps into the shrine. The silver light on the floor parts for her, flowing around her feet like water avoiding a stone, and she walks past Fennick to stand before the river's manifested shape. He watches her. She does not tremble. She does not hesitate. She stands at the heart of the column of light, the river's figure before her, and she speaks to it as if addressing something she has known longer than memory. "You think letting go is abandonment," she says. "You think love that does not keep is love that failed. But that is not what I felt when I crossed." The figure's hand lowers slowly, as if listening. "What I felt," Wrenthe continues, "was not loss. It was arrival. Every unfinished part of me that the river held, every thread that kept me tethered to a night that would never end, fell away. And what remained was not smaller." Her voice catches. "It was larger." She turns to face Fennick fully, and the look in her eyes is not sorrow, not regret. It is fierce and clear and absolute, the expression of someone who has seen the far shore and knows the shape of what waits there. "I loved you before I knew your name," she says. "I will love you after this light fades, but I cannot stay to prove it." He nods. It is the only thing he can do. "I know." She holds his gaze for one more breath, then turns back to the river's figure and raises her hand. "Watch," she says, and she walks toward the shrine's open wall, where the silver light spills out onto the misty riverbank. Fennick follows. The false dawn is still spreading across the eastern horizon, pale and thin and wrong. But the river beneath it has changed. The surface of the crossing is no longer still. It moves with a low, steady current, silver ripples catching the light of the fading lanterns along the bank. And where the water meets the shore, a path has opened. Not the bridge of light from before. Something quieter. A line of silver stones, just below the surface, spaced for footsteps, leading across the current toward the mist that hides the far bank. Wrenthe steps onto the first stone. The water closes around her ankle, warm where it should be cold, and she does not shiver. Pollin appears at Fennick's side. His scarred hand grips Nera's, and she stands beside him in her silver form, her brown eyes fixed on the path ahead. "This is it," Pollin says. His voice is raw. "The crossing she should have had the first time." Nera turns to him. She does not speak, but she lifts his hand to her lips and presses a kiss to his scarred knuckles, and Pollin's breath shudders out of him. "Go," he whispers, "before I forget how to let you." Nera smiles. It is small, tremulous, full of light that has been waiting centuries to reach her eyes. She releases his hand and steps toward the water. Wrenthe is already 3 stones out. Nera steps onto the first stone behind her, and the current accepts her weight. Together, they walk, the 2 women who have been bound by the river longer than any living memory, their silver forms growing brighter as they move toward the center of the crossing. The mist parts before them, curling back like a curtain drawn aside, and Fennick sees what lies beyond. A bank. Not the opposite shore he knows from every cycle. Not the muddy edge where the dead rise each amber night. A different shore, golden and warm, where the light comes from no lantern and the air shimmers with heat. Wrenthe reaches the middle of the river and stops. She turns. She looks back at him, one last time, and her lips shape words he cannot hear over the current. But he knows them anyway. I know. I will wait. Then she turns again and keeps walking. Nera follows, her form steady now, solid in a way it has not been all night. The first chapel bell rings. Fennick's head snaps toward the village. The sound is clean, whole. Chime chimes in full succession without a single one failing. The bell that has not rung properly in centuries rings out across the mist, and behind it, another joins. The second bell, the third. They ring in sequence, spreading through Sorrenthal like a pulse waking the village from a dream it did not know it was having. The mist thins. The false dawn on the eastern horizon flickers, dims, and begins to recede as the real dawn pushes through from behind it, pale and true, and full of color. Fennick looks back to the river. Wrenthe has almost reached the far shore. Nera is a step behind her. Their silver forms glow against the golden light of the bank ahead, and Fennick watches them climb out onto the warm sand, watches them turn together, to look back one last time. Wrenthe raises her hand. The light breaks. Silver over gold and amber and dawn. All of it floods through the water, the mist, the air itself. And Fennick throws his arm up to shield his eyes. The brightness is not painful. It is total. Impossibly full. And when it fades, blinking against the afterimage, he lowers his arm. The far shore is empty. The mist is closed again. The bells are still ringing. Chapter 40. The bells are still ringing. Not the broken pattern he has memorized through 100 cycles, not the 7 chimes that die before completion, but 9 full notes pouring through the mist like water through a cracked dam. Fennick stands at the shrine's edge with his arms lowered, the afterimage of gold and silver still swimming across his vision, and listens to Sorrenthal wake into a morning that has not come in longer than any living soul can remember. The mist does not thin gradually. It peels away in layers, the way fever lifts from a sleeping face, revealing shapes the village has not seen in generations. The roof lines beyond the shrine emerge one by one, wet with real dawn, their edges sharp against a sky that is not the false amber of the river's lie, but pale blue, deepening toward gold where the sun will crest the valley ridge. Footsteps on the cobblestones behind him. Fennick does not turn. He cannot. His legs have forgotten how to carry him anywhere but forward into water, and the water is still now, quiet, the silver light beneath its surface fading to a deep and ordinary green. Fennick, Isbet's voice, hoarse, stripped of the scholar's precision she guards like armor. They are waking up, she says. The whole village. They are coming out of their houses like people who have slept through a storm. He nods. The motion costs him something he does not have a name for. And Wrenthe? The question hangs in the air between them, a thread pulled taut by someone who already knows the answer. She crossed, he says. She and Nera both. They reached the far shore. Isbet is silent for a long moment. When she speaks again, her voice is softer than he has ever heard it. The bells are real then. The dawn is real. Yes. Then you did it. He turns at that, finally, and the look on his face must be something terrible, because Isbet's hand goes still on her notebook, and she does not write anything down. I let her go, he says. That is all I did. I stopped holding on, and she crossed. The village gathers in the square as the sun clears the ridge. They come in ones and twos, blinking, confused, their festival clothes still damp with river mist, their lanterns dead in their hands. No one knows what to say. No one remembers a morning after Amber Night, because there has never been one. The tradition tells them the dead return, and the living wait, and the mist closes before dawn. but the tradition is wrong, and they feel the wrongness in their bones without understanding why. Sabine stands at the chapel steps with her hands pressed to her mouth. Oren grips his ferry pole like a man who has forgotten how to let go of anything. Darya emerges from the apothecary garden with soil still under her nails and a low on her face that says she always knew something was being taken from them. Pollin is the last to appear. He walks through the square with his scarred hands hanging at his sides, his face aged by something deeper than years, and when he reaches the river bank, he stops and stares at the water. Fennick watches him from the ferry posts, watches Pollin raise one hand, slowly, and press it to his own chest where the silver thread used to anchor. He feels for something that is no longer there. Then he lowers his hand and walks away without looking back. Fennick, Isbet again. She has followed him to the ferry posts, her notebook open, her pencil moving in short, sharp strokes that seem to steady her more than they record. The current is behaving strangely. He looks down. The water around the ferry posts moves in a pattern he does not recognize. The river has always flowed east, steady and unhurried, the same direction every cycle. But here, between the wooden posts where he found the reed token at the start of the night that changed everything, the current runs in two directions at once. The surface moves east. Beneath it, something moves west. A braid of silver light, thinned as a finger, winding against the flow like a thread being pulled from the other side. He kneels. Isbet kneels beside him. "What is it?" she whispers. He reaches toward the water, and the silver braid rises to meet him. It coils around his fingers, cool and warm at once, familiar in a way that makes his chest contract, and he feels Wrenthe. Not her voice, not her presence, but a trace of her, a residue left behind in the current like the shimmer of a handprint on glass after the hand has moved away. "Fennick." Isbet's voice has changed. He looks up. She is staring at the silver braid wrapped around his fingers, her pencil frozen mid-stroke. "This is not the crossing," she says slowly. "Not the river we have been standing beside all night." "What do you mean?" She reaches into her notebook, pulls out a folded page covered in symbols she copied from the submerged stone. Her hands are shaking. "The wound," she says, "the breach in the membrane between this world and the afterworld. It did not close when the loop broke." She points at the silver braid. "That is not water. It is a path, a current within the current, a river beneath the river." Fennick looks down at the silver thread wrapped around his fingers, and the braid tightens gently, deliberately, as if something on the other side has noticed him. "It is pulling west," Isbet says, "against the natural flow, as if something on the far side is drawing it toward a different shore than the one Wrenthe reached." She pauses. "Fennick, I think the breach leads somewhere, and I think Wrenthe left this behind for you to find." The silver braid pulses once, warm against his skin, and the current beneath the ferry posts hums with a low, patient note. Waiting. Fennick looks up at the village waking into its first true morning, at the chapel bells still ringing, at the mist that will never close over Sorrenthal the way it used to. Then he looks down at the silver thread, and he does not let go. Chapter 41. The sun climbs higher over Sorrenthal, and the village does not know what to do with it. Fennick stands at the ferry posts with the silver braid still wrapped around his fingers, watching the light spread across rooftops that have never held morning. The chapel bells have stopped ringing. The mist has pulled back to the river's edge, thin and uncertain, as if it does not recognize the world it is touching. Isbet has not moved from his side. Her pencil hangs loose in her hand, the notebook forgotten. "Fennick!" He hears her, but the word arrives at a distance, muffled by the hum in his ears. The silver braid pulses against his skin with a rhythm that is almost a heartbeat, almost a breath, almost Wrenthe's voice shaping a word he cannot catch. "The village is waking up properly now," Isbet says. "They are going to come down to the river. They are going to want answers. Then give them some." "What do I tell them?" He looks at her then. She is pale beneath her sharp features, her hair coming loose from its pulled-back tightness, her notebook curling at the edges where river mist has soaked into the paper. "Tell them the truth," he says. "Tell them the night finally ended. And the breach." He looks down at the silver braid. It moves against the current in a pattern that is almost deliberate, almost language, almost a sentence being written and rewritten beneath the surface. The water around it is clear in a way the crossing has never been, translucent, revealing stones and roots and a depth that does not look like riverbed at all. "It did not close," he says. "You were right." Isbet kneels beside him, her scholar's eye replacing her shock. She studies the braid without touching it, her fingers tracing the shape of its movement in the air. "This is not residue," she says. "This is not a trace left behind. This is a wound that is holding itself open." "What does that mean?" She reaches into her notebook, pulls out the folded page of symbols she copied from the submerged stone. She holds it beside the braid, comparing. "The ancient carving showed two lovers on opposite banks connected by a thread," she says, "standing still, not reaching. The sigil beneath them was the knot the river was learning to untie." She points at the braid. "This is not the knot. This is the thread itself. But it is moving. It is pulling against the natural current. It is trying to reach something." Fennick's chest tightens. "The other bank, the other world," Isbet says. "The golden shore Wrenthe crossed to. The breach between them did not seal when the loop broke. It is staying open because something on the far side is keeping it open." "Wrenthe," Isbet hesitates. "Or something that noticed her crossing, something that wants to reach back through." The silver braid tightens around his fingers, pulls once, gently, like a hand testing a grip. Fennick looks at the sun. It is real. The sky is blue. The mist is dying against the morning. The loop is broken, and Wrenthe is gone, and he is standing on the riverbank with a thread of silver light wrapped around his hand, and she left this behind for him. He does not know why. He does not know what it means, but he knows he cannot let go. "There is more," Isbet says. Her voice has dropped, careful, measuring. "The breach, it is not just open, it is growing. Every moment the thread stays connected to you, the current widens." She holds out her hand, palm up. "Let me see your wrist." He extends his arm. She pushes back the sleeve of his festival jacket, exposing the burn scar on the inside of his left wrist, the old wound he made the night Wrenthe died. The silver braid has not just wrapped around his fingers, it has entered him. The thread runs beneath his skin now, a thin line of pale silver tracing the path of the burn scar, branching at his wrist, threading toward his palm. It does not hurt. It feels like warmth, like a pulse that matches his own, like something settling into a place that has been waiting for it. Isbet's breath catches. "How long has that been there?" "I do not know. I did not feel it happen." She releases his wrist, steps back. Her face has gone careful, the expression of someone calculating odds she does not want to state aloud. "The breach is not just staying open," she says. "It is choosing you." "What does that mean?" "The river beneath the river, the silver path." Wrenthe crossed on a bridge of stones. She reached the golden shore, but the thread did not break. It stayed connected to you. She pauses. "I think the breach leads to where she is, and I think she is trying to guide you toward it." Fennick looks down at the silver thread running beneath his skin, at the braid coiling around his fingers, at the current moving against its own nature, because something on the far side is pulling. "What do I do?" Isbet's answer takes too long. "I do not know," she says. "I do not know if you are meant to follow it, or if following it will tear the wound open wider. I do not know if Wrenthe is calling you, or if something else is using her thread to call." She looks at him, and for the first time since he met her, the scholar's certainty is gone from her face. "All I know is that the breach did not close, and it is not healing, it is waiting." The silver braid pulses again, and this time Fennick hears the voice, not in words, not in sound, but in a pressure behind his ribs, a warmth in his chest, a pull that feels like recognition. Wrenthe, not her presence, not her shape, but the echo of her, the shape of her love left behind in the current, pressing against the wound between worlds, trying to reach him. He steps closer to the water. The silver braid rises, wraps higher around his wrist, pulls toward the current, and the river beneath the river opens. Fennick looks down and sees, through the clear water, a second path. It runs below the riverbed, a channel of silver light that bends away from Sorrenthal, away from the crossing, toward a horizon that does not exist in this world. And at the far end of that path, so distant it is barely a shimmer, he sees a figure, standing still, waiting. The silver thread tightens, and the current whispers his name. Chapter 42. The sun climbs over Sorrenthal like a foreign thing, too bright, too steady, too certain of its path. Fennick stands at the edge of the square and watches the villagers move through a morning they have never seen. Marta Bed carries a basket of bread toward the chapel steps, then stops halfway, staring at the sky as if waiting for it to revert to darkness. Wrenthe stands in his doorway with a hammer in one hand, tools scattered at his feet, looking at the cobblestones like he has forgotten what daylight work feels like. The chapel bells stop ringing. The silence that follows is raw, unprotected. Fennick's wrist burns where the silver thread runs beneath his skin. He keeps the sleeve of his festival jacket pulled down, hides the pale line from anyone who might ask. Isbet appears beside him without warning. "The wardens are meeting at the shrine," she says. "Oren sent word. They want the riverbank closed before sunset." Closed. Roped off. No one down to the water till they understand what changed. Fennick looks at the crossing, visible at the end of the lane where the cobblestones give way to wet reeds. The current moves as it always has, surface flowing east, silver braid flowing west beneath it, the wound between worlds staying open. "The river does not feel right," Isbet says. "That is what they will tell you. It feels like it is waiting for something." It is. That is what I am afraid of. She does not ask about the thread. She does not ask about the figure at the far end of the silver path. She stands beside him with her hands in the pockets of her structured coat, her hair already pulling loose from its tight knot, and watches the village stumble through unfamiliar sunlight. They are all walking wrong, Fennick realizes. The villagers move with a hesitation that has nothing to do with confusion. Their bodies remember a rhythm no longer playing. They expect the mist to close in. They expect the bells to stop at 8. They expect the weight of repetition pressing against their chests, and instead they feel nothing, and nothing terrifies them more than the shapes they have memorized. Sabine Yarrow crosses the square, her procession robe folded over one arm. She stops when she sees Fennick. "Did you sleep?" "No, neither did I." She looks at the river, then back at him. "My grandmother's song. I remembered the rest of it this morning, the part that was never taught to me." "What does it say?" Sabine's voice drops. She walked to the water at the edge of the world with the child in her arms and the current uncurled, and the river knew her name, and the one who loved her most finally learned to let her go. She holds his gaze. I think that last line was added later, by someone who watched it happen. Sabine walks away before he can answer. The morning stretches. Darya emerges from the apothecary garden and crosses to him with a jar of salve, presses it into his palm without a word, her face carrying guilt and relief and the exhaustion of someone who has been waiting to feel clean for a long time. Pollin does not appear. Oren stands at the chapel steps, his ferry pole in hand, not looking at the river. Fennick walks the lane toward the shrine, and the village falls open around him like a wound that has forgotten how to close. He finds Pollin at the riverbank, not standing, sitting with his legs folded beneath him, his scarred hands resting in his lap. The silver thread anchor is gone from his chest, the place where the knot lived now just skin, unmarked, like a scar that healed and forgot its wound. Pollin does not look up. "Your thread is still connected," he says. "Yes." "You have not let go." "No." Pollin nods slowly. "I thought letting go would make the absence feel complete, that if I untied the knot, the shape of her would vanish from inside me, and I would be empty, and emptiness would be the price of release." He looks at his hands. "It is not empty, it is quiet. The accent is still there, but it is not screaming. I did not know it had been screaming until it stopped." Fennick sits beside him. The river moves. The silver braid pulses beneath the surface, carrying Wrenthe's echo, the shape of her love pressing against the wound between worlds. "What if I cannot let go?" Fennick says. "You will. Not because you choose to. Because the thread will show you what it holds, and you will not be able to hold it alone." Pollin turns to look at him, and his eyes are ancient, clear, no longer frozen. "The wardens are closing the bank," Pollin says, "but the water will still call. It is already calling. It has been calling since dawn, but no one here knows how to hear it yet. What is it calling? Pollin does not answer. The sun reaches its peak, pale and thin and somehow fragile. Fennick walks back through the village, past the clusters of villagers who do not know what to do with a whole day, past the abandoned festival lanterns still hanging from the eaves, past the children who keep looking at the sky as if waiting for it to break. He reaches the shrine. The doors hang open. Inside, the silver light has faded, leaving only stone and silence, and the marks where the silver climbed. He steps inside. This is not the crossing she led me to. They are different. Pollin follows him. I know. I thought the crossing was the ending, but it was only a departure. The river beneath the river is something else, something that was always there, beneath the first wound. He points at the wall where the silver braid glows faintly through a crack. The water has been calling all morning, he says. Not to me, not to the villagers, to you. Fennick looks at the crack, at the faint silver light pulsing through it. He hears it then, not with his ears, with the thread beneath his skin. A voice, his name, spoken in the current, spoken in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Wrenze's voice, but not Wren. Something that has learned her voice, something that wants him to follow. Chapter 43. The shrine's stone floor holds the cold like a living thing, the chill seeping through the soles of Fennick's boots, through the fabric of his trousers, through every layer he wears. He stands with his back to the cracked wall and watches the silver thread pulse beneath his skin, a rhythm that matches nothing in the world above ground. Pollin has not moved from the doorway. The voice, Fennick says. It knows her name. It knows how she sounded when she said it. Of course it does. Pollin's voice comes from somewhere deeper than his chest, older than the words can carry. The river has been listening to you for centuries. It learned your grief before you knew you were grieving. Her voice is the easiest language it has. Fennick's hand presses against his wrist, the burn scar warm beneath the silver line. Then it is not her. No. Pollin steps inside, and the dim light catches his face for the first time. Fennick's breath stops. Pollin looks older, not the surface age of hours or days, but the weight of a grief that has been waiting to land on a body. His face has hollowed at the cheeks, the skin beneath his eyes gone shadowed and thin, the lines around his mouth cut deeper than they were at dawn. His hands hang at his sides, the scarred palms open and empty, but they tremble. A fine, continuous tremor like a string that has been plucked too hard and cannot settle. You look. I know. Pollin looks down at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. I woke this morning and the years were there. All of them. Every night I did not sleep. Every dawn I refused to see. He lifts his right hand, spreads the fingers, watches the shaking. I thought the knot held my memory, that if I cut it the forgetting would stop and I would remember only the truth. A bitter sound, not quite a laugh. But I did not just remember. I felt them. All the nights I walked to the river and pretended I was checking the moorings. All the times I let my hands work without letting my mind follow. The tremor in his fingers worsens. I cannot trust them anymore. They have been lying to me for longer than I have been honest. Fennick crosses the space between them. The silver thread beneath his skin pulses as he moves, a light that Pollin watches with a knowing stillness. The knot, Fennick says. What was it really? Not the binding, the original meaning. Pollin is silent for a long moment. The shrine holds its breath around them, the faint crack in the wall glistening with a moisture that might be water or might be light. The river did not invent the knot, he finally says. I did. Before I asked it to keep her, before I knew what asking would cost. He closes his eyes. The knot was a marker, a way to say, here is where love must be witnessed, not held, not preserved, witnessed, seen completely, then released to continue its own shape. And you used it to bind her instead. I twisted it. Pollin opens his eyes. I took the one thing that was meant to mark a threshold and turned it into a lock, because I could not bear the threshold. I could not stand at the edge of the water and watch her become something I could not follow. Fennick thinks of his own hands, ink-stained and steady through every cycle, shaping confessions that never reached the page they were meant for. The burn scar on his wrist thrums with the silver thread, and he wonders how many knots he has tied without knowing they were knots. When did you understand the difference? Just now. Pollin's voice cracks on the last word. I have been sitting at the riverbank all morning, waiting to feel her leave completely, and instead I felt her arrive. He presses his palm to his chest, where the silver thread anchor used to live. She is not gone. She is there, on the shore she chose, and the shape of her there is larger than the shape she had here, because she is no longer being held small by my need to keep her. Fennick's throat tightens. The silver thread beneath his skin pulse, a gentle tug from somewhere beyond the shrine walls, beyond the river surface, beyond the world he knows. And Wrenthe? Pollin's eyes meet his, and the ancient clarity that Fennick saw at the riverbank is back, sharp and certain. But something else moves beneath it. A flicker, a memory surfacing. She said something, Pollin whispers. At the crossing, when she stood on the silver stones and looked back. Fennick waits. She said, "The river has more than one shore." The words land like a stone dropped into still water. Fennick feels the silver thread pulled tighter, the distant figure at that far end of the path suddenly more real, more present. What does that mean? Pollin is staring at nothing, his scarred hands frozen mid-tremor. I do not know, but I remember her saying it as if she meant me to hear, as if she wanted me to tell you. The crack in the shrine wall brightens. The silver light pulses once, twice, in a rhythm that matches the beat beneath Fennick's scarred wrist, and the voice returns. Not in the air, in his blood. Fennick. Her voice. Wren's voice, shaped exactly as he remembers it. The warmth, the slight break at the end of his name, the way she always held the second syllable longer than necessary. But Pollin's head snaps up, his eyes wide, and Fennick knows. He heard it too. Tell me that was her, Fennick says. Pollin does not answer. His hands shake. The silver light in the clack keeps pulsing, patient and endless, waiting for a choice Funga is not ready to name. Chapter 44. The Bindery smells of dry paper and river silt, a combination Fennick has never noticed in all his cycles because the air never held morning before. He stands at the work table with his hands flat on the wood, watching the silver thread pulse beneath his burn scar, counting the rhythm as if it might tell him something. Isbet spreads her field notes across the table's surface. The leather-bound notebook falls open to pages covered in compressed script, diagrams copied from the submerged stone, charcoal rubbings of the shrine carvings, and transcriptions of Sabine's song in a code of her own making. She weighs each page down with jars of ink and bone folders, working quickly, as if the evidence might evaporate if she does not pin it in place. You have been gathering this all along, Fennick says. I came to Sorrenthal expecting an irregular sacred observance, a repetition haunting with localized time distortion, something contained. Isbet does not look up. I did not come expecting a wound that opens into the geography of death itself. She pulls a folded sheet from the back of her notebook, larger than the others, creased along 4 axes. When she opens it, Fennick sees a map drawn in fine charcoal lines, the river at its center, Sorrenthal's lanes marked in faint gray, and then other settlements at the edges, their names written in a hand that is not Isbet. Where did you get that? From the Academy archives, before I left. She places a weight on each corner. There are 9 recorded sites along the crossing river where the current behaves irregularly, shrines where the dead speak in voices that do not belong to them, ferry posts where the water warms in winter, chapel walls that weep silver moisture during festivals. She points to Sorrenthal's position on the map, then traces her finger north along the river's course to a second marker. Here, Frenford. The festival warden there stopped allowing river contact 3 generations ago because the dead began answering questions the living had not asked. Another marker, farther south. And here, the village of Kern's Hollow. They do not hold any river rights at all. The elders say the water remembers names it should not know. Fennick stares at the marks, each one a pinprick of broken geography along the same current. How many? 9 that I found in the archives. But the archives only record what people report. Isbet's finger hovers over the empty space between markers. If the river is a wound, and Sorrenthal is where it opened deepest, then the other sites are the places where the damage spread, like cracks radiating from a struck stone. The silver thread beneath Fennick's wrist pulses warmer at the word. He presses his palm flat against the table and feels the wood grain through his skin, solid and real, the only thing in the room that does not seem to waiting. "What do you want from me?" Isbet meets his eyes. Her hair has come loose from its tight knot, strands falling across her temple, and for the first time since she arrived, he sees something other than sharp precision in her face, something closer to fear. "I want you to help me map the wound before someone else uses it." The words hang in the air between them. Fennick watches her hands move across the map, touching each marker as if confirming it still exists. Who would use it? Any of the Academy's benefactors, the families who fund the theology department because they want to know if that dead are truly gone. The river orders that believe the crossing can be controlled if enough prayers are bound into it. She stops. The people who would treat this like a door that can be opened from either side. Fennick thinks of the distant figure at the end of the silver path. He thinks of Wrenthe's voice calling through his blood, the warmth of her handprint still pressing against his skin even though she crossed hours ago. "It is already open." "I know." Isbet's voice drops. "That is why I am asking you now, before the wardens close the bank, before the Academy sends its own investigators, before the breach heals wrong or widens into something no one can reach." She pulls a second folded sheet from her coat, smaller, the paper darker, almost gray. When she opens it, Fennick sees a symbol drawn in the center, a knot pattern he recognizes, the same knot from the reed token, the same knot from Pollin's hands. "Where did you find that?" "In the archives, a copy of a ferryman's record from Kern's Hollow, written 2 generations before they stopped the rites." She taps the symbol. The record says this mark appeared on the ferry post the night before the river first answered a question that had not been asked. The watcher who recorded it described the symbol as wet to the touch, though no rain had fallen in a 7-day. Fennick's gaze drops to the symbol. The lines are drawn in black ink, neat and precise, a scholar's faithful reproduction of something she has never seen in person. And as he watches, the ink begins to glisten. "Fennick," Isbet's voice sharpens. "Look!" The symbol is no longer dry. A thin sheen of moisture rises from the paper, beating along the knot's curves, catching the bindery's morning light in a way that makes the lines look silver rather than black. The moisture does not spread. It stays inside the traced boundaries of the knot, as if the paper itself has opened and let the river seep through. Isbet reaches for the sheet. Fennick catches her wrist. "Wait!" The silver thread beneath his skin answers the wet symbol. He feels it pull, a gentle tug that matches the direction of the current outside, east on the surface, west below. The moisture on the paper ripples, and for a single breath, he sees something move beneath it, a shadow passing under the silver surface like a fish beneath still water. "Isbet, whose record did you copy this from?" She does not answer immediately. Her eyes stay fixed on the wet symbol, her breath shallow. "A woman named Vell. She was a Rivy theologian stationed at Kern's Hollow 40 years ago. She recorded the symbol, described the phenomenon, and sent her notes to the Academy with a request for guidance." "What happened to her?" Isbet's hand trembles under his grip. "She stopped sending notes after the first winter. The Academy assumed she transferred to a different post, but I checked the personnel records before I left. There is no transfer on file. She simply stopped reporting." Fennick releases her wrist. The moisture on the paper has begun to recede, pulling back into the fibers, leaving the symbol darker where it touched, as if the ink has been fed by something other than pigment. "She is still there," he says, "in Kern's Hollow, or what is left of it." Isbet does not deny it. The silver light pulses beneath his scar. The bindery smells of river silt and wet paper. And somewhere beyond the walls, the village of Sorrenthal is waking into its first true morning, unaware that the wound beneath their river has been spreading for generations, and that Fennick carries the thread that ties them all to its center. Chapter 45. The bindery door swings shut behind him, and the silence is wrong. Fennick stands in the center of his rooms, hands hanging at his sides, and listens to a quiet he has never heard in this space before. Not the held breath quiet of a cycle waiting to reset, not the watchful quiet of the river pressing against the walls, just absence. The absence of footsteps that should have crossed this threshold, of a voice that should have asked him about the books on his shelf, the ones she always meant to read. He moves to the table, touches the chair she would have taken. The wood is cold. The morning light falls through the window in a color he does not recognize. True daylight. Yellow and white and pale blue, no amber tint, no silver undertow. He blinks against it, his eyes unaccustomed to a brightness that does not end at the edge of a lit lantern. His jacket still smells of river, of wet reed and the cold current and the trace of her hands where she touched his chest before she turned toward the silver path. He strips it off and lets it fall to the floor, then stands in his shirt sleeves, shivering in the unfamiliar warmth of an ordinary morning. The wash basin sits in its usual place below the window. He pours water from the pitcher, watches it ripple, and does not lift it to his face. The water is clean, untouched by silver. He does not know what to do with water that carries no memory. He lowers his hands to the basin anyway, cups the cold water, and presses it to his face. When he opens his eyes, the water in his palms is clear. No glisten, no pulse. Just water, dripping between his fingers, pooling in the basin, draining away like it means nothing. He grips the edge of the basin until his knuckles whiten. The grief does not arrive like a wave. It does not howl or crash. It arrives like a weight he has been carrying for so long that he forgot it was there. And now, someone has lifted it, and he is falling upward into a space that has no bottom. She is gone. He has known this. He has said it. He has stood at the riverbank and watched her walk into silver light and told himself he let her go. But knowing and feeling are not the same thing, and he has had centuries of practice treating knowing as enough. She is not coming back. Not in the next cycle. Not in any cycle. There is no next cycle. There is only this morning, and the chair she never sat on, and the water in the basin that carries no trace of her, and the silence that used to be anticipation. His knees hit the floor. He does not remember falling. The silver thread beneath his scar pulses once, gentle, almost questioning. He presses his palm flat to the floorboards and feels nothing but wood grain and dust. No answering pulse, no warmth, just the ordinary, indifferent surface of a room that has no memory of her. I let you go. He says it aloud, his voice cracked. The words echo off the walls and die in the silence. I let you go, and I do not know how to live in a world where you are not waiting for me to get it right. The sob tears out of him before he can stop it. He presses his fist to his mouth, tries to hold the rest in, but they come anyway, one after another, ragged and raw, and full of all the dawns he never let himself mourn, because there was always another night coming. A long time passes. The light shifts across the floor. The morning birds start and stop again outside the window. Fennick sits on the floor with his back against the wall and lets himself feel it. Every cycle he refused to grease, every perfect line he never said, every time he watched her die and told himself he would fix it next time, as if she were a broken binding he could repair with the right tools and enough patience. She was never broken. She was never a book I could rebind. She was a woman who loved me before she knew my name, and I spent centuries trying to earn the love she had already given. He touches the scar on his wrist. The silver thread flickers beneath the skin, a pale shimmer that answers the pressure of his fingertips. I am still here. She is still there, and the thread is still between us. He does not know if that is comfort or torment. When he finally stands, his legs are stiff, his face is wet, and the light outside the window has shifted to a later hour. The village is awake. The morning is moving forward without him, and somewhere beyond the edge of the crossing, she is on a shore he cannot see, waiting in a way he cannot measure. He walks to the window to close the casement against the cool air, and stops. On the floorboards below the window, barely visible in the morning light, is a footprint. Small, narrow, the shape of a bare foot pressed into the wood as if someone stood here recently, watching him. The print is damp. The moisture is not dried, even though the sun has been falling on this spot for hours. Fennick kneels. He touches the edge of the print with his fingertip. The water is cold against his skin, and when he lifts his finger, It glistens with a faint silver sheen that fades as he watches. He looks up at the empty window. There is no one there, but the footprint is still wet, and the silver thread beneath his scar has begun to pulse in rhythm with his heart. And he knows, with a certainty that settles into his bones like truth, that someone crossed into this room while he was grieving. And they left their mark and purpose. Chapter 46. Fennick kneels beside the footprint for a long time before he decides what to do with it. The silver sheen has not dried. He touches the edge again, the water cool against his fingertip, and watches the faint gleam resist evaporation in the morning light as if it belongs to a different set of natural laws entirely. He reaches for the cleanest sheet of pressing paper from his drying rack, lays it flat beside the print, and tilts his palm until a single drop of the silver-tinged water rolls onto the fibers. Nothing happens at first. The drop sits on the surface, a trembling bead that catches the light the way mercury does, refusing to spread or soak in. He waits. The bead holds its shape, and the paper beneath it remains dry where ordinary water would have darkened the fibers in seconds. This is not ordinary water. He fetches a roll of prepared vellum from his bindery shelf, the kind he uses for presentation manuscripts where the ink needs a smooth, sealed surface. He brushes a thin layer of gum arabic over a palm-sized section, lets it set until tacky, then presses the flat of his fingertip into the silver water of the footprint and transfers the moisture onto the prepared surface. The residue spreads instantly across the gummed layer, not soaking in but lying on top, and as it spreads, it draws shapes. Fennick's breath stops. The silver water arranges itself into lines, fine as hair, branching and rejoining like a map of capillaries drawn by an invisible hand. The lines darken as he watches, resolving into deeper contrast, and within seconds he is looking at an image pressed onto the vellum as cleanly as if he had engraved it with a biren. He sees a bend in a river. Not the crossing. The banks are wrong, the slope gentler, the reeds growing in patterns he does not recognize. A path holds away from the water at this bend, curving between two hills, and at the end of the path, barely visible in the silver tracery, is a structure he cannot name. Not a shrine, not a house. Something with a door set into a mound of earth and light spilling from beneath it. He stares until the image begins to shift. The lines waver, the path bends again, and he realizes the silver water is still moving, still arranging itself, still trying to show him something that refuses to hold still. Something is reading this from the other side. The thought arrives before he can brace against it. The silver thread beneath his scar pulses once, hard, and the image on the vellum blurs as if a current passed through it. The bend in the river smears. The path dissolves into a smear of gray light. The structure fades before he can fix its shape in his memory. He presses a palm flat to the vellum, as if he can hold the image in place by force. The silver water does not respond. It sits inert now, no longer arranging itself, no longer carrying whatever message it was trying to deliver. The map, if it was a map, is gone. "Come back," he says, his voice rough. "Show me again." The vellum stays still. The water stays still. The footprint on the floorboards remains damp and silver-tinged, but the vellum holds only a fading gray smear where the path used to be. He reaches for another sheet. He tries again, transferring more of the silver water from the footprint to a fresh section of prepared surface, pressing it with the flat of his palm to force contact. This time the water does nothing. It spreads evenly, a pale gray wash without shape or direction, and dries into nothing. Whoever, whatever, was sending the image felt him watching and stopped. He sits back on his heels and looks at the footprint, the vellum, the smeared remains of the map. The silver thread beneath his scar pulses in a steady rhythm, patient, waiting for him to understand something he is only beginning to suspect. The footprint was not a message. It was an invitation that required him to answer before it would show him more. He failed the test. He pressed too eagerly, looked too directly, and the image folded under the weight of his attention. "What do you want me to see?" he asks the empty room. The silver thread does not answer. The footprint continues to glisten. The vellum holds only the ghost of a path that bent away from the crossing toward a door in the earth, and he cannot unsee it even if he cannot hold it. He stands and crosses to his workbench, takes down a fresh jar of gum arabic, and begins preparing a larger sheet. This time he will be ready. This time he will not try to hold the image still. He will let the silver water show him what it wants, in its own time, without demanding that it stay. He works steadily, his hands moving with the precision of decades, brushing the sealant in even strokes across the fibers. The movements calm him. They belong to the part of his life that has nothing to do with rivers or grief or endless nights. He is a bookbinder. He knows how to prepare a surface, how to coax meaning from reluctant materials, how to wait for the fibers to accept what he places on them. The silver footprint has begun to fade. He notices it from the corner of his eye, the edges of the print growing fainter, the moisture retreating into the wood grain. He moves faster. By the time he finishes preparing the fresh sheet, the footprint is barely visible, a pale shadow of itself, and he has perhaps one more chance to transfer whatever remains before it vanishes entirely. He presses the prepared vellum against the fading print, adds pressure with his palm, and holds it there, counting his breaths. When he lifts the sheet away, the silver water has transferred in a thin, even layer. He watches it settle, watches the fibers accept the moisture, and waits for the image to form. The surface stays blank. He waits longer. The silver water lies flat, inert, carrying nothing. The path is gone, the river bend is gone, the door in the earth is gone, and all he has left is a sheet of vellum with a faint silver sheen that means nothing. His hands are shaking. He sets the vellum on the workbench and steps back, forcing himself to breathe. The footprint on the floorboards has faded to a smudge, barely visible, as if it was never there. In an hour it will be gone entirely, and he will have nothing but the memory of a map he saw for 3 heartbeats and the certainty that something on the far side of the breach is watching him back. He turns to the window and looks out at the village stirring in the true morning light. The river glints at the edge of his sight, silver bright even in the sun, and he knows, with a certainty that settles into his bones like dread, that the map was not for him to keep. It was a test to see if he would try. And he tried, and the map dissolved, and somewhere beyond the shore he cannot reach, something is waiting to see what he does next. The silver thread beneath his scar pulses once, sharp, and the blank vellum on his workbench suddenly gleams with an answering light. Chapter 47. She arrives without knocking. The bindery door swings open on its worn hinge, and Sabine Nera stands in the threshold with her hands pressed flat against her chest, as if holding something in. Her eyes are wide, her lips parted, and she looks like a woman who has been running without moving her feet. "I cannot stop it," she says. Fennick looks up from the workbench where the blank vellum still gleams with its faint answering light. The silver sheen has not faded, though the footprint on the floorboards is now barely a shadow. He has been sitting here for an hour, waiting for the light to do something, say something, become something, while the morning crept past him and the village stirred outside his window. "Cannot stop what?" Sabine steps inside and closes the door behind her. Her procession robe is gone, replaced by a plain wool dress, and her hair hangs loose around her shoulders. She looks younger without the ceremony, and more fragile, as if the missing verse she recovered has hollowed something out of her. "This," she hums a phrase, 3 ascending notes, and the sound cuts through the bindery air like a blade through still water. Fennick's scarred wrist pulses. The vellum on the workbench shimmers. He rises slowly, his joints stiff from kneeling on the floor, and crosses to her. "Sing it again." She hesitates, then hums the phrase once more. The same 3 notes, rising, falling, rising higher. It is not a melody he recognizes from any of Sabine's songs, from any procession he has memorized across uncounted cycles. It belongs to no version of Amber Night he has ever heard. "Where did you learn that?" Isbet's voice comes from the doorway leading to the back room. She stands with her leather notebook open, her pencil poised, her sharp features tight with attention. She must have been cataloging the shrine rubbings, the ink drawings, the fragments of a map that refused to hold still. Sabine shakes her head. "I did not learn it. It came into my mouth this morning while I was washing my face. I thought it was a fragment from a dream, so I let it pass. But it came back while I was walking to the well. and again while I was standing in my doorway. And now I cannot stop it. It is not, she presses her hand to her throat, it is not a yarrow tune. My grandmother never sang this. My mother never sang this. I have never heard it before in my life, and yet my mouth knows it. Isbet moves closer, her pencil already scratching across the page. Hum it again, slower. Sabine does. The 3 notes stretch and separate, each one held longer than the last, and Fennick feels the silver thread beneath his scar begin to pull in a direction he does not recognize. Not toward the river, not toward the shrine, not toward the westward current where the breach lies waiting. Somewhere else. He crosses to the workbench and lifts the basin he used for the earlier water tests. It still holds a shallow pool of silver-tinged water, the remnants of his failed attempt to capture the map. The surface is perfectly still, reflecting the ceiling beams in a distorted mirror. "Sing it again," he says. "Into the water." Sabine looks at him with something like fear, but she steps closer, leans over the basin, and hums the phrase directly into the silver surface. The water does not ripple, it parts. A clean line opens across the basin, splitting the silver pool into 2 halves, and from the gap rises a thin thread of braided light that lifts toward Sabine's mouth, as if drawn by the shape of her breath. Isbet stops writing. Fennick does not breathe. The silver thread in the basin rises higher, curving in an arc that traces the melody's shape, and then it settles, hovering an inch above the water's surface, pointing not toward the window or the door or the river, but toward the back wall of the bindery where Fennick keeps his oldest texts, the ones he stopped reading because they never changed. "Your grandmother's song," he says slowly. "You said the final line was added by someone who watched." Sabine nods, her eyes fixed on the floating thread. "Who watched, Sabine?" Isbet's voice is sharp, demanding. "Who added the line about letting go?" "I do not know. The song came to her already shaped. She always said the last line was a gift from someone who understood what she had lived through, but she never told me who." Sabine's hand trembles as she reaches toward the floating thread. "She said I would know when I needed to." The thread does not recoil from her fingers. It winds around her wrist once, gently, and then releases, falling back into the basin where it dissolves into ripples that spread to the edges. Fennick stares at the water, at the fading ripples, at the way the silver light in the basin has shifted from still to moving, from waiting to pointing. "Your grandmother crossed," he says. "Didn't she? She is not buried in Sorrenthal. She is not in the village cemetery." Sabine's face goes pale. "She disappeared when I was 12. My mother said she went into the river one morning and did not come back. We held no rites because there was no body to bury. We assumed she drowned, but we never found her." "She crossed," Fennick repeats. "She chose the crossing the way Wrenthe chose it. And she has been waiting on the far shore, carrying a melody that belongs to the river beneath the river. A tune that was never meant for amber night." Isbet closes her notebook. The song line was not added by a witness watching from this bank. It was added by someone who watched from the other side. The bindery falls silent. Sabine's hand goes to her throat again, and she hums the 3 notes once more, softer this time, almost a whisper. The water in the basin does not part again, but the silver light deepens, and Fennick sees something he did not see before. The surface of the water shows not the ceiling beams, but a different sky, pale and gold-tinged, with clouds that move in no direction he can name. And beneath that sky, a path. Not the river bend from the earlier map, not the door in the earth with light beneath it. A second path, narrower, veering away from Wrenthe's trail as if the crossing branched at a fork Sabine's grandmother was meant to mark. "Is that where she went?" Sabine whispers. Fennick does not answer. He is watching the path in the water, watching the way it angles away from the golden shore he glimpsed when Wrenthe crossed. And he is thinking about what Pollin said. The river has more than one shore. He thought it meant the golden shore and the world beyond. But the silver braid in the basin is lifting again, tracing a different curve, pointing toward a destination he has never seen, a path that diverges from Wrenthe's like a river splitting around her island. Sabine's refrain is not an echo of the past, it is a direction, and the silver thread beneath Fennick's scar is pulling hard toward the back wall, toward the oldest shelves, toward a book he has not opened in more cycles than he can count. He crosses the room without speaking, lifts the book from the shelf, and opens it to the page where the spine has always cracked more easily than the rest. The page is blank. It has always been blank, every time he checked it across every cycle. A mystery he set aside because he had no way to solve it. But now the blank page is glistening wet, and silver water is rising through the fibers, forming shapes that are not letters, not symbols, but the same 3 notes Sabine has been humming, written in a script his mouth already knows how to sing. 1348. The book's pages are wet, the silver water rising through the fibers like breath surfacing from deep current. Fennick's fingers trace the 3 notes written there, and his mouth shapes them without sound, a melody he has never learned but somehow knows. Sabine steps closer. Can you read it? No, he touches the wet script. But my voice remembers it. My throat knows where to go before my mind does. Isbet is already at his elbow, her pencil moving across her notebook with the furious economy of someone trying to capture a phenomenon before it fades. The book has been blank across every cycle you remember. Every one. And now it is not. Fennick does not answer. The silver water in the basin has gone still again. The vision of the second path dissolved into ordinary light. But the book in his hands is still wet, still warm, still carrying the weight of a destination he has never seen. The bindery door opens. Pawn and Search stands in the frame, one hand braced against the jamb, the other pressed to his chest where the silver thread anchor used to live. He looks worse than he did at the shrine. His face has the gray pallor of river stone, and the cuts on his palms are fresh, red-edged, weeping. I heard the melody, he says. From the square. It came through the air like someone was calling a name I had forgotten I knew. Sabine's hand goes to her throat. You heard it? All the way from the riverbank? I have been sitting at the water's edge since the bells rang. Pollin steps inside, his gait unsteady, waiting for something to happen, for the current to tell me what comes next for a man who has spent centuries learning how to hold on and has no idea how to live in the aftermath. Fennick sets the book down carefully, the wet page facing up. He does not close it. He has learned enough about silver water to know it resists being hidden. Pollin reaches the work table and looks at the book, at the 3 notes in their silver script, at the way the light catches the damp fibers and holds there like a held breath. His scarred hand hovers over the page but does not touch. This is the refrain from Nera's side, he says. The melody the river taught her when she crossed. She passed it to the grandmother, and the grandmother passed it to the girl, and the girl carried it through all the years without knowing what she was holding. Sabine's face crumples. My grandmother knew. She knew what the melody meant, and she never told me. She told you the only way she could. Pollin's voice is raw. She gave you the song with the final line already shaped. She trusted you to hold it until someone came who could finish the walk. Fennick watches the silver thread beneath his scar pulse in rhythm with the notes on the page. You knew about the second path. I suspected. Pollin lowers himself onto the stool by the workbench, his joints audibly protesting. In the oldest rites, before Sorrenthal was a village, before the Wardens codified the procession and the lanterns and the correct way to mourn, the crossing had branches. The ferrymen knew them. They marked them with reeds and stones and songs that were never written down because writing fixed the path, and the path was never meant to be fixed. Isbet's pencil stops. How many branches? I do not know. I never learned them all. I was too busy twisting the first knot into a lock to pay attention to what the river was trying to show me. Pollin's hands curl on his knees, the fresh cuts glistening. But Nera walked one of them, and Wrenthe walked another, and Sabine's grandmother walked a third. 3 shores, Isbet says. 3 paths, 3 destinations beyond the crossing. Or more. Pollin looks at Fennick. The river has more than one shore. I told you that. But I did not tell you what it cost me to learn it. Fennick waits. Pollin's voice drops. In the oldest rites, witnesses who named a crossing aloud became marked by it. Not in the way you are marked, Fennick, with silver thread and river debt. Walked in the older way. The body remembers what the voice speaks into the current. Every word you say at the water's edge becomes a part of the river's vocabulary. It learns your name, your grief, the shape of your longing. And once it knows you, it can call you. The bindery goes still. Sabine's breath catches. That is why the river knew my grandmother's voice. That is why it answered her song. Yes, Pollin's hands are trembling. And that is why I have been sitting at the water's edge all morning, waiting to hear my own name spoken back to me, by a current that has been listening to my grief for longer than I have been alive. Fennick stares at him. You named the crossing. I named it the first time I begged the river to keep Nera. I said her name aloud, standing in the current, and I told the river I would give anything to have her back. I marked myself in that moment, and I have been marked ever since, even when I buried the memory so deep I forgot my own history. Isbet closes her notebook. But Fennick did not name the crossing. He never spoke Wrenthe's name at the water's edge before she crossed. Pollin's eyes lit, dark and tired. He did not have to. The river learned Fennick's grief from his unspoken prayers, from the wishes he shaped in silence, from every night he stood at the bank and wanted Wrenthe to stay without ever saying the words aloud. The river has been listening to him for centuries. It knows his voice better than any other living soul. Fennick feels the silver thread beneath his scar contract, a sharp pull that travels down his arm and settles in the burn mark. It already knows you, Pollin says, his voice barely a whisper. And now that you have opened the book, now that you have seen the second path, now that you are beginning to hear the melody, it will call you by name. Fennick shakes his head. I have not spoken my name at the river since the loop broke. You do not have to. Pollin points to the book, to the silver script still wet on the page. You have written your name into the current without meaning to. The book remembers. The melody knows. And the river is patient, Fennick. It has been waiting for you to reach for what lies beyond the crossing. It will wait until you are ready to step. Fennick's scarred wrist pulses, cold. The silver thread beneath his scar has stopped pulsing. It is burning now, a steady, patient heat that settles into the bone like a message already delivered. The river knows his name, and it is waiting for him to decide what name he will answer to when the crossing finally opens beneath his feet. Chapter 49. The voice fades before Fennick can decide whether it is the river or his own grief returning to him, shaped like language. He stands at the bindery window with his hand pressed to his wrist, the silver light beneath his scar dimming to a steady ember, and listens to the silence that follows. Isbet has not moved. Her notebook is closed, her pencil tucked into the spine, her sharp features arranged into something that looks almost like compassion if he does not study it too long. There is a place, she says, beneath the chapel. A storage room the old river theologians used before the academy sent observers instead of believers. Fennick turns. I have been in every room under that chapel. There is nothing but broken pews and flood stains. Not the crypt, the dry room. She tucks her notebook under her arm. They sealed it when the Wardens took over the rites. I found the entrance this morning while you were in the shrine with Pollin. He should tell her he needs to stay here. He should tell her the river called his name, and he is still deciding whether to answer. Instead, he follows her out the bindery door, into the sharp light of a morning that still feels borrowed. They cross the square in silence. Villagers move through their unfamiliar routines with the dazed slowness of people waking from a sleep that lasted generations. Annette Pell is hanging wet linen on a line without remembering why. Oren Jast stands at the chapel steps with his ferry pole planted, staring at the river as if expecting it to demand an explanation. No one stops them. Isbet leads him around the chapel's north face, past the bell tower foundation, to a low iron door half hidden behind a tangle of elderberry canes. The hinges protest when she pulls it open, the sound scraping through the morning like a question no one wanted to ask. The stairwell descends in tight spirals. The air grows dry and cool, the stone walls changing from damp chapel limestone to something older, rougher, cut by hands that did not trust corners. At the bottom, Isbet strikes a match and lights an oil lamp fixed to the wall. The flame catches and reveals a room no larger than Fennick's bindery, its floor paved with flat gray stones worn smooth by feet that stopped coming centuries ago. The walls are bare. No carvings, no symbols, no shrines. But the floor holds patterns, faint, layered, overlapping lines drawn in ash and salt that have settled into the porous stone over generations of use. Fennick crouches, running his fingers over a faded spiral. The ash smudges against his skin, ancient and scentless. The first river theologians, Isbet says, setting her notebook on a stone ledge, believed that ink carried memory too slowly. They used ash for what the river had already spoken, and salt for what the river was still shaping. They would gather here on the nights between festivals and let the patterns tell them where the current was leaning. Fennick straightens. You want to reconstruct the breach. I want to see where it leads. She kneels on the far side of the room, drawing a pouch of salt from her coat pocket and a small tin of ash from her satchel. You have the knot. You have Sabine's refrain. You have the impression the silver water left in your basin and the map that dissolved before you could read it. She looks up. I have the 9 wound sites from the Academy archives and the knowledge that Sorrenthal traced this symbol to Kern's Hollow before she stopped sending reports. You think we can draw the breach from here? I think the floor remembers. She pours a line of salt onto the stone. It settles into a curve that follows no mark Fennick can see, as if the room itself is guiding her hand. The old theologians believed that in this room the river could not pretend. No current, no mist, no silver light, just the shape of what had been spoken into it. Fennick lowers himself to the floor across from her. The stone is cold through his trousers. The silver thread beneath his scar pulses once, a slow beat that matches his heart. He begins with the knot. He draws it in ash first, the looping figure Pollin's hands have made for centuries, the symbol that appeared at Kern's Hollow before the river answered unasked questions. The ash clings to his fingertips and transfers to the stone in clean lines, as if the room remembers this shape and is eager to receive it again. Then Sabine's refrain. He hums the 3 notes under his breath, letting the vibration guide his hand as he salts the melody into the stone beside the knot. The salt grains shift after he sets them down, rearranging themselves into a tighter pattern, a constellation of small, bright points that echo the 3-note phrase in a language made of light rather than sound. Isbet adds her own contribution. She pours ash in a long, sweeping curve that traces the crossing river's course from the Academy maps, marking each of the 9 irregular sites with a salt dash. Wrenthe, Kern's Hollow, the bend below Sorrenthal. 6 others Fennick has never heard named aloud. The pattern spreads across the floor, the knot at the center, the refrain curving around it, the river's course winding outward in ash, the wound sites glittering like a constellation of salt stars. Fennick closes his eyes and recalls the map the silver water drew on his vellum. The bend in the unknown river, the path between 2 hills, the door in the earth mound with light spilling beneath it. He reaches for the ash and begins drawing from memory, his hand moving without hesitation, guided by something that is not quite sight. When he opens his eyes, the map is complete, and it is moving. The ash and salt on the floor have begun to shift, flowing along the lines he drew, following the course of the unknown river until it reaches the door in the mound. The salt at the door's threshold brightens, catching the lamplight, reflecting it upward in a thin silver beam that strikes the low stone ceiling. The beam does not scatter, it holds, focused and precise, pointing. Fennick follows its direction. The silver light is not pointing outward toward the horizon, not tracing a path beyond the village or toward the distant hills. It is pointing down, through the stone floor, into the earth beneath them. Isbet's breath catches. The river. Beneath the river. Fennick presses his palm to the cold stone. The ash and salt on the floor have stilled, the map complete, the silver beam fading as the salt cools. But the impression remains, burned into his vision. A door at the end of the path, and the path itself descending through stone and soil and ancient riverbed, not leading away from Sorrenthal, but straight down, into the dark that has been waiting beneath the village since before the first ferryman tied the first knot. The map does not point to the second path, Fennick says, his voice low. It points to what is beneath it. Isbet kneels beside him, her scholar's composure cracking at the edges. Sorrenthal traced the symbol to Kern's Hollow and stopped reporting. What if she did not stop because she was consumed? What if she found the door and stepped through? The silver thread beneath Fennick's scar pulses, cold, and the ash on the floor trembles, a single line breaking loose from the pattern, drawing itself across the stone in a fresh curve that does not follow any river course he knows. It forms a shape not unlike the footprint he found in his bindery, a small, bare impression with toes pointing toward the door in the mound. Someone is reaching back through the map. Someone on the far side of the door. Chapter 50. The iron door groans shut behind them as Fennick and Isbet climb back into the chapel's shadow, the ash and salt map still burning in his memory, the silver beam pointing down, the footprint drawn by no hand. The chapel feels hollow now, stripped of the mystery that drew them beneath it. Fennick rubs his palm where he pressed it to the stone floor, certain he can still feel the cold pulse of what waits below. They step into the square. The morning has gone pale and thin, the sun a white disk behind gauze. Villagers move in slow orbits, uncertain, still learning how to inhabit a day that does not end at dawn. Darya Pell is standing at the chapel steps. She is not wearing her apothecary apron. No soil under her nails, no herb stains on her fingers. She is dressed in plain gray wool, her hair pinned tight, her face stripped of all the professional composure she carries through every cycle. She is holding something in her hands. A square of folded cloth, yellowed with age. The fabric so soft from washing that it sags between her fingers like old skin. Fennick stops walking. He knows that cloth. Or rather, he knows the shape of it. The way a man knows the shape of a scar he has never seen directly, but is felt beneath his fingertips 1,000 times. The fever cloth. The one Darya pressed to Wrenthe's forehead during the long night before the crossing. "I should have burned it," Darya says. Her voice is raw, scraped clean of pretense. "The morning after she died, I took it from the basin and meant to put it on the pyre. But the fire was already burning, and there were other mourners, and I thought—" She stops, presses her lips together. "I thought keeping it was a kindness to myself, proof that I had tried, that I had been there." The cloth hangs from her hands like an accusation. "I kept it for 19 years, she says, in a locked case behind the yarrow tinctures, where no one would see it and ask. I told myself it was evidence of my failure, a reminder to be better. But the truth is, I kept it because letting it go meant admitting the fever had already won before I ever reached her bedside." Fennick steps closer. The silver thread beneath his scar pulses once, slow. "Why are you bringing it to me now?" Darya's eyes meet his, red-rimmed, exhausted but steady. "Because this morning, when I opened the case to look at it for the first time in years, the cloth was wet." She unfolds it. The fabric gleams, not with ordinary water, not with the clear moisture of dew or condensation. It gleams with a silver sheen that catches the pale daylight and bends it sideways, creating a shimmer that moves across the surface like a living current. "The river touched it," Isbet says, her voice barely above a whisper. "The second path." Fennick looks at her. "The map pointed down," he says, "into the earth. But the vision shows a shoreline with reeds." He turns back to the basin. The silver water accepts it without a ripple. For a moment, nothing happens. The cloth sinks, unfolding as it descends, the yellowed fabric spreading open like a flower opening underwater. The silver water clings to its surface, glistening, seeping into every thread. Then the water clears, and Fennick sees. The basin does not show a reflection of the bindery ceiling, or Darya's face leaning over it. It shows a different sky, a blue so deep and warm it feels like a color he has never seen before, a blue that belongs to a world where morning arrives without the weight of countless false dawns pressing against it. And beneath that sky, Wrenthe. She is young, younger than he has ever seen her, younger than the version that walks the river on amber night, younger than the woman who kissed him with the taste of river cold on her lips. She is perhaps 18, her dark hair loose and tangled, her pale linen dress hitched up to her knees, her bare feet planted in grass so green it seems to glow. She is laughing. Not the careful, knowing laugh she gave him across the shrine, not the rueful laugh she used when he stumbled over a confession. A full, unguarded, breathless laugh, the laugh of a woman who has momentarily forgotten that sorrow exists, that fever waits, that love can arrive too late or not at all. She is holding something in her hands. A crown of reeds, twisted together, the stems still wet. She lifts it and sets it on her own head, the reeds sliding through her hair, and the laugh deepens into something like joy. The sun is warm on her face. Fennick has never seen this moment. He has seen her die 100 times, in 100 variations of fever and silence and missed chances. He has seen her rise from the river with silver on her eyes. He has seen her cross to the golden shore with her hand pressed to her heart. He has never seen her alive in sunlight. The image shifts. The blue sky bleeds away, replaced by a gray horizon. The grass beneath Wrenthe's feet turns to mud, then to water, then to a shoreline shrouded with reeds so thick they rise like a forest of brown blades, swaying in a wind that carries no sign. The reeds part. Beyond them, a dock and water, still, waiting. And on the far side of that water, a shape. Not human, not animal, but something that occupies space the way a held breath occupies a room. It is watching, waiting. The reeds around do not sway. Wrenthe's laughter is gone. The basin water ripples once, twice, then goes still. Darya pulls her hand back as if burned. Fennick stares at the silver surface, now flat and empty, showing only the reflection of his own face. Gaunt, hollow-eyed. The face of a man who has spent 100 lifetimes mastering one night and still cannot name what waits at the end. The reeds, Isbet says, her voice barely above a whisper. The second path. Fennick looks at her. The map pointed down, he says, into the earth, but the vision shows a shoreline with reeds. He turns back to the basin. The second path is not only below us, it is also ahead. The Wrenthe has more than one shore, and the shores lead to different doors. Darya is still staring at her hands. The cloth lies at the bottom of the basin now, the silver water settling over it like a lid. Where is she? Darya asks. In the vision. Where is she? Fennick does not have an answer, but the silver thread beneath his scar pulses again, colder this time, and he feels the pull he has been resisting since the morning began. The pull of the second path. The pull of a door that waits beneath Sorrenthal's foundations, and beyond it, a shore where Wrenthe once laughed in sunlight she has not seen in years. The cloth at the bottom of the basin begins to move. Slowly, as if guided by a current no one can see, it folds itself. The corners draw together. The fabric compresses, twisting, tightening into a shape that is no longer cloth but something else. Something that rises from the silver water and hovers above the basin's rim. A reed, single, dry, tied at one end in a knot that has appeared before. Darya's breath catches. That is, I know, Fennick says. He reaches for the reed, his fingers close around it. The knot is warm against his skin, warmer than the air, warmer than the morning, warm like a hand that has been waiting for his. And the basin speaks, not in words, in sound. The through-note melody rising from the silver water, sung by a voice that is not Wrenthe's and not the river's, a voice that belongs to the reed-choked shore beyond the second door. A second path, a second shore, a second crossing. Fennick looks at the reed in his hand, the knot Pollin taught himself to tie centuries ago, the map beneath the chapel, the door in the earth, and the vision of Wrenthe, laughing in a sunlight he has never seen, standing on grass that grows above a darkness no one has mapped. Chapter 51. By the time Fennick reaches the square, the wardens have already stretched rope across the ferry lane, 2 posts driven into the cobblestones, a line of braided hemp at waist height. Beside him, Isbet pulls her notebook from her coat. What happened? He does not answer. He is already reading the faces. Annette Powell stands at the front of the cluster, her arms wrapped around herself, her mother's apothecary apron still tied at her waist. Oren Jost grips his ferry pole with both hands, knuckles white, saying nothing. And on the far side of the rope, near the water's edge, a young man Fennick does not recognize sits on his heels with his head bowed, his shoulders shaking. Fennick moves forward. A warden steps into his path, hand raised. No one crosses the barrier. I am not crossing it, Fennick says. I am asking what happened. The warden hesitates. He is one of the younger village men, barely 20, his festival sash still pinned to his chest from the night before. His eyes keep flicking toward the river. "They heard their names," he says, "from the water." Fennick waits. The warden swallows. Drendig was checking the ferry rope. Said he heard his mother call him from the reeds. His mother died when he was 12. He knows her voice. He gestures toward the young man on his heels. "That is Wrenthe, Dren's son. He came running when his father started shouting." "The father heard his dead mother's voice," Isbet says, her voice flat, clinical. "What did the son hear?" The warden looks at her. For a long moment he does not answer. Then he says, "His father's voice, calling him from the water, before his father had even opened his mouth on this side." A murmur runs through the crowd. Fennick feels the silver thread beneath his scar pulse once, slow and deliberate, as if the river has heard itself discussed and is paying attention. He turns to Isbet. "We need to see the posts." She does not argue. She does not ask permission. She follows him along the edge of the crowd, past the rope barrier, past the warden's warning, until they are standing at the ferry lane where the new posts stand driven into the packed earth. The first post is plain, hemp rope wound around its base, the mark of a fresh mallet strike on its top edge. The second post is not. Fennick stops. A reed knot is tied around the second post, 3 inches above the ground, its pattern identical to the knot he has seen 100 times, on the reed token at the ferry post, on the cloth in Darya's basin, on the map drawn in silver water across his vellum. But this knot is not tied by human hands. The reed is dry, the fiber is even, the loops are precise. Yet there is no stray grass, no broken stem, no sign of fingers having worked the material. It is as if the knot grew there, emerged from the reed itself, a shape the plant decided to become. And it is pointing. The tail of the knot extends toward the river, stiff and straight, aimed directly at the center of the current where the breach lies beneath the surface. Isbet crouches, her face inches from the reed. "This is fresh. It appeared," the warden says from behind them. "We watched it." Dren was checking the line, heard his mother's voice, turned, and the knot was already there. "Where is Dren now?" "At the chapel. Someone took him inside." Fennick reaches for the knot. The silver thread beneath his scar pulses again, colder this time, and he feels a pull in his chest. It has nothing to do with muscle or breath. The pull of the second path, the pull of the door beneath the village. He touches the reed. It is warm, warmer than the morning air, warmer than the sun on his skin, warm like the reed in his pocket, the one that rose from the basin, the one tied by a hand he cannot see. He looks down the ferry lane, more knots, along the posts, along the rail, along the rope itself, tiny reeds sprouting from the hemp fibers, each one tied in the same pattern, each tail pointing toward the water, toward the breach, toward the place where the river beneath the river flows. "How many?" he asks. Isbet is already counting. 7. No, 9. She straightens. "More along the bank. They are appearing faster than I can track." A child's voice speaks from the water. "Why did you let her go?" Fennick goes still. The voice is small, young, a girl, maybe 7 or 8, her words carrying across the current without effort, as if she is standing at the edge of the reeds instead of somewhere beneath the surface. He turns. The river is flat, the surface undisturbed. No head breaks the water, no hand reaches up. But the voice came from the center of the current, from the place where the silver braid runs beneath the visible world, and it is waiting for an answer. The warden stumbles back. "Who said that?" Isbet does not move. Her eyes are fixed on the water, her notebook still open in her hands, her pencil poised above the page. Fennick stares at the river. The child's voice again, clearer this time, older somehow, the way a song learned in childhood can sound ancient when sung by a stranger. "Why did you let her go? She loved you. She would have stayed." The reeds along the bank shudder, though there is no wind. Fennick's hand moves to his pocket, to the reed from Darya's basin, to the knot that holds Wren's absence in its loops. The river waits, and he realizes, standing at the barrier of a bank the wardens have closed, that the question is not a test, it is an invitation. The child's voice is not asking why he failed, it is asking why he succeeded. and the answer he gives will determine whether the second path opens for him or whether the river decides he is not ready to walk it. The silver thread pulses a third time, colder than before, and from the water's surface a single reed rises, straight and end-bending, its tip aimed at his chest like a finger pointing, like a question that will not be put down until it is answered. Chapter 52. The voice settles into the air like smoke finding its level, and Fennick's throat opens before he can stop it. She loved me, and I let her go because... Isbet's hand closes around his wrist. Her grip is hard, harder than he expects from someone who spends her days bent over archive tables. She pulls him back from the rope barrier, her face pale and set, her eyes fixed on the water as if something might rise from it and follow. "Do not answer it," she says. "Not yet. Not like this. I know what I heard. You heard what the river wanted you to hear." She releases his wrist but does not step away. Her shoulder presses against his, and he feels the tremor running through her wool coat. It is not her voice. It is the shape of her voice, borrowed from your memory and spoken back at you. The child's voice rises again from the center of the current, patient and unhurried, the tone of someone who can wait all day. "Why did you let her go, Fennick? She would have stayed." Wrenthe makes a sound like a wounded animal. He is still crouched at the water's edge, his hands pressed over his ears, his shoulders shaking. His father stands behind him, one hand on the boy's neck, his face the color of ash. "That is not your mother," Dren says, but his voice cracks on the word. "That is not her. I know it is not her. Then why does it sound exactly like her?" Wren's voice is muffled behind his hands. "Why does it know her name?" Isbet turns to face them. Her notebook is closed now, pressed against her chest like a shield. "Because the river remembers," she says. "Every name spoken at this crossing since the first ferryman tied his rope. Every grief laid bare at the water's edge. It keeps them all. And when the wound beneath the surface grows wide enough, the river begins to speak them back." She looks at Fennick. Damaged crossings echo grief in borrowed tongues. It is the resonance of unfinished loss. The river does not invent. It repeats what it has been taught. Fennick's hand finds the reed in his pocket. The knot is warm, almost hot now, pressing against his palm like a live thing. "Wren's name?" he says. "It spoke Wren's name, because you gave it to her." Isbet's voice is quieter now, but no less urgent. "You spoke her name at the crossing. You let the river learn the shape of your loss. It has been listening to you for centuries, Fennick. It knows your grief better than you do." The child's voice falls silent. The river goes still, flat. The surface holds no ripple, no reflection, only the gray sheen of water that has stopped moving. Fennick looks at Wren. "What did you hear?" The boy lowers his hands. His face is blotched with crying, his eyes red-rimmed and wet. "My mother. She said my name. She said, 'He swallows.' She said she was sorry she left. She said she wants to see me." "Your mother is dead," Dren says, but the words come out hollow, like a prayer he has recited too many times. "I know." Wren's voice shakes. "I know she is dead, but it sounded exactly like her." Fennick turns to Dren. "And you? What did you hear?" Dren's jaw tightens. For a long moment he says nothing. Then, "My father. He died when I was 16, drowned in the bend below Wrenthe. I was the one who found his body. And the voice called you by name. It said it was not my fault." Dren's voice breaks on the last word. "It said it should have been a better father. It said I was a good son." Isbet is writing now, her pencil moving fast across the open page of her notebook. Your mother, your father, Fennick's lover, all tied to the crossing, all unresolved. "And you?" Fennick asks. Isbet's hand stops. She does not look up. "I did not hear anything," she says, but the words are too flat, too even, and he knows she is lying. The river stirs. A single ripple crosses the surface, moving against the current, traveling from the center of the channel toward the bank where they stand. The reed that rose from the water trembles, its tip still aimed at Fennick's chest. "Tell me," he says. Isbet closes her notebook. Her fingers are white against the leather binding. "Tell me what you heard, Isbet." "Nothing. Your mouth is dry when you lie. I have spent enough cycles watching people to know when they are hiding." She meets his eyes. For a moment, something fragile passes across her face, a crack in the scholar's composure, a glimpse of the woman beneath the archive dust. "I heard my brother," she says. "He died in a repetition haunting. I was 15. I was supposed to be watching him. I looked away for one moment, and the river took him." The words drop into the silence like stones into still water. "I did not fail him, Fennick. I stopped looking. For one moment I stopped paying attention, and he stepped into the current and never came back." She presses her palm against her chest, over the place where the notebook rests. "The voice did not ask me why I let him go. It asked me why I never came back for him." The reed at Fennick's chest vibrates once, a low hum that travels through his ribs and into his sinuses. He looks at the river. It is not the same river anymore. The surface is too flat. The color is wrong. No longer brown and silver, but a deep, bruised blue, the color of a sky before a storm. The child's voice speaks again, but this time it is not addressing him. This time it says, "Ilian." Isbet flinches. The river speaks her brother's name in a voice that could be any child, could be every child, could be the sound of grief-driven throat and tongue. "Ilian Marev. Do you remember the color of his eyes?" Isbet's pencil snaps in her grip. "The river does not invent," Fennick says slowly. "It repeats what it has been taught." He looks at her. "Whose grief taught it your brother's name?" Isbet does not answer. She stares at the water, at the bruised blue surface, at the reed still pointing at Fennick's chest like a question that will not be set aside. And behind her, along the bank, more reeds are rising. Dozens of them, hundreds, each one tied in the knot, each tail pointing toward the breach, each stem glistening with silver water that does not evaporate in the morning light. The child's voice waits, the river waits, and Fennick understands that the invitation he hurled was never only for him. It was for everyone standing on this bank, everyone whose grief the river has learned, everyone whose name the water knows. The second path is not a door, it is a reckoning, and it has already begun. Chapter 53. The air in the bindery has changed. Fennick stands at the work table with his palms pressed flat against the wood, feeling the grain press into his skin like a language he has forgotten how to read. Outside, the sky is deepening toward evening, the blue going violet at the edges, and the village has fallen into a silence that feels deliberate, as if Sorrenthal is holding its breath alongside the river. He has not moved from this spot in over an hour. Isbet is gone. She left without saying where, her broken pencil still lying on the floor where it fell when the river spoke her brother's name. The notebook is in her pocket. The pages are full. Fennick should follow her. He should find Pollin. He should do something with the knowledge that the second path is rising along the bank, that the river is calling names instead of waiting to be called. But his feet will not carry him. The silver thread pulses beneath his burn scar, a low, steady rhythm, slower than his heart, deeper than his breath. It has been doing that all day, since the river spoke Wrenthe's question through a child's voice, since the reeds began rising from the water like fingers reaching for the sky. He looks down at his wrist. The scar is glowing. Not brightly, not like a lantern, more like embers beneath ash, a red gold light that shifts when he moves his arm. The thread inside it is visible now, a thin line of silver running from the center of the scar up toward his elbow, disappearing beneath his rolled sleeve. He watches it pulse, and then, without warning, it stretches. The thread pulls taut inside his skin, a sharp tension that travels up his arm and into his shoulder. He gasps, his fingers curling against the table, and watches as a filament of silver light lifts from his wrist, rising through the air like smoke moving against gravity. It is not attached to anything. It is pointing. The thread extends from his scar, a fine cord of light no thicker than a hair, angling toward the bindery wall, toward the river. Fennick does not think. He follows. His feet carry him across the floor, past the overturned stool, past the basin of silver water that still holds the memory of Darya's fever cloth. The thread pulls ahead of him, slipping through the crack beneath the door like a living thing, and he opens the door and steps into the evening air. The sky is the color of bruised plums. The street is empty. The thread stretches ahead of him, a line of silver light floating at chest height, leading toward the ferry lane, toward the rope barriers, toward the river. He walks. The cobblestones are wet. The mist is rising, thin and silver, curling around his ankles like something testing his weight. The reed knots are everywhere now, tied to every post, every door frame, every lantern hook along the path. Their tails all point the same direction, toward the breach, toward the water, toward the place where the child's voice spoke his name. Fennick reaches the bank. The rope barrier is still in place, but the reed that rose from the water earlier is gone. In its place, the surface of the river has changed. The bruised blue is gone. The water is black now, black as ink, black as the space between stars, and across that black surface, a single line of silver light runs from the bank where he stands to the far shore. A path. He follows the thread with his eyes, watches it cross the black water, watches it terminate on the distant bank where the reeds grow thick and pale, their stems catching light from an unseen source. And there, standing at the edge of that far shore, is Wrenthe. She is wearing the same dress she wore on Amber Night, the one with the amber threading at the collar. Her hair is loose around her shoulders. Her feet are bare, and the reeds at her ankles part to make room for her weight. She is not looking at him. She is looking past him, past the river, past the village. Her gaze is fixed on something beyond the reed-lit shore, something he cannot see, something that has caught her attention so completely that she does not seem to know he is standing on the opposite bank watching her. The thread pulses. Fennick opens his mouth. He does not know what he is going to say. He has no script, no rehearsal, no polished confession polished smooth by repetition. He is just a man standing on a riverbank, watching the woman he loves turn toward a horizon he cannot see. Wrenthe. Her name leaves his throat raw. She does not turn. Wrenthe. The silver thread vibrates, and on the far shore, she moves. Not toward him. She takes a single step forward, away from the bank, away from the reeds, away from the path of light that connects them. Her foot lifts, her weight shifts, and Fennick sees her body angle toward whatever is waiting beyond her. The thread tightens. The tension in the silver cord spikes, pulling against the wound on his wrist, and he feels it bite into his skin like a blade drawn across the inside of his arm. He looks down. Blood is beading along the scar, droplets of red welling up while the thread meets his flesh, and the silver light is pulling harder, stretching longer, as if it is trying to follow her into the space beyond. Wrenthe. He is bleeding. She is walking, and the thread between them is straining, straining toward a breaking point he can feel in his teeth, in his chest, in the marrow of his bones. She does not stop. She does not turn back. She steps into the darkness beyond the reed-lit shore, and the thread snaps tight, and the blood runs down his wrist and drips onto the black water of the river. The surface does not ripple. It drinks. Fennick stands on the bank with his arm extended, blood dripping, thread straining, watching the place where Wrenthe disappeared into a darkness that had no name and no edge. The silver cord is still attached, still pulling. But she is gone. And from the center of the black water, the child's voice rises one more time, softer now, almost gentle. She is not yours to follow. Fennick's knees buckle. He catches himself on the rope barrier, his bleeding hand gripping the wet hemp, and the blood from his scar soaks into the fibers and turns them silver. She is not yours to follow, the voice repeats, but she is yours to find. The thread at his wrist goes slack, and the black water begins to glow. Chapter 54. The thread hangs limp from his wrist, a strand of silver light that no longer pulls toward anything. Fennick stands on the bank with blood still wet on his fingers, watching the black surface of the river begin to glow from beneath. The light is slow at first, a deep amber simmer rising through the dark water like embers catching breath. He does not move. The child's voice has gone silent. The reeds along the bank stand still, their knots dark and waiting. The village behind him holds its breath, and he can feel it. The weight of every window, every door, every person standing in their own silence, waiting for the river to decide what comes next. Footsteps on the wet cobblestones. Jast approaches, his ferry pole slung across his shoulders like a yoke. His face is pale in the amber glow, his jaw tight. He stops a few paces from Fennick and does not look at the water. "I know a way under," he says. Fennick does not turn. Under where? The ferry hill. Oren shifts the pole on his shoulders. There is a service tunnel, built for flood seasons, before the Warden sealed the old rites. I found it when I was a boy, trailing my father's boat. Why would I go under the hill? Because the river is not ready to answer you yet. Oren's voice is low, steady, the voice of a man who has learned to speak against moving water. But it will be. And when it is, you will want to know what waits beneath the ferry, what the old ferryman left behind. Fennick looks down at his wrist. The silver thread has stopped bleeding. The wound is still open, a thin red line that glistens in the amber light, but the thread itself has gone slack, a loop of silver light lying against his skin like a ribbon that has been cut. He thinks of Wrenthe stepping into darkness. He thinks of the child's voice saying she is yours to find. "Isbet," he says. "Pollin, they need to come." Oren nods once. They find Isbet at the chapel steps, her notebook open, her pencil moving in fast, jagged strokes across the page. She looks up when Fennick approaches, and he sees the question in her eyes before she speaks it. "The tunnel beneath the ferry hill," he says. Oren knows the way. She closes the notebook. Pollin is standing at the edge of the square, alone, his scarred hands folded in front of him. He looks older than he did that morning, older than he has in weeks, as if the release of Nera's knot has stripped away a layer of something that was holding him together. He does not ask where they are going. He follows. The entrance to the service tunnel is hidden behind a collapsed section of the ferry house, a low stone arch half buried under years of fallen mortar and river silt. Oren clears the debris with his ferry pole, his movements practiced and unhurried, as if he'd done this before. The arch opens into darkness. A narrow passage descends at a steep angle, the walls rough-hewn and damp, the air thick with the smell of cold stone and old water. The ceiling is low enough that Fennick has to duck, and he hears Isbet's breath catch behind him as her shoulders brush the rock. "There is no light," she says. "Old ferrymen worked by touch," Oren replies. "They did not need to see, they needed to feel the water coming." He leads them down. The passage curves left, then right, then left again, a spiral that bores deeper into the hill. The air grows colder. The sound of the river above fades, replaced by a distant sound, a sound that takes Fennick a long moment to place. Running water, beneath them. "Is there a stream down here?" he asks. Oren does not answer. The passage opens into a chamber. It is circular, maybe 20 feet across, its walls carved from the living rock of the hill. The ceiling is low, barely high enough for a man to stand upright, and the floor is covered in a thin layer of dry silt that crunches underfoot. The sound of running water is louder here, a steady rush that seems to come from directly beneath the floor, as if the chamber is built on top of a buried current. "The old ferryman called this the Understone," Oren says. "They built it to track the river's movement below the floodline. When the water rose above the ferry posts, they would descend here and listen." "Listen for what?" Isbet asks. "For the river to tell them whether the dead were ready to cross." Fennick steps into the center of the chamber. The walls are covered in carvings, lines of text cut into the stone, worn smooth by centuries of damp hair and slow erosion. He runs his fingers over the nearest line. It is not a language he knows. Isbet comes to stand beside him, her notebook open, her pencil moving. "It is an older form of the river tongue," she says. "Pre-village, pre-warden. I have only seen fragments in the Academy archives. Can you read it? She traces the first line with her fingertip, her lips moving silently. It says, "No crossing should be pursued per hunger. The water knows when the soul that calls is empty, and it will answer with the shape of your own need." Fennick's hand stops moving. Keep reading. Isbet moves along the wall, her pencil scratching against the paper as she copies the carvings. The second says, "The ferryman who feeds on hope will find the river has no shores for him. The dead will not wait for a man who cannot stop reaching." Pollin speaks from the entrance, his voice rough. "She is talking about you, Fennick." Fennick turns. Pollin's scarred hands are pressed flat against the wall, his palms white with pressure, his eyes fixed on the carvings like a man reading his own sentence. "Every word," Pollin says. "Every warning. They were waiting for someone who has been reaching too long." The sound of running water beneath the floor grows louder, a deep pulse that vibrates through the rock, through the soles of Fennick's boots, through the marrow of his bones. And then he hears it. A voice. Not the child's voice from the river, not Wrenthe's voice from the far shore. A voice he knows better than his own. His own voice, speaking from beneath the stone. "You have been reaching for her longer than she lived." Fennick's blood runs cold. The carvings on the wall begin to glow, and the water beneath the chamber rises. Chapter 55. The water rises. It seeps through the floor in thin silver threads, tracing the lines between stones, filling the carved letters of the warnings until each groove gleams like a wound laid open. The glow spreads up the walls, slow and patient, the color of river light at dusk. Fennick's own voice fades from beneath the stone. The chamber holds its breath. Oren stands at the far curve of the wall, his ferry pole held loose in one hand, his head tilted as if listening to something the rest of them cannot hear. His pale face catches the glow from the carvings, and for a moment he looks younger, or older, it is hard to tell, as if the Understone has stripped away the years of routine and left something raw beneath. "There is a ring," he says. His voice is different, quieter, the voice of a man speaking from a memory that is not quite his own. Fennick turns. Against the far wall, half hidden behind a curtain of silt-dusted rock, a blackened iron ring is set into the stone at waist height. It is thick as a finger, crusted with rust and something darker, something that might be old blood or old river sediment, impossible to tell in the shifting light. Oren approaches it slowly. His ferry pole clatters to the floor. Isbet's pencil stops moving. Pollin's scarred hands press harder against the wall. Oren reaches out and touches the ring. The sound that follows is not a sound. It is a pressure, a shift in the air, a weight that drops through the chamber like a stone through still water. Fennick feels it pass through his chest, through the hollow beneath his ribs, through the silver thread that still hangs slack beneath his scar. Oren's eyes close, his fingers curl around the iron, and then he is not Oren anymore. He is standing in the same place, his hand on the same ring, but his posture has changed. The set of his shoulders, the angle of his neck, the way his weight settles on his heels. He looks like a man who has spent a lifetime reading water. When he speaks, his voice carries layers. "The old ferryman came here to listen," he says. "Not to speak, not to ask, to listen. They put their hands on this ring and let the river tell them what it needed them to know." His thumb traces a line through the rust. The ring was forged from the iron of the first ferry chain, the one that was laid before the village was built, before the wardens sealed the old rites, before anyone thought to carve warnings into these walls. It is older than the carvings, older than the Understone. He opens his eyes. They are the same pale gray they have always been, but there is something behind them now, a depth that was not there before, a current running beneath the surface. "The ferrymen who came before me did not cross. They did not follow. They guided mourners to the bank and no further. That was the oath. That was the boundary. The living do not cross. The dead do not return. The ferryman holds the rope and lets go." He looks at Fennick. Someone in the present has already tried to use the new wound for passage. The words land like a blow. "Who?" Isbet's voice is sharp. Oren does not answer. He tugs the ring. A section of the wall swings inward, slow and grinding, stone against stone, revealing a narrow passage that slopes deeper into the hill. The air that spills out is cold and still, untouched by the river's warmth, carrying the smell of dry earth and old rust. At the threshold, coiled on the stone floor, lies a length of rope. It is wet. It glistens in the glow from the carvings, dark with moisture, as if it was pulled from the river moments ago. But there is no water on the floor around it. No puddle, no trail. The rope is wet, and the stone beneath it is bone dry. Drops fall from the rope's end. 1, 2, 3. They land on the dry stone and vanish, absorbed instantly, leaving no trace. Where does this lead? Fennick asks. Oren looks at him with the old ferryman still standing behind his eyes. Into the wound. Pollin speaks from the wall, his voice rough as gravel. The rope is wet because someone has already gone through. The wound is open. They are inside it. Isbet's pencil snaps. The sound is loud in the silence. Fennick looks at the wet rope, at the dry stone beneath it, at the dark mouth of the passage that slopes into the hill, and he feels the silver thread beneath his scar twitch once, a single pulse of warmth, like a fish turning in deep water. The carvings on the walls flare bright, and from somewhere beyond the passage, deeper than the Understone, deeper than the river, a voice calls his name. Not a child's voice, not his own voice, Wrenthe's voice, tight with fear, speaking the words he has never heard her say aloud. Fennick, do not follow me here. Chapter 56. The carvings on the Understone walls flare once, then settle into a steady amber glow that pulses like a heartbeat. The light catches the wet rope at the threshold, each droplet catching fire as it falls, vanishing into stone that refuses to hold the moisture. Fennick's hand hovers at his side, fingers twitching toward the passage mouth. Wrenthe. He speaks her name into the dark. The passage does not answer. Fennick. Isbet's voice is sharp, almost brittle. She told you not to follow. I heard her. Then why are you still reaching? He turns. Isbet stands with her back to the carved wall, the snapped halves of her pencil still in her hand. Her face is pale in the glow, tight along the jaw, but it is her eyes that stop him. They are wet. Because I have spent longer than she lived trying to find her, Fennick says. Because the river is right, I cannot stop reaching. Isbet looks down at the broken pencil. Her fingers tighten until the wood creaks. I know what it is, she says, to stop watching for one moment, to look away, to believe the worst has already passed. The air in the chamber changes. Pollin's scarred hands go still against the wall. Oren stands motionless at the iron ring, the old ferryman still behind his eyes, watching. I was 15, Isbet says. Elian was 12. The repetition haunting had been going on for 9 days. The same sun, the same shadow across the courtyard, the same birds returning to the same branch at the same hour. She blinks, and a tear cuts a clean line through the dust on her cheek. I thought I understood it. I had read the theology. I knew that if you did not intervene, the pattern would contract until the subject could no longer move. I told myself I was being patient, that watching was enough. Her thumb presses into the broken pencil. A splinter digs into her skin, but she does not flinch. On the 9th day, Elian stopped speaking. He sat in the corner of the room with his knees drawn up, and he stared at the wall. I sat across from him. I thought if I held his gaze, he would come back. She swallows. But I looked away. One moment. I turned to adjust the lamp because the flame was smoking. When I looked back, his eyes were open, but there was nothing behind them. The repetition had taken the last piece of him that was still trying to reach me. Fennick feels the words land in his chest like stones. You did not fail him, he says. I stopped watching. That is the definition of failure. No. He steps closer. You were a child. You were trying to save him with the only tools you had. The theology told you patience was love. The theology was wrong. Her voice cracks. Patience without presence is abandonment dressed in ritual. I have spent my entire adult life trying to prove I am not still that 15-year-old girl looking away from the lamp. The carvings pulse once, deep and slow, as if the river is listening. Isbet looks at the wet rope, at the dark passage, at Fennick. The river named Elian to me on the bank. It asked if I remembered the color of his eyes. I do. Every morning. I remember that I was the last person who saw them empty. Fennick reaches out and takes the broken pencil from her hand. His fingers close around the splintered wood. You came to Sorrenthal because you thought the breach here was connected to what happened to Elian. I came because I thought I could stop it from happening to someone else. And now, she meets his gaze. Now I think the breach is not a door, it is a question. And the river is asking everyone whose grief it has learned. Do you love them enough to let them go, or will you follow them into the dark until there is nothing left of you to come back? Pollin speaks from the wall, his voice rough and low. That is the question the old ferrymen were taught to answer before they touched the chain. If you cannot answer it, the river will answer for you. Oren shifts. His hand is still on the iron ring, but something flickers in his eyes, the awareness of the present returning alongside the weight of the past. Someone has already gone through the wound, he says. They answered the question their own way. Who? Fennick asks. The ring does not show me faces, it shows intention. The person who entered wanted to finish what the river started. Isbet's breath catches. Vel. The name hangs in the air like a bell note that refuses to fade. If Vel found the door at Kern's Hollow 40 years ago and stepped through, Isbet says, and if she is still inside the wound, still walking, then she has been reaching longer than either of us. Fennick looks at the passage, and the river has had 40 years to learn her voice the way it learned mine. The carvings flare again. This time the pulse is stronger, a tremor that runs through the stone floor, through the walls, through the iron ring in Oren's hand. Pollin steps away from the wall. His scarred palms lift, still clean with moisture from the carved stone, and he looks at them as if seeing them for the first time. The map below the chapel, he says. The ash and salt floor. What about it? Isbet asks. When you and Fennick left the dry room, did the map shift after you closed the door? Isbet goes still. I did not look back. I did, Pollin says. Before I followed Oren into the tunnel, I went to the chapel. I wanted to see if the map had settled after the first pulse. He holds up his hands. The moisture on his palms is not water. It is silver. It glows. The map has a second point of light now, a second pulse. It does not point to the door in the mound. It points here, to the Understone, to the passage. The map was responding to the river, Isbet says. It was marking the breach. The map was marking the question, Pollin replies. It is asking where you will stand when the river asks how much of yourself you are willing to leave behind. The silver on his palms brightens, casting long shadows across the chamber. Fennick looks at the wet rope, at the passage, at the dark that slopes downward into the wound. He feels the silver thread beneath his scar twitch, not a pull, not a command, a recognition. Somewhere in the dark below, someone is waiting. I am going in, he says. Isbet steps forward. We do not know what is in there. We know Vel entered 40 years ago and never returned. We know the rope on the threshold is wet. We know Wrenthe is inside and she told me not to follow. He turns to face her. That is enough to know I cannot stay here. Isbet holds his gaze for a long moment. Then she reaches into her coat pocket and pulls out a new pencil, whole, the wood clean and unbroken. I looked away once, she says. I am not looking away again. She steps past him toward the passage. The carvings on the walls flare one last time, and the floor beneath their feet trembles as the second pulse on the map below the chapel lodges itself like a second heartbeat in the stone. Chapter 57. The floor trembles once more beneath the Understone, then stills. The carvings dim to ember glow, and the passage mouth waits in shadow like an open throat. Fennick does not move toward it. Isbet stands at the threshold, pencil in hand, the new wood clean against her fingers. She looks back at him, questioning. Not yet, he says. He turns from the passage. The silver moisture on Pollin's palms still glows, casting a faint light across the chamber floor, and Fennick follows it back toward the spiral tunnel that leads up to the hill. "Where are you going?" Isbet asks. "The bindery. I need paper. Treated reeds. Something that can hold what the river shows without dissolving." She does not argue. Perhaps she understands. Perhaps she has spent enough years watching evidence slip through her hands to know what it costs to let a truth go unrecorded. The climb back through the service tunnel takes longer than the descent. The stone steps are uneven, worn by centuries of ferrymen's boots, and the air grows warmer as they rise away from the wound. Fennick counts each turn in the spiral, marking the distance, committing it to memory even though his mind has never held a map well. The numbers feel solid in his chest, a shape he can trust. They emerge beneath the ferry hill through a narrow door half hidden by elderberry bushes. The village lies quiet in the last of the amber dusk. The reed knots still hang from every post and doorframe, their silver moisture catching the fading light. Fennick does not look at the river. He walks. The bindery door is unlocked. He left it that way when he followed the thread. Inside, the air smells of glue and old paper, and the faint metallic tang that has followed him since the Understone. He crosses to his workbench without lighting a lamp. He knows where everything lives. The stack of blank rag pages pressed under shade, the jar of gum Arabic, the bundle of dried reeds he cut himself last season, waiting for some project he never named. He works by touch. His hands know this labor. He selects 3 reeds, the straightest ones, and lays them flat. He cuts them to length with his binding knife, the blade moving clean through the dry stalks. The sound is a small, precise rupture, like the snap of thread pulled too tight. Isbet watches from the doorway. She does not offer help. She does not ask questions. She simply stands, pencil still in hand, bearing witness. Fennick soaks the reed strips in the jar of gum Arabic, letting the adhesive seep into the fibers. He arranges them across the workbench in a grid, then takes the first sheet of rag paper and lays it flat. His fingers press the reeds into place, forming the spine of a codex small enough to hold in one hand, large enough to hold a life. He works the binding thread through the spine holes, pulling each stitch taut, feeling the structure take shape beneath his hands. It is the first thing he has built since the loop broke that was not a reaction to loss. It is an act of making. When the last knot is tied, he sets the codex on the bench and lays his palm flat on the cover. The silver thread beneath his burn scar pulses once, twice. A third time, steady and patient as a heartbeat that has learned to wait. He lifts his hand. The codex is blank. The pages are dry, clean, waiting. He takes the jar where he collected the silver water from the Understone chamber, the liquid still glowing with its own light, and he tips it over the open codex. The silver water does not pool. It does not spill across the workbench. It drinks itself into the paper, the reeds, the thread, as if the codex was built from hunger. The pages darken, shapes form. The first page shows the Understone passage, the wet rope, the threshold. The second page shows Isbet, kneeling beside a figure Fennick cannot see, her hand extended, her mouth open in a word the image cannot capture. The third page shows Fennick himself. He stands waist-deep in black water. The current moves around him in slow coils, thick as oil. There is no shoreline visible, no sky, no horizon, only the water and the dark that presses in from every direction. His hands are empty. His mouth is open. He is speaking into the void, and the void is listening. Above him, the sky has no dawn, no seam of light, no promise of morning. The page drinks the last of the silver water, and the image sets. Isbet steps forward. Her shadow falls across the open codex. "That is not a memory," she says. "No, that has not happened yet." Fennick stares at the image of himself in the black current, waist deep, speaking to something that cannot be seen. "Then the pages are not recording the past," he says. "They are recording what the river intends." Isbet is silent for a long moment. Then she lifts her pencil and touches the tip to the blank page beside the image. The pencil writes without her hand moving it. "Come when you can come whole." The ink dries silver. Fennick looks up from the codex. The bindery window faces the river. and through the glass he sees the reed knots along the bank beginning to glow, each one flaring with the same cold light that fills the pages in his hands. The village is still. The river is waiting. And somewhere beneath the hill, in the passage he has not yet entered, the silver pulse beats a second time, deep as the sound of a door opening in a house no one has left. Chapter 58. The bindery window shows the first lantern ignite. It hangs from the nearest post, the one the wardens drove into the mud when they closed the bank. The flame that blossoms inside its paper shell is not the warm amber of the festival. It is silver, cold, a light that seems to eat the dusk around it rather than push it back. Fennick does not move from the workbench. His hands rest on either side of the open codex, the prophetic images still wet with silver moisture, the directive still drying on the page beside them. Come when you can come all. He has not answered. He has not decided. The second lantern ignites. It hangs from a hook on the chapel wall, 50 paces from the water. The silver flame spreads through its paper like a breath moving through a lung, and the light does not gutter or smoke. It burns steady, a column of still radiance. Isbet deafs to the window. Her pencil is still in her hand, the tip raw and splintered from the autonomous writing. She does not speak. She watches. The third lantern catches from the post beside the ferry landing, the fourth from a nail driven into the shrine doorframe. They ignite in sequence, swift and deliberate, traveling east to west along the closed bank as if following a path only the fire can see. Each one burns silver. Each one sheds no smoke and makes no sound. Fennick rises. The codex closes beneath his palm. He walks to the door. Behind him, Isbet's footsteps follow. Outside, the village has fallen silent. The houses that line the river road stand dark and watchful, their windows reflecting the silver glow that is spreading along the bank like a wound being opened in the world's skin. The reed knots have stopped glowing. Instead, the reeds themselves are beginning to burn. Not with heat. Fennick knows this before he reaches the first post. The flame that climbs the dry stalks is cold. He can feel its absence of warmth from 10 paces away, a hollow in the air where fire should be. The reeds do not blacken. They do not curl and crumble. They stand upright, blazing, their edges outlined in silver light that does not consume them, only illuminates. The rope barriers are untouched. The wooden posts remain dark and solid. The fire has no appetite. It climbs the bank in a straight corridor, 2 lines of cold flames stretching from the chapel wall to the water's edge, and at the end of that corridor, where the breach mark still glows on the river's surface, the silver water has begun to spiral. Fennick stops at the rope. The barrier is still tied across the ferry lane, 3 strands of braided hemp pulled tight between new posts. The wardens tied these knots themselves. They meant to keep everyone away from the water. The cold fire touches the rope, runs along its length. The hemp glows silver, but the fibers do not part. The corridor waits, and from inside the corridor, from the place where the river's surface turns circles in the breach, Wrenthe's voice speaks his name. It comes from a great distance, not a whisper, not a shout, a word carried across water so still it carries no ripples, only meaning. Fennick. The sound presses against his chest like a hand laid flat over his heart. He does not answer. He cannot. The silver flame along the reed that pulses once, twice, in time with the light that still glows beneath his scar. The thread does not pull. It does not strain. It waits. Behind him, Isbet says nothing. He hears her breathe. He hears the village hold its breath. The corridor of cold fire stretches from the chapel wall to the breach, silver and steady and patient as a road that has been waiting for someone to walk it. And Wrenthe's voice comes again, fainter this time, as if she is moving away from the call, as if the distance between them is growing even as the path opens. Do not answer me yet. The words land differently. They are not fear. They are not warning. They are instruction. Fennick stands at the rope barrier, the cold fire burning on either side of him, the corridor open and waiting, and he does not know if this is the path he is meant to walk or a question he is meant to refuse. The reed flames do not gutter, they do not dim, They hold. And somewhere beneath the hill, beneath the Understone where the second pulse beats like a door opening in a house no one has left, the silver thread beneath Fennick's scar begins to warm. Not pull, not strain. Warm, as if something on the far side has finally recognized him and is waiting for him to recognize it back. Chapter 59. The cold fire does not gutter. It does not dim. It holds its shape along the bank, a corridor of silver light that burns without consuming. And Fennick stands at the rope barrier with his hands empty and his throat closed. Behind him, Isbet's breath catches. She does not speak. She does not move. The village holds its silence like a wound that has forgotten how to bleed. The corridor waits. And then Pollin steps out of the darkness between two houses. He moves slowly, his scarred hands held away from his body as if approaching something sacred. The cold fire paints his face in silver, deepening the hollows beneath his eyes. The lines cut into his cheeks by centuries he only just remembered he lived. He looks older than he did in the Understone. He looks like a man who has finally stopped pretending he has time. Pollin stops at the rope barrier, beside Fennick, and does not look at the corridor. He looks at the knot in his own hands. "I have been tying the run-on knot," he says, "for longer than Sorrenthal has had a name." Fennick watches the old man's fingers begin to move. The movements are slow at first, tentative, as if Pollin's hands have forgotten how to shape anything but the binding pattern. But the rhythm returns. The tendons shift beneath the scarred skin. The knot forms between Pollin's palms. Not the binding knot, something else. Something that opens rather than closes. "The witness knot," Pollin says. "The old ferryman used it to mark a crossing that had been honestly chosen. Not to bind, not to keep. To testify that the one who walked did so of their own will." He holds the knot up. The cold fire catches its shape, runs along the reeds, and Pollin steps over the rope barrier. The corridor does not burn him. The silver flame parts around his shoulders, around his scarred hands, leaving a space in the fire where he stands. "No one enters in love's name," Pollin says, his voice carrying across the still air, "unless they can also leave empty-handed." He ties the witness knot to the first post on the riverside of the barrier. The knot glows. The corridor of cold fire seems to settle around it, as if the flames are bowing to something older than their own light. And the fire begins to show images. They ripple along the corridor's inner walls, silver shapes moving through the cold flame like figures seen through disturbed water. Pollin watches them. Fennick watches them. Isbet steps forward, her pencil still in her hand, her breath held. The vision shows Nera. She stands on a shore Fennick does not recognize. Not the golden bank, not the gray shore from the basin. A third place, where the water runs clear than the reed that grow green instead of brown, where the sky above has color instead of mist. Nera is whole. She is young. She is laughing. She turns and looks toward the corridor, toward Pollin, and she smiles. She does not speak. She does not reach for him. She simply stands on that shore with her hands at her sides, no longer drowning, no longer bound, no longer waiting. Pollin makes a sound, a small sound. The sound of a man who has spent centuries holding a knot that was never meant to be held, watching it finally find open. The vision shifts. The corridor's inner wall ripples, and the image turns, and Fennick sees the far shore from the other side. A figure stands there, on the bank opposite the corridor, where the water meets the meads in the village he has known his whole life. The figure does not move. It does not speak. It has no face, or rather, its face shifts as Fennick watches, features forming and dissolving like condensation, trying to settle on a shape and failing. Shoulders that might be a woman's, a coat that might be dark, a posture that might be familiar. The faceless figure stands on Sorrenthal's bank and watches the village back. The cold fire ripples, and the image dissolves, and the corridor is once again only silver flame and waiting silence. Pollin's hands drop to his sides. The witness knot glows on the post, steady and quiet. "That was not Nera," Fennick says. His voice sounds strange to his own ears. "The figure at the far end, that was not her." Pollin does not answer immediately. He stands in the corridor of cold fire, the silver light outlining his scarred hands, his hollow cheeks, the shape of a man who has finally stopped clinging. "No," Pollin says. "That was someone who has been watching Sorrenthal for a long time. Someone who saw the loop break and has been waiting to see who walks next. Isbet's pencil snaps. She does not seem to notice. She stares at the place where the faceless figure stood, her jaw tight, her eyes gone distant. "I know that posture," she says. "I have seen it in Academy records. The way it holds itself, the way it waits." She looks at Fennick. Aaron Vell had a portrait drawn at Kern's Hollow before she stopped reporting. The artist caught her standing on a riverbank. The posture was the same. The cold fire pulses. Fennick feels the silver thread beneath his scar warm against his skin, patient and steady, as if the far side is still waiting for him to recognize what he has seen. The corridor waits, the village waits, and Pollin's search stands in the cold fire with his witness knot tied at the post, his hands finally empty, and says nothing more. The faceless figure on the far shore, watching, waiting, and Fennick does not know if it has been watching Nera cross, or watching Sorrenthal, or watching him. The silver thread warms again. It does not pull, it does not strain, it waits. And the cold fire hoards its shape, and the corridor remains open, and Wrenthe's voice does not speak again. The silence presses in. The faceless figure stands on the far shore, and Fennick realizes he has no way of knowing which side of the corridor the watching truly belongs to. Chapter 60. The cold fire corridor flickers, not a settling flicker, the way flames breathe when they find their rhythm. A deeper tremor, running through the silver light like a shiver along a spine. The reeds on either side of the corridor dim at their bases, the glow withdrawing toward the breach as if something has begun to pull it back. Pollin steps clear of the corridor, his scarred hands still open at his sides, the witness knot glowing at his back. He looks at the flames and his expression shifts, not fear, but recognition. "It is closing," he says. "The corridor was never meant to stay open long." Isbet moves before Fennick can. She steps to the rope barrier, her broken pencil still clutched in her fingers, and studies the diminishing light with the sharp attention of someone who has spent a lifetime learning to read the signs of a threshold feeling. "We cannot enter blind," she says. The codex showed Fennick waist-deep in black water. The reed knots are glowing across the entire village. Whatever waits in that wound is not a simple passage. It is a transformation. We need to understand what we are stepping into before we step. Fennick feels the silver thread beneath his scar pulse once, hard enough to make him press his palm against his wrist. The warmth is no longer patient. It presses against his skin from the inside, insistent, alive, as if something on the far side has noticed the corridor flickering and is trying to tell him to move before the way closes. He can feel Wrenthe. Not her voice, not her face, just the shape of her absence, the negative space she left behind in the world, pulling at him like the current of a river he has already entered once and left unfinished. "She is on the other side," he says. "She has been waiting." Isbet turns to face him. Her hair has come loose from its tight bind, a strand falling across her cheek. She does not push it back. "Wrenthe told you not to follow her. The directive in the codex told you to come whole. Both of those warnings are still true." "I know." "Then why are you standing at the barrier like a man about to cross it?" Fennick looks at the corridor. The cold fire has dimmed another degree, the silver light pulling back toward the breach in a slow, steady retreat. In another minute, maybe two, the path will be gone. The reeds stop burning, the opening will close, and he will be standing on Sorrenthal's bank with a knot tied to a post and no way to follow her. The silver thread pulses again, stronger, almost painful. He can feel her. Not her voice, not her memory, just the fact of her, existing somewhere beyond the reach of his hands. His voice, his long-rehearsed confessions. She is there, and he is here, and the distance between them is not measured in steps. "The thread," he says. "It has never pulled like this before. Not toward her. It has pulled toward the river, toward the breach, toward the wound, but never straight toward her. Not like this." Isbet studies his face. She does not soften. "That is either a compass leading you home or a lure pulling you into a trap, and you cannot know which until you are already caught." Pollin speaks from the post where the witness knot still glows. His voice is quiet, scraped clean of the layers of centuries. "She is right," he says. I tied the binding knot for longer than Sorrenthal has stood because I believed the pull was love. It was love, but it was also hunger. And hunger does not care which direction it faces, it only cares that it keeps reaching. The cold fire dims another degree. Fennick makes a decision. He turns away from the barrier, walks back to the bindery door, and pulls the new codex from the satchel he left hanging on the latch hook. The pages are still faintly damp, the silver water not yet fully dried into the rag paper. He carries it to the post where the witness knot glows, opens the codex to the first blank page, and presses it flat against the knot's light. The silver thread beneath his scar screams in protest, a pulse of heat, sharp as a needle sliding under the skin, and the warmth that had been pressing toward the far side snaps back toward him, confused, waiting. He ignores it. He holds the codex against the witness knot until he feels the cold fire seep into the paper, transferring from the knot to the page, making the binding glow the same silver as the corridor. When he pulls the codex away, the first page shows a mark he has never seen before, a knot pattern, drawn in silver. Not quite the witness knot, and not quite the binding knot. A third shape, something between holding and releasing. The cold fire gutter and goes out. The corridor is gone. The reeds stand dark along the bank, no longer burning, no longer luminous. The breach at the water's edge still glows but faintly, like a coal banked for the night. The witness knot glows on the post, steady and patient, and the codex page begins to change. The silver knot pattern shifts, rearranging itself, and beneath it, letters form. Not the autonomous script of Isbet's pencil, not the voice of the river speaking through borrowed tongues. A different hand, precise, deliberate, patient. It writes coordinates, a direction, a name. Second reach, east of Kern's Hollow. The door opens when the crossing calls its own. Fennick reads the words twice before they settle into meaning. Isbet leans over his shoulder, her breath warm against his cheek. "That is not the wound," she says. "That is a destination, a mapped place." "East of Kern's Hollow," Fennick repeats, "where Aramvel's last report was filed." Pollin steps forward, his scarred hands reaching for the page but not quite touching it. His fingers hover over the silver letters as if testing a heat he cannot yet feel. "The second reach," he says. "I have heard that name. In the old Ferryman songs, before the Warden sealed the rites. The reach is not a crossing, it is a confluence, a place where the river's currents meet and the memory of the water pools deeper than anywhere else." "What happens there?" Fennick asks. Pollin's hand drops. "The dead remember everything, and the living can be unmade by what they learn." The silver thread beneath Fennick's scar warms again, not pulling this time, not demanding, waiting. He looks at the codex page, at the coordinates, at the name that Aramvel may have carved into a map 40 years ago, before she stopped reporting, before she became the faceless figure standing on Sorrenthal's bank and watching the village back. He closes the codex. "I need paper," he says, "and ink, and a map of the hills east of Kern's Hollow." Isbet is already moving toward the bindery, her broken pencil forgotten in her hand. Pollin stays at the post, his scarred knuckles brushing the witness knot, his eyes on the dark water where the corridor used to burn. And Fennick stands between them, the codex pressed against his chest, the silver thread warm beneath his skin, the coordinates of the second reach already burning in his memory. The door is not the wound. The door is a place, and he is going to find it. Chapter 61. He does not sleep that night. Or rather, he lies on the boundary floor with the codex open beside him and the silver thread warm beneath his scar. And he watches the ceiling boards shift from black to gray to the first pale gold of a second true dawn. No reset, no silver mist peeling the light back into dusk. Morning comes because morning comes, ordinary and relentless. He sits up and his body protests in ways he has not felt in centuries. His neck is stiff, his eyes burn. His stomach makes a sound that startles him into pressing a hand against his ribs. Hunger. When did he last feel hunger as a demand rather than a detail he could ignore until the next reset? He eats bread from the basket Sabine left at his door, chewing slowly, feeling every movement as a decision that cannot be unmade. The bread is dry. He drinks water from the tap. The water tastes of stone and iron, real and unremarkable. The third dawn is gray and wet. The fourth is clear and cold. The fifth brings rain that drums against the bindery roof for hours, steady and indifferent. And Fennick sits at his workbench listening to it fall, understanding for the first time that this sound will never be the same rain twice. He begins helping the villagers with the festival repairs, because Pollin asked him, and because staying still makes the silver thread ache beneath his skin. The rope barriers need restowing. The lantern posts need resetting. The chapel steps, cracked by the cold fire, need new stone hauled from the quarry above the mist line. Oren works beside him on the steps, silent and efficient, handing him stones that fit the gaps as if he has always known which shape belongs where. Fennick takes them and sets them and does not speak. The work is good. The work asks nothing of him except his hands. On the sixth day, he catches himself looking at a length of rope and thinking of knots. Not the witness knot, not the binding knot. A simple figure-8 loop, the kind used to secure a ferry line to a cleat. He ties it without thinking, his fingers finding the pattern the way they find the spine of a book, and then he stares at the finished loop as if it has betrayed him. This is what ordinary time does. It fills the space where the loop used to be with small, forgettable competences. It lets him breathe. It lets him eat. It lets him tie a rope without it meaning anything, and that is the cruelty he did not anticipate. He was ready for grief. He was ready for the silver thread to pull him toward a destination he could not reach. He was not ready for the mornings to arrive without asking, for the villagers to nod at him in the lane as if he is simply a man who lived through a strange festival, for the world to continue as though he has not lost everything it cost him to win this peace. On the seventh morning, Isbet finds him at the quarry road with a stone in his hands and his knuckles bleeding from a split he does not remember earning. "You need to stop," she says. "I need to finish the step. The step will be finished whether you are the one that finishes it or not." She takes the stone from him. Her grip is firm, her fingers brushing his, and he realizes she has been letting her hair hang loose these past days, no longer pulled back tight against her temples. "You are not atoning for anything by breaking your hands." He looks at his knuckles. The blood is fresh, welling along a crack in the skin, and he watches it bead and fall as if it belongs to someone else. "I do not know what to do with a day that keeps going," he says. Isbet is quiet for a long moment. Then she says, "No one does. We all learn it wrong and keep learning." She does not offer comfort. She does not touch him again. She walks back toward the village with the stone in her hands, and he follows because there is nowhere else to go. On the 9th day, he opens the codex to check the coordinates and finds the silver ink has faded nearly to invisibility. He carries it into the light, tilting the page, and the letters glimmer faintly before settling back into the paper like sediment. The map is still there. The name is still legible if he knows where to look, but the river is no longer pressing its message forward. It is withdrawn, waiting. The silver thread beneath his scar is still warm. It is not pulled since the night of the corridor burned silver along the bank. He sets down the book. The second note rings, and he feels it in his chest, a vibration that does not belong to the bell alone. He is moving before he decides to, out of the bindery, across the square, toward the chapel where the bell tower rises against a pale blue sky. Oren is already at the chapel door, his face pale, his ferry pole abandoned on the ground behind him. "You hear it too," Oren says. "It is the same bell." It is not. The third note rings. Fennick looks up at the tower, and the light slanting through the belfry opening catches something he does not expect. Condensation beating on the bronze, running down the metal in thin silver lines that do not fall but cling. The pattern of the beads, the way they trace the bell's curve, forms the same shape he has seen on the ferry post, on the witness knot, on the codex page before the silver withdrew. The third knot pattern, something between holding and releasing. The fourth note rings, and Fennick knows, with the same certainty that told him the leap was breaking, that the bell is not ringing for the hour. It is ringing for him. Chapter 62. The fourth note hangs in the air longer than sound should hold. Fennick counts the seconds before it fades, and by the time the resonance dies, he is already at the chapel door with Oren beside him. The fifth note does not come. The tower stands silent, the bell still swaying in its frame, the motion visible through the belfry opening. The silver condensation clings to the bronze, tracing the knot pattern without dripping, without dispersing, as if the metal itself has memorized the shape and refuses to forget. "We need to go up," Fennick says. Oren's hand moves to the door latch and stops. "I have not been up those stairs since I was 12 years old. The old ferryman kept things in the belfry, things the Warden said were superstition. And you believed them?" "I believed I did not need to know what the bell remembered." Oren's pale eyes meet his. "The bell is ringing for you, not for me. I will hold the door." Fennick does not argue. He pushes the latch and steps into the tower. The stairs spiral upward in tight, uneven stones, worn smooth by feet that stopped climbing generations ago. Dust lies thick on the outer edges, undisturbed, but the inner curve nearest the wall shows a different texture. Not dust, but a fine gray silt that clings to the mortar. It does not smell like dry stone. It smells like riverbank at low water, wet and mineral and old. He climbs. The stairwell grows darker as he ascends, the light from the chapel below cut off by the curve of the wall. No windows pierce the tower until the top, only the occasional gap between stones where the mortar has cracked and fallen away, letting in thin blades of afternoon light that shift as he passes. The silver thread beneath his scar warms with each step. He counts the stairs. 42, 51, 63. The number does not match any known height of a village bell tower, but he keeps counting because counting has kept him sane through worse confinements than a dark stairwell. At 77, the stairs end. He steps into the belfry. The chamber is smaller than the tower's exterior suggests, barely wide enough for two people to stand without touching the bell. The bronze hangs at the center, still swaying almost imperceptibly, and the silver condensation covers the surface in patterns that shift as the metal moves. Fennick stops in the doorway and looks. The condensation traces the third knot shape on every surface of the bell, the same shape he saw on the ferry post, on the witness knot, on the codex page before the silver withdrew. But here it is not still. It moves slowly, deliberately, the beads of moisture flowing along the bronze in paths that do not follow gravity. They flow upward. He watches the silver water climb the curve of the bell, gathering at the crown where the clapper chain meets the frame. The drops collect there, pooling, for they begin to fall, not toward the floor, but sideways, toward the stone wall where the bell frame is set into the masonry. They vanish into a seam between two stones. Fennick crosses to the wall and presses his palm against the stones. They are colder than they should be, colder than stone in afternoon light, and the mortar between them is not mortar at all, but packed silt, damp and giving, the same silt that lined the inner curve of the stairwell. He digs his fingers into the seam and pulls. The stone moves. It slides outward without resistance, as if it was never mortared in place, only set there and waiting. Behind it is a cavity carved into the tower wall, lined with dried reeds that crumple at his touch. Inside the cavity rests a reliquary no larger than his hand, made of bone and reed bowed with dark wire that is not tarnished. The silver moisture is collected on the reliquary's surface, beating along the wire in the same knot pattern. He lifts it out. The reliquary is warm, warmer than the stone around it, and when he turns it in his hands, a sound comes from inside, dry and hollow, like reeds shifting in a current. He sets it on the bell frame and works the wire. The binding is not a knot. It is the same shape, the third pattern, traced in wire that wraps the reliquary without beginning or end. He finds no loose end to pull, no faceting to break. The wire is a single continuous loop, closed on itself, and touching it makes the silver thread beneath his scar pulse in answer. He does not force it. He waits. The wire loosens, not because he pulls it, not because he understands the mechanism. The wire simply relaxes, the pattern releasing as if it recognizes him, as if the shape has been waiting for his touch to remember how to open. The reliquary falls open in his hands. Inside are 3 bone reeds, each carved with a single mark, and had a crap of leather that crackles when he lifts it. The leather is old, so old that the edges crumble against his fingertips, but the marks on it are clear, a map of 3 lines branching from a single source. The crossing river, drawn in silver ink that still gleams. 3 reaches are named in the same pre-village script that covered the Understone walls. The first name is legible, Golden Shore. The second name, smaller, pressed into the leather as if written in haste. Second Reach. The third line branches at a sharper angle, narrower, darker, the ink a different color, older. The name beside it has been scratched out, not erased, not faded, scratched with a blade or a nail, over and over until the leather is scored through in places, and the name is gone. The violence of it is unmistakable, the desperate need to unwrite whatever word once stood there. Fennick runs his thumb over the gouged leather and fears the indentations beneath, the ghost of letters pressed deep enough to survive the blade. 3 bone reeds, 3 reaches, 1 name removed. The bell moves above him, a hair's breadth, and the clapper swings without sound. When he looks up, the silver condensation is no longer on the bronze, it is on his hands. Chapter 63. He sleeps. Not the half-wake he has known for centuries. The surface drowse where his body rests, but his mind keeps counting, keeps tracking, keeps waiting for the silver light to peel back and reveal the square again. He sleeps the way the living sleep, deep and fallow, without guard. The dream begins as gray, not the gray of river mist or the gray of chapel stone, a gray without weight, the color of a space between moments, and Fennick stands in it without knowing how he arrived. His hands are empty, his scar does not burn. The silver thread beneath his skin is silent, as if the bond has gone somewhere he cannot follow. He walks. The gray does not thin or brighten, it parts around him like curtain fabric, and when it falls away, he stands at the edge of reeds, so pale they appear white, bending in a current he cannot feel. The air is still and warm, warmer than Sorrenthal has ever been, and the sky above him is not sky at all. It glows from beneath. A soft amber light pulses through the clouds in slow breaths, as if the sun lives below the horizon and pushes upward through the earth. The light has no source he can name. It simply is, steady and patient, and it paints the reeds the color of old honey. She stands among them. Wrenthe. Barefoot, her dress the same one she wore the first time he saw her rise from the river, but dry now, unstained by silver water. Her hair hangs loose, longer than he remembers, and she does not look him. She faces the pale reeds with her back to the shore, one hand extended, her fingers brushing the tops of the white stalks. She does not invite him. He knows this without being told. The dream allows him to be here, allows him to see her, but the space between them is a threshold he cannot cross. He feels it in his chest, a tautness that has nothing to do with the silver thread. She is present, she is real. She is not waiting. He opens his mouth to speak. The water at his feet ripples. He looks down. He stands ankle-deep in clear water, so clear he can see the pale sand beneath, each grain distinct, and on the surface of the water, where it laps against his boots, words are forming. Not written, not spoken. The ripples arrange themselves into letters that hold for a breath before dissolving into the next. He reads them as they form and reform, cycling like a current repeating the same phrase until it is learned. Come when you can come whole. He knows the phrase. He has seen it before in Isbet's hand, in the drying silver ink of the codex page. But here, in this light, in this place, it is not a directive. It is not a warning. It is a condition. Not a test the river set for him. A truth Wrenthe is leaving in the water for him to find. The same way she left the reed token at the ferry post, in a cycle he cannot count. She cannot invite him across the threshold. She cannot reach through the dream and pull him toward her. But she can leave him the shape of what he must become before he arrives. He looks up. She has turned. Wrenthe faces him now, and her eyes are the same gray-green he remembers, the color of river stone after rain. She does not smile. She does not speak. She lifts her hand from the reeds and presses it flat against her chest, over her heart, and holds it there. A gesture, a message, a seal. The amber light pulses once, harder, and the reds around her begin to glow with the same silver condensation he touched in the belfry, the third knot pattern tracing up the pale stalks in lines that climb toward the lit sky. She is telling him something he cannot yet read. He tries to step forward. The water holds him. Not violently, not as a barrier, but as a fact. He cannot move because he has not met the condition yet. He is not whole. He is still reaching. The silver thread beneath his scar stirs for the first time since the dream began, and the sensation is not pull or warmth or recognition. It is absence. The thread is still there, still connected to her, but it is slack in a way it has never been slack before, as if the bond has gone quiet not because it broke, but because it is waiting for him to become someone worth being bound to. The dream begins to fray at the edges. The gray returns, not as curtain fabric but as dissolution. The pale reeds losing color, the amber sky fading to white. Wrenthe stays where she is, hands still pressed to her chest, watching him as he is pulled backward through the light. He opens his mouth to speak again. The water ripples one last time. Come when you can come whole. He wakes. The bindery ceiling above him familiar and ordinary, the light through the window pale and gray with true morning. He lies on the floor where he fell asleep, still in his clothes, the reliquary beside him closed, the 3 bone reeds untouched. His hand is pressed flat against his chest. He does not remember putting it there. He does not know how long it has been there, the fingers spread over his heart in the same gesture Wrenthe made before the dream dissolved. But his palm is warm, warmer than the rest of him, and when he pulls it away, the skin beneath bears no mark, no silver, no evidence that anything has changed. The reliquary sits on the floorboards beside his hip, the wire loose, the leather map folded inside. The third game is still scratched out. The bone reeds are still carved with marks he cannot read. But the silver condensation he carried from the belfry is gone from his hands. It is transferred to the reliquary instead, beating along the wire in the third knot pattern, and when he lifts the reliquary to examine it, the wire does not wait for his touch to release this time. It falls open on its own. Inside, the leather map has changed. 3 bone reeds lie crossed over the parchment, and between them, pressed into the surface of the map where the third reed branches away from the others, a single line of text has appeared in the same clear water that wrote the phrase at his feet. It is not a directive. It is not a question. It is a name. The name of the third reach, written in Wrenthe's hand, where the blade had gouged it out. He reads it once, twice. The syllables settle into his chest like stones dropped into still water. He reads it a third time, and the bell above the binding begins to ring. Chapter 64. The bell above the binding has not stopped. Fennick stands with the open reliquary in his hands, the leather map exposed, the name of the third reach still wet against the parchment where Wrenthe wrote it. The sound moves through him in waves he cannot separate from his own pulse, and he does not know how long he has been standing here, reading the syllables again and again, letting them settle into the hollow places the dream left behind. Isbet finds him first. She does not knock. She pushes through the bindery door with her coat still damp from the morning mist, and she stops the moment she sees his face. Her gaze drops to the reliquary, to the map, to the silver condensation still beating along the wire that fell open on its own. "You found it," she says, not a question. He cannot answer. His throat is full of the name he read, the shape of Wrenthe's handwriting, the knowledge that she wrote it from somewhere he cannot yet reach. Isbet crosses the room and takes the reliquary from him with careful hands, the way she once took the stone from his bleeding knuckles at the quarry road. She sets it on the workbench beside the closed codex, and she studies the map in silence for a long moment, her lips moving once as she reads the third reach's name for herself. Then she looks up at him, and her expression is not surprise or fear, it is recognition. "The second reach," she says. "You already know that name. Pollin told you. But this..." She touches the third reach's name with the tip of her finger, the silver ink cool and wet against her skin. "This is what the blade was meant to erase. Someone thought if they cut the name out of the map, the destination would stop existing. Did it work?" Fennick's voice sounds foreign to him, scraped raw by the dream, by the bell, by the name still echoing in his chest. "No." Isbet's hand drops to her side. "It was never the name that made the place real. The place existed first. The name was just the record of it. Scratching it out only hid what someone did not want found. The bell above them strikes again, a single, clear note that is not part of any sequence Fennick has learned. He feels it in his sternum, in the silver thread beneath his scar, in the hollow ache behind his ribs where the dream still lives. "We need Pollin," Isbet says. She is already folding the map, tucking the 3 bone reeds into her coat pocket with the same decisive motion she once used to close her notebook. "And we need the codex. If the second reach is a confluence where memory pools deeper than anywhere else, then we need to understand what the river is asking before we step into it." Fennick follows her because he does not know what else to do with his hands, his feet, his voice. The bindery door swings shut behind them, and the morning air hits his face cold and wet, smelling of riverstone and mud and the first evidence that the mist is learning to thin. Pollin meets them at the chapel steps. He is sitting on the lowest stair with his scarred hands resting open on his knees, palms up, empty, the way they have been since he tied the witness knot and let Nera go. He looks older than he did a week ago, older than he did an hour ago, as if remembering every century at once is a weight that pulls the like out of a man's face. "You found the name," Pollin says before they reach him. Not a question either. Fennick stops. "How did you know?" "I felt it." Pollin raises his scarred palms, turns them over slowly, lets the morning light catch the crisscrossed lines. "The river knew when that name was spoken again. It passed through the water like a tremor. Every bank on the crossing felt it." He lowers his hands. "What name did you find?" Fennick tells him. Pollin is silent for a long time. The chapel bell hangs motionless above them, the silver condensation gone now, transferred to the reliquary, transferred to Fennick's hands, moving through the world in patterns that feel less like magic and more like water finding its level. "The old ferryman called it the second door," Pollin says finally. "Not the golden shore, not the third reach, but the place between them, where a crossing can be undone or made permanent. It is where the river tests whether you came for love or for hunger." Isbet kneels beside him on the step, the codex open in her lap, the faded silver ink catching the gray morning light. The second reach is a confluence. 2 currents meet there, the memory of every crossing and the will of the river itself. The dead remember everything at that junction, every choice they made, every word they left unsaid, every version of love they failed to finish. And the living, Pollin says, can be unmade by what they learn there. The words hang in the air between them, heavy as the wet mist still clinging to the chapel stones. Fennick feels the name on his tongue again, the third reach's name, Wrenthe's handwriting, the claim she left in the water for him to find. He is not whole yet. He is still reaching. "Then why did she write it?" he asks. The question comes out rough, almost broken. "If the third reach is a place where the living are unmade, why did Wrenthe leave me the name?" Pollin looks up at him, and there is something ancient in his eyes, something that has watched love curdle into hunger and hunger into loss for longer than Sorrenthal has stood on this bend of the river. "Because she is not asking you to go there," Pollin says. "She is asking you to understand what it means before you decide whether to follow." The courier arrives before noon. Fennick hears the horse before he sees it, hooves too fast on the wet cobblestones, a rhythm that does not match the careful pace of village traffic. He looks up from the codex, from the map, from 3 bone reeds laid out on the chapel step, and he sees a rider in academy livery pull up at the square's edge, coat spattered with mud, the horse's flanks heaving. The courier dismounts before the horse has fully stopped. A young woman, blonde braid coming loose, a leather dispatch case strapped across her chest. She scans the square until she finds Isbet, and she crosses the wet stones with the directness of someone who has been riding through the night. "Scholar Morev," the courier's voice is breathless, pitched too loud for the quiet morning. "I was sent from the city. 3 days hard ride." Isbet rises from the step, her expression shifting from scholar to something harder, something that knows bad news before it arrives. "What happened?" The courier unsnaps the dispatch case and pulls out a folded paper, sealed with academy wax. She hands it to Isbet with both hands, and her fingers are trembling. "The shrine at Thornwood Reach," the courier says. "It has stopped moving forward." Isbet breaks the seal and reads. Her face does not change, but her hand tightens on the paper until the edges crease. "What does that mean?" Fennick asks. He is standing now, the codex closed in his hands, the bone reeds in his pocket, the name of the third reach pressed against his ribs like a second heartbeat. Isbet looks up from the letter. "Another river shrine," she says, "has begun repeating a single sunset. For 8 days now. The sun sets over the Thornwood crossing. The mist rises. The dead do not come. And then the sun rises again into the same evening it left. The silence that follows is not empty. It is full of everything Fennick does not want to say aloud. The loop did not end in Sorrenthal. It moved. The courier stands in the square with her horse blowing steam into the cold air, and Fennick looks at the map in the reliquary, at the 3 bone reeds, at the name of the third reach still wet against the leather, and he understands that the wound in the river was never a doorway left open by accident. It was a threshold that needed a steward, and no one has been holding it. Chapter 65. The air in the square has gone gray and still, the morning light thin as old linen. The courier stands beside her heaving horse, the seal of the dispatch case broken, and Fennick watches Isbet's face as she folds the letter with careful, deliberate precision. He does not need to see the words again. He already knows what they mean. The loop did not end. It broke open and bled into another village. Pollin rises from the chapel step with a slowness that makes Fennick's chest tighten, his scarred hands braced against the stone, his knees creaking like old wood under strain. The motion costs him something visible, a tremor that runs through his shoulders before he straightens. "Fennick." Pollin's voice is quieter than it was an hour ago, thinner. "Walk with me." It is not a request. They leave Isbet with the courier, leave the map and the bone reeds and the codex set across the chapel step like evidence of a crime no one has named yet. Pollin leads him past the ferry post, past the closed bank where the rope barriers still stand, past the place where the cold fire corridor opened and closed, past the reeds that still glow with faint silver at their tips. They stop at the Bindery. Pollin does not enter. He lowers himself onto the step with the same careful economy of motion, his back against the doorframe, his hands resting open on his knees. The scars are worse in this light, crisscrossed and deep, some silver with age and others pink and fresh. The map of a lifetime spent cutting reeds and tying knots and holding on to something that should have been released a century ago. "Sit," Pollin says. Fennick sits. The morning is mzine around them, the village still holding its breath after the courier's arrival, after the news that Thornwood Reach is repeating its own sunset, after the name of the third reach was spoken aloud in the square. Fennick feels the silver condensation still on his hands, dried now, but present, a residue that does not wash off with water. Pollin does not look at him. He looks at his own hands. "I have been tying knots for longer than Sorrenthal has had a name," he says. "Longer than the ferryman's oaths were written down. Longer than the wardens knew what they were guarding." He flexes his fingers, and the scars shift over his knuckles like old leather. "I thought I was binding her to me because I loved her. But I was binding myself to the shape of my own grief, and I called it devotion." Fennick says nothing. There is nothing to say that Pollin has not already lived. "The witness knot," Pollin says, "is not for binding what you love. It is for tying yourself to the truth while you watch what you love leave." He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a length of reed cord, pale and dry, the fibers twisted tight. He holds it between his scarred hands, and his fingers begin to move with a precision that seems impossible for someone so worn, so trembled, so close to the edge of something Fennick does not want to name. "Watch," Pollin says. Fennick watches. Pollin's hands work the cord in a pattern Fennick has seen before in the codex, in the condensation on the bell, in the wire that bound the reliquary. 2 loops, 1 crossing, 1 draw that does not tighten until the final pull. 3 heartbeats of slack, a single deliberate pause where the cord hangs open and empty before the hands close it. "That is the moment," Pollin says. "The pause, that is where you decide whether you are tying to keep or tying to witness." He holds up the finished knot. It is identical to the one he tied at the post when he released Nera, identical to the one in the codex, identical to the third knot pattern that has been appearing everywhere since the loop broke. "Now you," Pollin says. He hands Fennick the cord. Fennick takes it. The fibers are rough against his ink-stained fingers, familiar in a way that makes his chest ache. He has tied 1,000 knots in his life, binding books, binding reeds, binding his own hope into patterns that felt like prayer. But this is different. He starts the loop, the cross, the draw, and then he stops at the pause. The cord hangs open in his hands, the knot unfinished, the shape waiting for him to decide. The silver mark on his wrist beneath the burn scar is burning, has been burning since the loop broke, since Wrenthe him crossed, since he woke into ordinary time with a wound that would not stop hurting. But at the pause, with the cord open and the knot not yet closed, the burning stops. Fennick feels it happen, a release he did not ask for and cannot control. The heat draining out of the scar, the silver thread going slack inside his skin, the pressure behind his ribs easing by a fraction he would not have noticed if he had not been holding the knot exactly right. He looks at Pollin. Pollin is watching him with something like recognition, like grief, like the beginning of a farewell. Fennick pulls the cord closed. The knot holds. The witness knot. Tied to truth, not to keeping. Pollin reaches out and takes Fennick's wrist, turns it over, looks at the scar where the silver thread has gone quiet. His fingers are cold and light, barely touching. "She chose you," Pollin says. "Not because you tied the right knot, not because you said the right words. She chose you because you let her go when you had the power to hold on." Fennick's throat closes. "I need you to carry something for me," Pollin says. "Nora's story. The real one. Not the version the Warden suppressed. Not the version I buried under centuries of silence." He releases Fennick's wrist and meets his eyes. "I am not going to make it to the second reach. I can feel the river pulling, telling me my time is moving correctly now, telling me I have been here too long already." Fennick shakes his head. "Pollin, do not argue with a dying man about what he knows." Pollin's voice is gentle, almost amused. "I have spent longer than your entire existence learning to recognize the truth when it arrives." The words hit like a blow. "You carry Nera's story," Pollin says. "Carry it beyond Sorrenthal. Tell it to the river at the second reach if you get there. Tell it to the third reach if you are brave enough to find it. Tell it to anyone who asks what the crossing can do to a love that refuses to let go." He reaches out and presses the finished witness knot into Fennick's palm, closing Fennick's fingers over it. "I cannot carry it anymore," Pollin says. "I am too tired, and I have somewhere I need to go." His hand falls back to his knee. He is still breathing, but the light in his eyes has shifted, the way the river shifts when it recognizes the approach of the sea. Fennick sits on the bindery step with the witness knot pressed into his palm and the weight of Nera's story settling into his ribs, and he hears the bell begin to ring again from the chapel tower. Not the noon bell, not the hour bell, but the single, clear note that is part of no sequence he knows, the one that rang when he read the name of the third reach. The note that is now ringing where Pollin. Chapter 66. The bindery step is cold beneath Fennick, even through Pollin's warmth still pressed into the wood. The bell note hangs in the air above the chapel tower, fading slower than sound showed, as if the tower itself does not want to let the moment pass. He sits with the witness knot still pressed into his palm, the fibers leaving impressions in his skin that feel like a brand. Pollin's body has not fallen. He is simply still there, hands open on his knees, eyes fixed on something Fennick cannot see, something beyond the rooftops and the river and the mist that is beginning to curl back in from the bank. His chest still moves, faintly. Each breath a labor the body is learning to stop performing. Fennick does not know how long he sits there, long enough for the light to change, long enough for his own heartbeat to slow from the pounding it had done when Pollin pressed the knot into his palm. Footsteps on the path, hesitant, then faster. He looks up and sees Isbet crossing the square, a folded paper in her hand, her face a shade he has never seen on her before. Not fear, something flatter, something that is calcified in the space between receiving news and choosing how to carry it. She stops at the base of the bindery steps and looks at Pollin first. Her throat moves. Then she looks at Fennick. "The Academy," she says. Her voice is wrong, too steady. "A courier came for me while you were with him, while the bell was ringing." She holds up the paper. "Sealed instructions. They arrived on the same horse that brought the Thornwood Reach report." Fennick stands. The witness knot stays in his palm, pressed against the hollow where the silver thread has gone quiet. "What do they say?" Isbet does not answer immediately. She looks at Pollin again, at his slow breath, at the way his hands have not moved, at the shape of the farewell still settling into his face. "He is dying," she says. "Yes." "He taught you the witness knot?" "Yes." She nods. Then she holds out the paper. "Read it." Fennick takes it. The seal is already broken. The Academy crest pressed into the wax, a river reed crossed with a scholar's quill, the emblem of the theological faculty. He unfolds the letter and reads. The script is neat, precise, the loops of the letters so consistent they could have been pressed by a stamp. It says, Isbet Marev is to withdraw from Sorrenthal by the next dawn. It says her investigation is concluded. It says the anomalies at the crossing river are now the responsibility of sanctioned theologians who will arrive within the week to assess the breach and determine appropriate containment measures. It says her presence is no longer required. Fennick reads the words twice. The language is clinical, unhurried, the tone of a body that has already decided what the truth is and expects compliance. There is no gratitude for her work, no acknowledgement that she identified the loop before anyone else believed her. No mention of Wrenthe or Pollin or the 3 bone reeds or the silver condensation that still clings to his hands despite washing. Is this because of Thornwood Reach? He asks. Isbet's mouth tightens. It is because they knew. The Academy. They have known about wounded crossings for longer than I have been alive. They have records that predate Sorrenthal's founding. They know how to recognize a breach forming because they have seen them form before. Her voice drops, and they have procedures for what to do when the breach cannot be sealed. Containment, Fennick says. Containment means leaving it, fencing it off, while the wound do what it will, while the city pretends the river stops at the valley wall. The words hit him like a physical blow. He thinks of the still water on the crossing, the undried footprint on his floorboards, the cold fire corridor that closed the moment he chose not to walk it, the loop that moved instead of ending. They want to let Thornwood reach, repeat, he says. They want to let the wound spread. Isbet holds his gaze. They want to pretend it is not spreading. They want me to walk away from what I found here and never publish a word. They want me to become another scholar whose records stop without explanation. She pauses. Like Erin Vell. Her name hangs between them. The woman whose posture Isbet recognized in the cold fire corridor. The woman who stopped sending reports from Kern's Hollow 40 years ago. Fennick looks down at the letter in his hands. The paper is heavy, expensive, the sort of paper that comes from the city mills where the lay brothers beat the pulp for 3 days before pressing it. He could tear it. He could burn it. He could fold it carefully and place it in his pocket and pretend he never saw it. None of those choices will stop the sanctioned theologians from arriving. The letter arrived with an escort, Isbet says. 2 riders. They are waiting at the chapel yard with fresh horses and orders to see me to the city road before nightfall. Fennick looks up. Are you going? Isbet does not answer. She turns and walks into the bindery. Fennick follows. The smell of old glue and reed pulp greets him, the familiar scent of his own life, and Isbet is crossing to the hearth where a small fire still burns, the coals banked low but alive. She takes the letter from Fennick's hand. She holds it over the fire. She drops it. The paper catches. The edges curl black. The handwriting, Isbet's name, the Academy seal, the clinical prose, all of it darkening and crumbling and rising as ash on the heat. Fennick watches the flame eat the order to retreat, and then the smoke shifts. It is not rising straight. It is not dispersing into the chimney. The column of gray-white smoke holds together, coiling into a shape that is not random. Letters. 3 letters forming a name. The name from the scratched-out line in the reliquary. The name Wrenthe wrote in her own hand where the blade had gouged the leather. The smoke holds the shape for 1 heartbeat. 2. Isbet inhales sharply. Then the name tears apart on a draft from the chimney, scattering into the wind like a warning that has finished delivering itself. The fire crackles. The bindery is silent. Isbet's hand is still extended over the hearth, her fingers empty, her face pale in the light of the burning letter. "I am not going," she says. "If they want to contain the truth, they will have to contain me." She turns to face him. "What did you see in the smoke?" she asks. Fennick's throat is dry. "The name. The same one from the map. The third reach. I saw the same." They stand in the bindery with the heat of the fire on their faces and the scent of burned paper thick in the air, and neither of them says what they are both thinking, that the river is reading their choices, that it knows they refuse to look away, that the smoke did not rise by accident. Behind them, a sound reaches through the open door. The first hoofbeat of a dismounting horse in the chapel yard. The escort arrived. Isbet does not look toward the door. She looks at Fennick. "Tell me what you need," she says, "before they knock." Chapter 67. The knock does not come. Isbet stands motionless beside the hearth, her hands still extended where the letter burned, and Fennick watches the shape of her spine as she listens. The chapel yard is quiet now. The horse has stopped moving. Whoever dismounted is waiting, standing between the bell tower and the closed bank, holding the reins of a city-bred mare and the weight of sealed orders that say, "Isbet Moref is no longer welcome here." She turns toward the door. "I will answer them," she says, "but I need to know if you are coming with me or staying here." Fennick opens his mouth. Before he can shape an answer, another sound reaches them. Not from the chapel yard, from the square. Voices, many of them, moving together with the shuffle of feet on cobblestone, and beneath it, a single clear note struck from a handbell, the kind the wardens use to call attention at festival gatherings. Isbet's eyes go narrow. "What is that?" Fennick crosses to the bindery window, pushes the shutter open a hand's width, and looks. The square is filling, not with a procession, not with lanterns or song, with people wearing their ordinary clothes, the same rough wool and patched linen they have worn through 15 days of ordinary mornings. They are gathering in loose clusters, arms crossed, faces turned toward the chapel steps where 3 wardens stand in their gray sashes. The one holding the handbell is old Ven, his beard white as river foam, his voice carrying across the open space with the authority of someone who has kept festival order longer than most of the villagers have been alive. "Pollin search," he calls. "We need Pollin search." Fennick feels the words land in his chest like a stone dropped into still water. He turns from the window. Isbet is already moving toward him, her boots silent on the floorboards. Behind her, the hearth fire has burned down to ash that no longer holds any shape. "They are not coming for me," Isbet says. "Not yet. The wardens want Pollin first." Fennick is already heading for the door. Pollin has not moved from the bindery step. He sits exactly where Fennick left him, his back against the doorframe, his scarred hands open on his knees. His chest still rises and falls, but each breath is shallow, a compromise between the body that wants to stay and the river that is pulling him toward a shore he can see only with eyes that are not the ones Fennick watches him with. The square is visible from here, the gathered villagers, the wardens in their gray sashes, the handbell silent now in Ven's grip. Pollin does not look up as Fennick steps through the doorway. "I heard them." His voice is dry, thin as reed paper. "They want me to command the rites." Fennick kneels beside him. "You cannot." "I can." Pollin's eyes find his. "I have commanded every Amber Night for longer than Sorrenthal has kept records. My hands know the knots. My voice knows the opening prayer. I could stand on the chapel steps and tell them what to do, and they would do it, because they have never known anyone else to tell them." He pauses. "But that is exactly why I will not." He lifts his right hand, the one with the deepest scars, and holds it out toward Fennick. Not in blessing, not in demand, in offering. I name you, Pollin says. Not as master of ceremonies, not as the one who ties the knots and lights the lanterns and tells the villagers when to sing. I name you as witness. Against repetition, against the comfort of doing what was done before because doing it again feels safer than standing still. Fennick's mouth goes dry. Pollin, they will come to you, Pollin says. The wardens, the villagers, they will ask you what comes next, because they do not know how to face a night that has not been scripted for them. He lowers his hand. They will want you to give them answers that make the dread smaller, and you will want to give them those answers, because that is what you have done for centuries. You have staged outcomes. You have memorized variables. You have made love into a script and loss into a performance, and every single person in that square into an actor on a stage you built to keep yourself from feeling the truth. The words hit like a blade. Fennick does not flinch. And now I am telling you, Pollin says, that the only way to lead them is to tell them what you do not know. The square is brooding. The wardens are waiting. The horse in the chapel yard has stopped its restless shifting, as if the animal itself is listening for what Fennick will do. He stands. He walks past Pollin, past the open door of the Bindery, past the familiar threshold where he has stood 1,000 times watching the same night unfold. He walks into the square, and the villagers turn to look at him, and he sees the fear in their faces. It is not the fear of the loop. That fear is gone, burned away by 15 days of real mourning. This is a worse fear. This is the fear of people who have been told the cage is open and have no idea how to walk out of it. Janet Venn steps forward. His gray sash is frayed at the edges, the dye faded from decades of river mist. Pollin sent you. Then tell us what to do. The rites need a keeper. The river needs a steward. The festival needs someone to say when the lanterns are lit and when the dead are welcomed. Fennick looks at the gathered faces. He sees Sabine Yarrow standing at the edge of the crowd, her hands pressed together, her eyes fixed on him with an expression that is not hope, but something quieter. Recognition. She knows what he was. She knows what he is trying not to be. He looks back at Janet Venn. I do not know when the lanterns should be lit, Fennick says. I do not know if the dead will come this year, or what they will say if they do. I do not know if the river will hold its shape or tear open again. I do not know if we are safe, or if we have only traded one kind of repetition for another. The silence that follows is absolute. Janet Venn's hand tightens on the handbell. Then what do you know? Fennick draws a breath. He thinks of Pollin on the step, his hands empty, his eyes fixed on a shore only he can see. He thinks of Wrenthe's fingers pressed against her heart, the gesture that meant, wait until you are whole, and the word coming when she wrote the name of the third reach in her own hand, where the blade had tried to erase it. I know that if we try to control what comes next, he says, we will build another cage and call it safety. And I know that is not what Pollin taught me. The horse in the chapel yard stamps once. The escort has not knocked, but from the river, low and distant, a sound rises. Not the singing of the dead, not the child voice that called Fennick's name in the Understone chamber. Something else. A single note, sustained, silver-thin, that vibrates in the wet cobblestones and the reed-thatched roofs, and the bones of every living person standing in the square. The villagers do not move. They turn, slowly, as one, toward the bank where the crossing river runs dark and waiting. And Fennick sees it, a figure, standing at the water's edge where the closed bank opens to the deep channel. Not Wrenthe, someone else, wearing a dark coat, no lantern, no offering, watching. Chapter 68. The silver note fades like a held breath released, and the village does not move. Fennick stands at the center of the square, the vibration still thrumming in his ribs, his hands empty, his mouth still open from the words he spoke. He told them he does not know. He told them the truth. And the river answered with that single silver tone that felt less like sound and more like pressure, like something vast turning over in its sleep. The villagers begin to stir. They look at one another. They look at the bank where the dark-coated woman stood a moment ago, but she is gone. swallowed by the gap between one blink and the next, as if she was never there. Fennick searches the water's edge, the reed line, the place where the closed bank opens to the deep channel. Empty. He has time to draw one breath of relief before he hears it. A voice, young and female, rising from the direction of the ferry posts. La mama! The word carries no fear, it carries wonder. The same wonder Wrenthe has beathed before his crow-staled still, the silver place sauce that was tapping on rain, which was lacked to get them. Edges believe the mother of uni and value options, as the analyst bits and intelling floreth reigns tresh my shawl. Centine, maybe 18, pale hair tucked behind her ears, a festival warden's sash hanging loose across her shoulder, the fabric still crisp with the starch of a new appointment. He knows her face. He has seen it 1,000 times in the cycle, always at the edges, always carrying anterns or fetching reeds, never central enough to memorize by name. But he knows her now because she is leaning forward over the rope, her chin lifted, her eyes fixed on the water where the silver glow has not fully faded. "Mama," she says again, softer. "Is that you?" The river does not answer in words. It shimmers, low and patient, and from the surface a shape begins to rise. Not the full figure of a woman, just a suggestion, a curve of shoulder and dark, wet hair, the tilt of a head that any daughter would recognize. Fennick is already moving. He crosses the square at a run, his boots loud on the wet cobblestones, and the villagers part for him without understanding why he is running. He reaches the girl just as she lifts one foot to step over the rope. "Don't," he says, and catches her arm. She turns on him with the shock of someone woken from a dream. There is no malice in her face, only confusion, and beneath it the raw edges of a grief that is never healed. "It's my mother," she says. "She's there. She's calling me." Fennick looks at the river. The shape in the water holds still, a silhouette of waiting, a pose that says, "I am here. I have been waiting. Come to me." He has seen this boar, not in Sorrenthal's loop, but in the older carvings beneath the ferry hill. In the warnings the old ferryman left about the river's hunger. In the wet rope someone left behind when they walked into the breach ahead of him. The river does not lie. That is the terrible truth of it. It does not need to lie. It only needs to know what you have lost. "What is your name?" Fennick asks the girl. "Cora," she says. "Cora Ven. I am Garrett's daughter." Garrett Ven's daughter. The warden who stood in the square and rang the handbell for Pollin. The man who asked Fennick what comes next. "Cora," Fennick says, and he keeps his voice steady because if he lets the tremor show she will feel it, and she will pull away and she will step over that rope. "Your mother drowned in the crossing river 8 years ago. Is that true?" Cora's eyes glisten. "Yes." "And you have not heard her voice since the night she went under?" "No." "The river knows that," Fennick says. "It knows you carried that silence with you through every amber night when she did not rise. It knows you stopped hoping she would come back. And now, because the luke has broken and the wound is open and the river has learned to speak in the voices of the dead, it is using her to reach you." Cora's face twists. "You do not know that. You do not know it is her." "I do know," Fennick says, and the weight of uncounted cycles presses into the words. "I have heard the river speak in the voice of every person I have ever lost. It has called me by Wren's name. It has sung to me in a child's voice asking me to follow. It has worn the shape of every grief I own, and not once was any of them real." The shape in the water holds still, patient, waiting. It knows Cora is listening. "Your mother is not there," Fennick says. "She crossed. She reached whatever shore waved beyond the crossing, and she is not in the water anymore. What is calling you is the wound. It wants you to step in so it can use your voice next, so it can learn your grief the way it learned mine." He pulls the witness knot from his palm. The silver thread has gone quiet in his scar, but the knot in his hand still glows faintly, the place where he ties himself to truth while watching what he loved leave. "I will show you," he says, "if you let me." Cora looks at the knot, looks at the river, looks at Fennick's face, and something in her expression shifts, the wonder draining out, and leaving the raw hollow of loss behind. "What do I do?" she whispers. Fennick takes her hand. He presses the witness knot into her palm, folding her fingers over it the way Pollin folded his. "Hold this," he says, "and tell the river what you know to be true." Cora's hand trembles. She looks down at the knot, then out at the silver shape still waiting in water, the curve of a shoulder that has not moved, the tilt of a head that promises every comfort a daughter could want. She takes a breath. "Mama," she says, and her voice cracks. "Mama is dead. She is not coming back, and I am not going to follow her into the dark." The shape in the water ripples. It does not dissolve. It does not sink. It holds for a long moment, as if the river is deciding whether to accept the answer or push harder. Then, slowly, the silver light fades, and the shape disperses into the current, and the water runs dark and ordinary again. Cora sags against the rope, the witness knot pressed to her chest, crying without sound. Fennick holded the rope for her until she can stand on her own. Behind him, the village watches in silence. He feels it in the way they look at him, not gratitude, something narrower, something that says you told us you did not know, but you just knew exactly what to say to her, and the river answered you. By evening, the rumors have taken shape. He hears them as he crosses the square toward the Bindery, carried on low voices that fall silent when he passes. Pollin is dying. The river spoke. The bookbinder walked into the square and admitted he does not know what comes next. And then he stopped a girl from drowning with a knot he tied himself. He brought back the dawn, one voice mutters in the shadow of the chapel wall, and left a hungrier haunting behind. Fennick keeps walking. The Bindery door is still open. Pollin is still on the step, eyes closed, chest barely moving. The witness knot is still warm in Fennick's palm. And in the dark water beyond the ferry posts, where no lantern burns and no living person stands watch, a figure in a dot steps out of the current and begins walking uphill toward the village. Chapter 69. The Bindery door swings shut behind him, and the lock catches with a sound that feels more like a confession than a choice. Fennick stands in the dark, breathing, the witness knot cold against his palm where Cora Venn pressed it back into his hand before she turned toward her father's house. She did not thank him. She looked at him the way the rest of the village looks at him now, like a man who knows too much and has not earned the knowing. He crosses to the work table and lights the lamp. Pollin is still on the step outside. He knows this because the Bindery has learned to feel the shape of a dying man through its floorboards, the shallow rhythm of a breath that will not last the night. Fennick does not go back out. There is nothing left to say to Pollin that the reed cutter has not already pressed into his scarred hands and released. He reaches for the codex. The leather cover is warm beneath his fingers, warmer than it should be, as if something inside it has been breathing while he was gone. He opens it to the blank page where Isbet's pencil wrote the directive weeks ago, "Come when you can come whole," and finds the words still there, faded to the color of old silver but legible. He turns the page and stops. The next leaf holds ink that is not ink. It holds water, clear water, beating on the fibrous surface in letters that rise from the page rather than sinking into it, each character holding its shape like a drop suspended before gravity remembers to pull. The handwriting is Wrenthe's. He knows it because he has spent centuries memorizing the curve of her F, the way her lead leans forward as if already reaching for the next letter. He has held notes she wrote him before she died, folded and unfolded until the paper wore thin at the creases. He has dreamed of her writing his name in the margins of books he would never show her. This is her hand, after death, in a book that should contain nothing but his own failure to let go. The drops do not fall. They hold, and they spell. Fennick, his name. The first thing she wrote after crossing, and it is his name. He touches the page with his fingertip. The water letter of the F breaks surface tension and reforms the instant he lifts his hand, sealing itself back into the shape she made. He reads on. The far currents are changing. Sorrenthal doke correctly. The wound opened the way it was meant to open, and the village will hold because you refused to hold it yourself. But Fennick, there is something in the deeper river. It has been waiting longer than Pollin has been tying knots. longer than the first ferryman set his pole against the current. It feeds on crossings left half-healed, on the hunger that looks like love and tastes like want. I am safe, I am held, but I am also watched. The thread between us, here the handwriting wavers. A bead of silver water trembles at the edge of the U in us, and Fennick watches the letter distort, the S pulling sideways as if something on the other side of the page is trying to read over Wren's shoulder. The thread between us is visible to whatever lives in the deep silver. It has seen me reach for you across the boundary. It has tasted the shape of your name in the current where I speak it. Do not come, Al. The message tears. The last two letters shear sideways, the A and L of alone stretching into a silver smear that crawls off the page and drips onto the work table, where it steams once when vanishes. The rest of the water lettering holds for a heartbeat. Then it releases simultaneously, collapsing from script into liquid, from liquid into a single trembling pool that slides to the bottom edge of the page and does not fall. Fennick stares at the empty leaf. The lamp flickers. Do not come, Al. Do not come alone. Do not come at all. The incomplete warning hangs in the air like the bell note that never finished, like the fifth chime that never rang, like every confession he tried to shape into the right words and watched dissolve before they could reach her ears. He closes the codex. The leather is hot now, hot enough that he feels it through his fingertips, the heat of a current running beneath the surface of the book, a river pressing against the membrane between the page and the world it describes. She is watched. Something in the deep silver has seen her reach for him. He presses his palm flat to the cover, the same hand that held the witness knot, the same hand that felt the silver thread go quiet in his scar. And he asks the codex, because there is no one else left to ask, did she finish the warning before it took her, or did it take her while she was writing? The codex does not answer, but the lamp flame bends sideways and the air in the bindery cools by a degree, and Fennick feels the attention of something that is not the river, and not the dead, and not any presence he has learned to recognize in all his centuries of watching. It is behind him. He turns. The dock-coated woman stands at the bindery door. She has not knocked. She has not called out. She stands on the step where Pollin lies dying, and the reed cutter's chest still moves, and she has somehow stepped around him without waking him, without disturbing the shallow rhythm of his last breaths. Up close, she is not young and not old. Her face carries the eroded clarity of river stone, features worn smooth by something that flows. Her coat is wet at the hem. Her hands are empty. She looks at Fennick, and she says, in a voice that sounds like water moving under ice, "She did finish it. I cut it off before it reached you." Fennick's hand stays on the codex. Who are you? Chapter 70. The dark-coated woman does not move from the threshold. She stands with her wet hem against the floorboards, and the bindery air settles around her like water finding its level. You cut her off, Fennick repeats. His hand stays on the codex cover, the leather still warm beneath his palm. You intercepted a message from the woman I love, who is on the far side of a boundary I cannot toss, and you decided it should not reach me. The woman's expression does not change. Her face holds the patience of something that has watched rivers carve valleys. I decided the message should reach you whole, she says. What was coming next would have been torn through. The thing in the deep silver has learned to read the current between you. It tracked her words the way a ferryman tracks the shape of the bed beneath black water. If the warning had continued, it would have known where she was pointing you. Fennick's jaw tightens. And you know better than she does what I need to hear? I know what lives in the deeper air does not want you to reach the second reach. She steps forward, one pace, and the lamp flame does not flicker. I know it has been waiting for someone who can hold the witness knot and still choose to follow. And I know that if you follow before you understand where the third reach actually is, you will not arrive as yourself. The bindery door opens. Isbet stands in the frame, her structured coat splashed with dock water up to the knees, her hair escaping its bind in wet strands. She looks at the woman, then at Fennick, and her hand goes to the notebook at her belt. I heard voices, she says. Her tone is flat, clinical, the voice of someone cataloging a new variable. Who is this? The woman turns her head, and Isbet's hand stops moving. She is what waits at the second reach, Fennick says. She cut off Wrenthe's message before it reached me. Isbet's eyes narrow. She steps inside, letting the door close behind her, and crosses to the work table without taking her gaze off the woman. The second reach has a keeper? A threshold, the woman says. I am the threshold. You do not pass through me unless you have learned what the river cannot teach. Which is, the woman's mouth shapes something that might be a smile. That some names were erased for a reason. She looks at Fennick. You found the map. You found the reliquary. You found Wrenthe's handwriting where the blade had gouged the leather. But you have not asked yourself why someone carved the name out, or who held the blade. Isbet pulls the leather map from her coat and spreads it on the work table beside the codex. The gouged line catches the lamplight, the leather raised and scarred where the blade bit deep. I asked Pollin, Fennick says. He did not know. Pollin was forgetting himself by then. He had been forgetting for generations. The woman moves closer, and Fennick sees that her coat is not wet at the hem from river water. The wetness is darker, a black sheen that does not reflect the flame. I will tell you what he could not remember. She reaches out and touches the gouged leather. The name that was scratched out is the same name the Academy letter smoke formed when Isbet burned her orders. The same name Wrenthe read in her own hand before something in the deep silver noticed her reaching for it. The 3 letters, Isbet says. You know them. I know the name. I also know why the city has been erasing it from every record for 40 years. She lifts her hand from the map, and the gouge mark seems deeper now, the leather darker where she touched it. At the second reach, the woman says. The dead remember everything. Every word unsaid, every choice unmade, every love they carried across the water unfinished. The weight of that memory is what makes the second reach dangerous to the living. But there is a place beyond the second reach where the river bends back on itself and the water pools so deep and still that the dead stop remembering. And when they stop remembering, they stop being. She looks at Fennick. The Academy calls it the Echo Reaches. They have maps that show it. They have theologians who study it. But they have also spent 40 years removing its name from every public document, every sermon, every ferryman's guide, every archive that scholars like Isbet might one day open. Because the echo reaches are where the river takes the dead it cannot heal and turns them into something that can be used. Isbet's pencil stops moving. Used, she says. The Academy is feeding unresolved dead into the echo reaches and harvesting what comes out the other side. I did not say the Academy, the woman says. I said the city. The silence stretches. Fennick looks at the gouged leather, at the 3 letters that formed in smoke, at the name Wrenthe wrote before she was cut off. What was the name? The woman's eyes meet his. Sent 3. The word lands in the room like a stone dropped into still water. The lamp flame bends. The codex pages rustle as if turned by a draft Fennick does not feel. Sent 3, Isbet repeats. Her voice is careful. That is not a reach. That is a town. A settlement on the eastern bank, abandoned in the founding records, marked as claimed by the Wrenthe before the ferryman's oath was spoken. Abandoned in the records, the woman says. Not in truth. She turns to Fennick. At Sent 3, the dead who cannot resolve are not released into the current to find their own ending. They are anchored, held. Their unfinished love becomes fuel for the deeper river's hunger, and the city draws on that current to keep its bells ringing, its lamps lit, its theologians warm through the winter. The Academy does not contain the breach. It feeds it. Fennick's hand presses flat against the codex, and Wrenthe knows this. Wrenthe is being held on the far side of a current that feeds on unresolved tossings. She is safe because she resolved, but she is watched because she resolved with you, and the thread between you is visible to the thing that tends the echo reaches. It has seen her reach for you. It has tasted your name in the water around her, and it is hungry for a thread that has been tied and witnessed, but never fully crossed. The woman steps back, and her coat settles. Now you know why I cut off her message. She was about to tell you where Sent 3 really lies. And if she had, The thing in the deep silver would have followed the word back to her and closed its hand around her voice until she stopped being able to speak at all. Fennick's throat is dry. How do I reach her? You do not reach her. You reach Scent 3. You reach the place where the unresolved dead are being turned into echoes, and you break the anchor that holds them there. Or you find another way to feed the hunger that has been growing beneath the city's streets for longer than Sorrenthal has been repeating its one night. She looks at Isbet. You burned your letter. You chose truth over compliance. But the Academy will not send a second escort. They will send theologians with sealed orders and a writ of containment that gives them authority to seal the entire valley if they decide the breach cannot be mended. Isbet's jaw tightens. She does not look away. You have until the theologians arrive, the woman says, and you have one path that leads where you need to go. She points at the map on the work table. Her finger hovers over the gouged line where the name was scratched out. Follow the river road east. Do not stop at Thornwood Reach. Do not answer any voice that calls your name from the water. When the current splits into silver and black, choose the black. It will take you to Scent 3. And Wrenthe? The woman's eyes hold something that might be sorrow. If you break the ankle at Scent 3, the unresolved dead will be released into the true current, and Wrenthe will no longer be watched. The thread between you will become invisible to the deep silver, and she will be free to wait for you on her chosen shore, without fear of being seen reaching toward your name. She moves toward the door. I have shown myself. I have spoken the name. What you do with it is no longer my threshold to guard. She opens the door, and the night air rushes in, cold and smelling of wet stone. If you choose the black current, she says without turning, you will not arrive at Scent 3 the same person who left Sorrenthal. This one's the dollar coloning. You worked, swicking to exactly the bravest in your lives, the spying spence of small polesses. That is the price of walking into a wound that has been feeding on unresolved love for centuries. She steps out, and the door swings shut behind her before Fennick can ask the question pressing against his teeth. Isbet is already moving. She spreads the map fully across the work table, her pencil tracing the gouged line, her fingers finding the fold where the eastern bank bends east, then south. She is right, Isbet says. The river road, the split. She looks up at Fennick. But she did not tell us what happens after we break the anchor. She told us the price. She did not tell us the destination. Fennick looks at the gouged name. Cynthia. The word echoes in his skull like a bell note he has heard before, a bell note that never finished. I know, he says, because she does not know either. He reaches for his jacket. When do we leave? Isbet's pencil stops. Tonight, before the theologians arrive, before Pollin stops breathing and the village turns its fear into a decision we cannot survive. From outside, the bell tower rings a single, clear note. Not the hour. Not any hour Fennick has ever heard. And as the note fades, a voice calls from the darkness beyond the Bindery door, a voice he has heard before, speaking words that do not belong in this village. A bookbinder who walks into the current and returns, a scholar who burns her orders. The voice is male, measured, carrying the precise weight of someone who has rehearsed this greeting. I am told the breach in Sorrenthal is being managed by amateurs. I have come to assess whether that assessment holds. Fennick's hand stops on the jacket. The voice. He knows the voice. It is the same voice he heard in the Understone chamber, the same rhythm, the same dry precision, the same shape of a question that already knows its answer. The voice of the person who went through the wound ahead of them, leaving a wet rope coiled on bone-dry stone. Chapter 71. The Bindery door still trembles from the second reach woman's departure when the voice calls again from the darkness beyond the threshold. A bookbinder who walks into the current and returns, a scholar who burns her orders. The words hang in the night air, measured and dry, each syllable placed with the care of someone who knows exactly how language can wound or reassure. Fennick's hand stays frozen on his jacket. The Understone chamber, the wet rope, the voice that asked questions from the dark before the passage opened. Isbet moves first. She folds the map in a single, practiced motion, slides it beneath the codex on the work table, and straightens her spine into the posture she must have worn in every lecture hall she ever entered. "We are receiving," she says, "an envoy from the Academy." She does not sound convinced. The door opens without a knock. The man who steps inside is tall, narrow-shouldered, dressed in the same wool travel coat Isbet wore when she first arrived, but cut from a darker cloth. His hands are bare. No gloves, no offering, no lantern. His face is the kind that could pass for any age between 40 and 60, the kind that has spent years learning how to show nothing. He stops at the threshold, looks at the dying man on the step. Pollin's chest rises, falls, rises again. The envoy steps around him without looking down. "Fennick Quorn." The man says his name like he is tasting it for impurities. "I am told you have been managing this breach without Academy support, that you survived the loop intact and brought dawn back to a village that had forgotten what morning felt like." His gaze moves past Fennick, scans the bindery shelves, the scattered reeds, the work table where Isbet's pencil still lies beside the codex. "I have come to offer official help sealing the wound before it spreads further, before the theologians arrive with wrets that will not be as generous." Fennick does not move. "You were in the Understone chamber. You went through the wound ahead of us." The envoy's mouth does not change, but something in his stillness shifts. A confirmation, or an acknowledgement. "I was assessing the breach from the far side. The Academy does not send its best estimators to greet villagers at ferry posts." He steps deeper into the bindery. "You should be commended. Breaking a loop of that duration without losing yourself to the river's mercy is rare. The fact that you did it while preserving the structure of Amber Night suggests you understand the current's logic in ways most stewards never learn." The praise is precise, measured. It sounds like a tool being sharpened. "What do you want?" Fennick asks. The envoy stops beside the work table. His fingers rest on the edge, not quite touching the codex. "I want to seal the breach before it widens. I want to ensure that whatever walked out of the river tonight does not walk back in while the Academy is still deciding whether Sorrenthal deserves protection." He tilts his head. "And I want to know about the woman you crossed paths with, the one who stepped out of the current and spoke to you before I arrived." Fennick's chest tightens. "She told you," Fennick says. "She told you about S3, about the anchor, about everything." The envoy's fingers tap on the waist, the small, deliberate motion. "She told me you were planning to leave tonight, that you had chosen the black current, that you intended to protect the anchor and release the unresolved dead as to the true flow." He lets the words settle. "I came to offer a better path." Isbet's pencil is in her hand now. She does not write with it. She holds it like a blade. "Better for whom?" she asks. "For everyone who does not want to watch a village drown in its own unresolved grief." The envoy reaches into his coat. Fennick tenses, but the man only produces a small leather pouch, the same gray as the codex binding. He loosens the drawstring and tips the contents onto the work table. A single bone reed, carved with the same third knot pattern, the wire binding still attached, coiled and waiting. "This is what we use to close wounds that cannot be mended," the envoy says. "Not by destroying the knot, by binding it properly. The Academy has been refining this pattern for 40 years, since Cent 3. Since Cent 3. The word lands like a stone dropped into still water. "Your help came from the same wound that created the loop in the first place," Fennick says. "All medicine comes from poison." The envoy's voice stays even. "The question is whether you want the wound sealed, or whether you want to walk into a city that has already been erased, carrying a dead woman's voice in your chest, hoping you survive what the black current does to the living." Pollin makes a sound from the stick. It is not a word. It is a breath forced past something that barely moves anymore. But it is enough. The envoy looks toward the door, toward the dying man who has listened to every word. Fennick moves before he knows what he is doing. He crosses the bindery and kneels beside Pollin, whose eyes are open, fixed on the ceiling, but whose right hand is lifted, palm turned outward. His fingers move, a pattern, slow and deliberate. A knot pattern. The witness knot. Fennick knows it. He learned it from these same hands. The pause, the tarn, the choice between keeping and letting go. But this is not the witness knot. The envoy's throat clears from the doorway. Is the old ferryman still coherent? I was told he was beyond speech. Fennick watches Pollin's fingers complete the pattern, the binding knot, the same knot Pollin used for centuries without knowing, the same knot that held Nera in the river's current, the same knot the envoy just placed on the work table in bone reed and wire. The envoy is not here to seal the breach. He is here to bind it closed the way Pollin bound Nera, to ensure nothing crosses, to ensure the unresolved dead stay anchored, harvested, feeding the deeper river that keeps the city's lamps lit. Fennick looks up. The envoy is already reaching for the codex. The movement is fast and practiced. A hand that knows where the book will be, how to lift it, how to close it before anyone can read the silver letters still drying on its pages. Isbet's pencil snaps as she lunges, but the envoy's fingers have already touched the binding, and the bell tower rings again. A single note, sustained. The same note from the Understone chamber, rising through the night like a question that will not be ignored. The envoy's hand stops, the codex falls open, and on its page, where the silver ink should be faded and weighed in, a single word has formed in Wrenthe's handwriting, fresh and wet, as if she wrote it in the moment the envoy's fingers made contact. Run. Chapter 72. Run. The word is still wet on the page, the ink unbroken, and Fennick's hand moves before his mind catches up. He grabs the codex by its spine, twists his body between Isbet and the work table, and the envoy's reaching hand closes on empty air where the book was a heartbeat ago. The bell note hangs overhead like a held blade. Under the floor, Isbet says. The old channel, the Bindery, was built over the ferryman's drainage. She does not wait for him to understand. She drops to her knees beside the workbench, fingers finding a seam in the floorboards that Fennick has walked across 1,000 cycles without noticing. The board lifts. A dark square opens beneath it, exhaling cold air that smells of wet wood and rust. The envoy is already moving, circling the work table's far side, his hand reaching for the inner pocket of his coat. You do not understand what you are carrying. I understand enough. Fennick shoves the codex into Isbet's cons, feels her fingers close around its spine. Go. She drops into the opening without argument. Her head vanishes below floor level, and Fennick hears her land on something hollow, wood or packed earth. The envoy's hand comes out of his coat, not with a blade, with a small roll of paper, the size of a finger, bound in the same gray leather as the codex. A rubbing, he says, his voice still measured, as if they are discussing a repair bill. I already took what I needed from your map while you were watching the old ferryman's hands. The bell note fades. The silence that follows is worse. Fennick dives. He hits the floor shoulder first, rolls, and the envoy's boot comes down where his ribs were a breath ago. The man does not chase. He turns, smooth and unhurried, and steps toward the open trap door as if he owns the building and every secret beneath it. Fennick scrambles backward, finds the edge, and drops. He lands hard on his heels, the impact jarring up through his knees. Isbet is already there, codex pressed to her chest, eyes adjusted to the dark. The space around them is narrow, a corridor lined on both sides with wooden cases, their surfaces stained dark by decades of damp. Ledger cases. The ferryman's records, stacked and forgotten. Above them, the envoy's silhouette blocks the square of gray light. He does not descend. He looks down at them the way the second Reach woman looked at Fennick in the Bindery, measuring, assessing, deciding whether they are worth the effort of pursuit. The Academy has been refining that knot for 40 years, he says. Do you think your bookbinder's hands can untie what the best minds of 3 generations sealed? Fennick says nothing. He is watching the envoy's right hand, the one that holds the rubbing. The man does not put it away. He holds it like a trophy, like a claim. Others are searching for the second Reach, the envoy says. Better equipped, better informed. They will not offer you a chance to run. He steps back from the opening. The floorboard slides into place, and the gray light dies. Darkness, complete and absolute. Isbet's breath is loud in the silence. Fennick feels the wall beside him, rough stone, older than the Bindery above, older than the village maybe. The channel slopes downward away from the building, toward the river that should not be this far inland. We need light, he says. We need distance. Isbet's voice is steady despite the dark. He knows where we went. He will follow, or he will seal the exit and wait for the theologians to dig us out. Fennick presses his palm to the wall and begins moving. The channel is narrow enough that he can touch both sides with his elbows if he spreads his arms, and the floor beneath his boots is damp with something but is not river water. Thicker, colder, with a smell like old iron. They walk in darkness for what feels like a long time. The cases beside them grow sparser, then stop. The channel narrows further, forcing them to turn sideways, and Fennick feels the stone change from rough cut to smooth, as if the passage was once finished and then abandoned. "I can hear something," Isbet says. Fennick stops, listens. Water. Moving water, not distant but close, beneath his feet, behind the walls, the sound of a current running where no current should be. The passage opens without warning. One moment he is pressed between stone walls, and the next his hand finds nothing but air, and he steps forward into a space that echoes. His boots splash. The water is shallow, ankle-deep and black, blacker than the dark around them, as if it absorbs the absence of light and amplifies it. "What is this place?" Isbet's voice comes from behind him, hushed. Fennick looks down. The water at his feet is moving, slow, steady, flowing in a direction he cannot determine, because there is no bank, no shore, no current line to read. It simply moves, sideways or backward or through, carrying something beneath its surface that Fennick's eyes refuse to focus on. "The channel opens onto black water," he says, "moving where no river should be." Isbet steps up beside him. She holds the codex open in her hands, and the silver ink on its pages has begun to glow, faint, no more than ember light, but enough to show the walls of the chamber they have entered. It is round, stone, built like the inside of a bell, and at its center, where the black water pools deepest, something waits. Chapter 73. The codex's silver glow touches the black water, and the chamber holds its breath. Fennick feels it before he sees it. A pressure change, a stillness that is not absence but attention. The water at his ankles moves in the same directionless drift, but the pool at the chamber's center does something else. It swallows the light. The silver from the codex reaches the edge of that deeper dark and stops, as if the water has decided not to reflect. "Don't move," Isbet whispers. He was not planning to. The thing at the center does not rise. It waits. Fennick feels its waiting in the same place he used to feel the loop's edge, that knowledge of a boundary he could not cross, a door that would not open until the night folded back. This is different. This is a door that has always been open, and he is standing in its frame. "The codex," he says. "Hold it higher." Isbet lifts the book. The silver ink brightens, and for a moment the chamber is visible. The curve of its walls, the waterline 3 feet up the stone where the river once stood higher, and the thing at the center. It has no shape he can name. It is a density in the dark, a place where the black water is deeper than the rest, but it occupies space like a body, like something that breathes without lungs. Fennick's silver scar burns. Not the steady ember of the past days, something sharper, a pull that does not lead toward the center but downward, through the floor of the chamber, into a current that runs beneath a current. "There's a path," he says, "under this." "I know." The voice comes from behind them, from the passage they entered. "Oren." Fennick turns. The ferryman stands at the threshold, his pale face catching the codex's glow, his ferry pole gone. He is bare-handed. He looks at the chamber and the black water and the thing at its center without surprise. "The old ferryman built this," Oren says, "before the village, before the wardens, before the academy started recording what they thought they understood." He steps into the water. It does not ripple around his boots. It parts, then closes, as if it knows him. "They called it the sounding chamber. When the river spoke, they came here to listen. And when it showed them what waited at the bottom?" Isbet asks. Oren does not answer. He walks past them toward the center, and the density in the dark does not retreat. It watches him approach the way a river watches a stone dropped into its current, accepting, neutral, already calculating where he will land. He stops at the edge of the deeper pool, looks down. "It changed shape when the loop broke," he says. "It was a door before. Now it is a wound that remembers being a door. If you step through, the current will carry you east, under the hills, past the roots of the thornwood grove, to where the river splits. The black current, Fennick says. Oren nods. I have never seen anyone take it and come back, but I have seen what comes up from it. He gestures at the thing at the center. That is a memory of someone who tried. Not a ghost, not a presence, just the shape of a person who looked down and did not look away fast enough. Fennick steps forward. The water rises past his ankles to his calves, and the cold is not the cold of river water. It is the cold of stone that has never seen the sun, of air that has been sealed in darkness longer than the village has stood. He looks down. The black water at the center is not water. It is a surface, a membrane, and beneath it the current moves, and he can see it now. A river running under the river, depthless, silent, pulling sideways rather than downstream, as if its destination is not a place but a direction, a tilt in the world that only water can follow. And in its surface he sees reflections, dozens of them, faces turned upward, reaching toward the light that does not reach them, mouths open, eyes fixed on the underside of the skin that separates their dark from his. They are not moving downstream. They are still, anchored, waiting. One of them mouths a word. The lips shape it slowly, deliberately, the tongue pressing against teeth that no longer exist, and Fennick reads the name before he hears it. Sincere. The current surges. It does not rise from below. It drops, a sudden void, and the black water in the chamber pours downward, filling the space the surge emptied, and the faces rise with it. They come up through the membrane, through the surface that should hold them, their hands reaching, their mouths still forming the same name, the same plea, the same warning. Oren grabs Fennick's arm and yanks him backward. The first hand breaks the surface. It is not flesh and bone. It is water shaped into a hand, black and silver-threaded, the fingers curling as if they can still feel the warmth of the world they lost. It grabs the stone at the edge of the pool and pulls, and a head follows, a face, a woman's face, her eyes open, her mouth still forming the name, with the current pouring from her throat instead of breath. Third! She reaches for Fennick. Her fingers brush his sleeve, and the cold that hits him is not the cold of the water. It is the cold of centuries, of unresolved dead who have been harvested and anchored, of love turned into fuel, of a town whose name was scratched out so the city could keep burning. The silver scar on his wrist ignites. Not warm, not the steady ember of the far shore. White hot, violent, the thread screaming against the anchor that is trying to pull him down, into the current, into the dark where the faces wait. Oren's grip tightens. Isbet is shouting something, but the words do not reach him. The woman's hand is on his sleeve, and her mouth is still moving, and he hears her now. Tell them we were here. The water in the chamber rises. It climbs the walls, fills the air, and Fennick realizes the cellar is not flooding. The river is remembering what it used to be before the ferrymen built their sounding chamber, before the wardens marked the banks, before Sorrenthal learned to call the night amber. It is remembering that it was never a river. It was a scar. And scars remember the wound that made them. The woman's hand slides from his sleeve as the current pulls her back, but her eyes stay on him, and her lips shape the word one last time before the black water swallows her. Come. Chapter 74. The water in the chamber settles. The faces sink back beneath the membrane, their mouths still forming words that no longer reach the surface, and the black current resumes its silent pull beneath the stone. Fennick stands at the edge of the pool, with Oren's hand still clamped on his arm, the silver scar on his wrist fading from white-hot to a dull ember that throbs in time with his heartbeat. Isbet's voice reaches him through the ringing in his ears. Fennick, we need to move. That surge will have been felt. He nods. His sleeve is still wet where the woman's hand touched it, and the cold has not faded. It sits in the fabric like a seed waiting to root. Oren releases his arm and steps back. His pale face is even paler in the codex's dying glow, but his eyes are steady. The eyes of a man who has already seen worse than he will ever seek aloud. There is a sluice gate at the far end, Oren says, pointing into the dark beyond the pool. It opens onto the old ferry drain where it meets the Thornwood Channel. If you follow it east, you emerge past the grove, beyond where the academy will think to look. And the black current? Fennick asks. Oren's jaw tightens. The sluice does not reach it. You would need to descend through the gate, lower yourself into the channel, and cut sideways where the stone fractures. The current takes you from there. But I have said what I said. No one comes back. Fennick looks at the black water at his feet. The surface has stilled again, but he can feel the movement beneath it, the slow pull that led east, under the hills, toward the split where silver and black divide. "We need to get Pollin," Isbet says. "If the envoy is still above, if the theologians are already arriving, we cannot leave him." Fennick nods. He turns from the pool and follows Oren back through the narrow corridor, past the ledger cases and the rusted hooks, up the slope toward the trapdoor. The codex's silver light flickers but holds, illuminating each step until they reach the final bend where the stone gives way to the familiar feel of the Bindery's foundation. Oren climbs first. He lifts the trapdoor a finger's width, listens, then pushes it open all the way. The Bindery is empty. The envoy is gone. The front door stands ajar, swinging slightly in a draft that carries the smell of river mist and cooling wax. Pollin lies where they left him, on the step outside the threshold, but his position has changed. He is no longer slouched against the frame. He has pulled himself upright, back pressed to the doorpost, hands resting on his knees, palms open, the scarred, crisscrossed surface of his fingers catching the pale light of the codex's glow as Fennick steps out of the trapdoor. "Fennick," Pollin says. His voice sounds wrong. It is not the voice of a man dying. It is the voice of a man who has stopped pretending he has time. Fennick crosses the room and kneels beside him. Pollin's breath is shallow, each exhale longer than the inhale that preceded it, a rhythm the body is learning to abandon. But his eyes are clear. Heavy, dark-circled but clear, fixed on Fennick with the same attention he once gave to the knot patterns on the reed tokens. "It happened," Pollin says. "The surge, the faces, you saw them." Fennick nods. "The black current opened. It rose. The anchored dead reached for you, and you did not follow." "I had help," Fennick says. Pollin's mouth twitches, almost a smile. "You had a hand on your arm and a voice in your ear, but you did not follow. That is the difference between the ones who come back and the ones who do not. Not courage, the willingness to stop looking at what has already seen you." He lifts his right hand, the one closest to Fennick, and gestures for him to come closer. Fennick leans in. Pollin's hand moves to his belt. With the slow, deliberate care of a man who knows every movement could be his last, he unhooks a small leather sheath that Fennick has never noticed before, worn dark with age, the stitching gone gray. He pulls the sheath open and draws out a blade. It is not a knife in any shape Fennick knows from the Bindery. The blade is thin, curved, the edge so fine it seems to drink the light rather than reflect it. The handle is a single piece of green river reed, dried and hardened, wrapped in a strand of dark wire that matches the third knot pattern from the reliquary. "This," Pollin says, "is the original reed knife, the one my grandmother's grandmother used to cut the first witness token, before Sorrenthal had a name, before the Wardens, before the Academy knew what a river could hold. It has never been used for anything else." He holds out. Fennick does not take it. "It has been waiting," Pollin says, "for someone who would not use it to open a path for desire alone." "Is that your condition?" Fennick asks, his voice quiet. Pollin shakes his head. "It is a warning. The blade does not care what you want. It only opens what is already there. If you carry it east, if you reach the current and use it to cut through the membrane, you will open a path. But the path will open for whatever is on the other side, not just for you. Do you understand?" Fennick understands. He sees it in the way the blade seems to breathe in Pollin's hand, the reed handle pulsing with a rhythm that matches the faint silver glow at the base of the chapel bell, the same glow that now clings to the condensation on the codex pages, the same light that lives beneath the black water. "I swear," Fennick says, "I will not use it to open a path for desire alone." Pollin holds his gaze for a long moment. Then he presses the knife into Fennick's hand. The moment Fennick's fingers close around the reed handle, the blade flares silver. Not the pale ember of the codex, but a deep, molten silver, the color of the current beneath the current, the color of the faces that turned upward from the black water and mouthed the name of the erased town. The knife pulls. Not violently. Gently, the way a stream pulls a fallen leaf, the blade tilting in Fennick's grip, the point turning east toward the sluice gate, toward the channel, toward the split where the river divides. Pollin watches. His breath catches, and for a moment his eyes lose their focus, looking at something beyond the walls. "It knows you," he says, barely above a whisper. "It has been waiting for you." Another breath, longer than the last. It knows. The silver light in the blade deepens, and Fennick feels the current beneath the floorboards begin to sing. Isbet steps forward, her hand brushing his shoulder, and Oren's boots scrape against the bindery threshold. But neither of them speaks, because there is nothing to say that the knife has not already answered. Pollin's eyes close. His chest continues to move, but the rhythm has changed. The breaths are now farther between, each one a waiting room, a pause, a countdown. And the blade in Fennick's hand pulls east, patient, inevitable. The path is open. Now he only has to walk it. Chapter 75. 2 mornings later, the sky is pale and ordinary. No mist, no silver light bleeding from the river's edge. Just a high, gray ceiling of cloud and a wind that carries the smell of turned earth from the garden plots behind the apothecary. Fennick sits on the bindery step with the reed knife still strapped to his belt, and Pollin's body laid out on the workbench inside, wrapped in the amber festival cloth that is hung on the bindery wall through every cycle he can remember. Isbet found him at dawn. He had stopped breathing sometime in the knife, his hands still curled around the witness knot Fennick had tied for him the day before, the one he refused to let go of even when his fingers went cold. The knot pattern was clean, deliberate. The pause had been held. Fennick did not see him go. He was in the back room, trying to sleep, and when he woke the silence was different. He knew before he crossed the threshold. Now the village gathers in the square. No one rings a bell, no one carries a lantern. The sky does not darken or brighten, it simply exists, indifferent, the way Fennick imagines mornings always were before the loop taught him to treat every hour as an instrument of control. Jayet Ven carries Pollin's body up the hill behind the chapel, the one that rises above the floodline where the river never reaches, even in the worst spring melt. Sabine walks beside him, her hands empty, her hair loose around her shoulders. She is not wearing procession robes. No one is. It is an ordinary funeral under an ordinary sky, and the absence of ceremony feels more sacred than any rite Fennick has ever orchestrated. The grave is already dug. Oren Jast stands beside it with a shovel, his face pale, his ferry pole left at the bottom of the hill because he said the river should not witness this one. The mud at the edge of the grave is dark and wet, but it is ordinary mud, not the black water from the chamber, not the silver glow from the codex, just soil. Gedet lowers Pollin's wrapped body into the ground. The cloth catches the gray light, the amber threads dimmed to the color of old honey. Pollin's hand is still visible at the edge of the wrapping, the knuckles white, the fingers curled around the witness knot. Sabine steps forward. She does not speak first. She stands at the head of the grave, her hands pressed together at her chest, her eyes closed. The wind pulls at her dress, at the loose strands of her hair, and for a long moment there is only the sound of it moving through the reeds below. Then she sings. It is the full song, the one her grandmother taught her, the one with the missing verse that Sabine found in the days since the loop broke, the one that ends not with a plea, but with a release. Her voice is steady, clear, carrying across the hillside without effort, and Fennick feels the words settle into his chest like stones dropped into still water. When the river takes what the heart has kept, and the reed knot holds what the fingers wept, let the crossing open, let the current turn, let the one who loved you watch you burn bright and whole on the far side shore, where love is not a binding anymore. The last note hangs in the air. The wind drops. The village stands silent, heads bowed, the only movement the flutter of Sabine's dress settling against her legs. And then the earth at the head of the grave shifts. It is subtle at first, a soft settling, the loose soil adjusting to Pollin's weight. But the shape that forms is not random. Fennick sees it before anyone else does because he is watching for it. because he has spent centuries studying patterns the rest of the village never learned to see. The earth settles into the shape of the ferry post sigil, the same lines, the same angles, the mock that appears on every reed token, every ferry rope, every knot that ties the ling to the crossing. It is pressed into the soil above Pollin's chest, as if an invisible hand traced it there, final and deliberate. No one speaks. Sabine lowers her hands. Orin crosses himself. Isbet steps closer to Fennick, her breath catching, and then the black water begins to seep uphill. It comes from the bottom of the hill, from the direction of the river, though no one saw it rise. It moves against gravity, a thin line of darkness crawling through the grass, leaving no trail behind it, just wet stems and the smell of deep stone. It reaches the edge of the grave, circles the sigil in a single slow loop, stops. Fennick feels the knife at his belt pull east, the same gentle tug he has felt every time he has held it since Pollin pressed it into his hand. The black water at the grave's edge pulses once, a low thrum that he feels in his molars, and then it continues uphill, toward the village, toward the square, toward everything Pollin spent centuries trying to protect. Isbet grabs his arm. Fennick. He is already moving, his hand on the knife, his gaze fixed on the dark line climbing toward the chapel bell. The sigil on the grave glows faintly, then fades, and the wind picks up again, carrying the smell of turned earth and something older, something that has been waiting beneath the river for longer than the village has stood. The black water reaches the chapel steps. It does not stop. Chapter 76. It moves ahead of him like a living wire, thin and purposeful, threading between the chapel steps and the gravestones without touching them. The grass it passes through does not wilt or blacken. It simply stays wet, as if the seep were no more remarkable than morning dew, except that morning dew does not travel uphill against gravity and leave no trace behind but the smell of deep stone and the faint hum of something that should not be above ground. Isbet keeps pace beside him, her hand still gripping his arm, her breath short. Behind them, the others have begun to follow. Orin first, his bare hands empty without the ferry pull. Then Sabine, her song finished and her face pale. Gert Van leaves the grave and comes, his heavy steps grinding the hill-stones. The black water reaches the chapel yard and stops. It pools at the foot of the bell tower, spreading into a shallow disk no wider than a man's outstretched arms. It does not soak into the ground. It sits on top of the packed earth like a lens of dark glass, and Fennick sees, as he approaches, that it is not reflecting the sky. The gray overhead should show in that surface. The chapel wall, the hill, his own face leaning down. He should see the ordinary afternoon bending into the water the way light bends into any puddle after rain. He sees reed banks, distant, narrow, lined with pale silver reeds that sway in a wind he cannot feel. The water shows a shoreline that does not belong to Sorrenthal, a place where the light is different, softer, the color of late evening rather than early afternoon. A place where the river runs wide and slow, splitting around a sandbar shaped like a sleeping animal. Isbet releases his arm. She kneels beside the pool, her reflection missing entirely, replaced by the reed-lit shore. "Where is that?" Sabine asks from behind him, her voice barely above a whisper. Isbet does not look up. "I do not know, but I have seen it before." She reaches toward the water, stops her hand an inch above the surface. "In the dry room, the ash and salt map. This bend here, the sandbar shaped like that. It was one of the uncharted branches. The theologians marked it as possible because they had no direct reports, only patterns in the current." "The second reach," Fennick says. Isbet's hand lowers to her side. "The water is showing us where it comes from." The pool pulses. A low thrum travels through the ground, up through the soles of Fennick's boots, settling in his chest like the echo of the bell that did not finish its sequence. The reed-lit shore ripples, and for a moment he sees movement at the edge of the vision, a shape passing between the reeds too fast to name. The knife at his belt pulls east, gently, patiently. Orin speaks from the edge of the group. "That water was not in the chamber an hour ago. I checked the sluice before the funeral. The drain was dry." "Then it came from somewhere else," Isbet says. She stands, her knees wet from the grass, Her face set in an expression Fennick has seen before. The look of a scholar who has just realized the question she has been asking is the wrong one. The black current does not rise, Orin. It runs deep. It stays beneath. That is what the ferryman built the chamber to contain. Not to let things down, but to keep things from coming up. Then why is it coming up now? Sabine's voice cracks on the last word. Isbet turns to Fennick. Because the deeper river has recognized an open witness here. Pollin's death was not just a passing, it was a transmission. The river felt him release the knot he carried for centuries, and it knows that someone on this side is now holding what he held. It is not responding to the binding anymore. It is responding to the witness. Fennick's hand moves to the knife handle. The dark wire wrapping the third knot pattern is warm against his palm. The breach is widening, Isbet continues. Not because the river is angry, because it has found someone willing to look at what it actually is, and it will keep showing itself until someone follows the current to where it leads. To the second reach, Fennick says again. If not further. Isbet's voice drops. Pollin spent his life keeping the wound small. He did not heal it. He just made sure it did not spread past Sorrenthal. But now he is gone, and every crossing from here to the eastern hills will begin to feel the vacancy. If no one goes to the second reach, other villages will start losing their dead. Not in cycles, permanently. Jarrett Venn steps forward, his white beard catching the gray light, his voice rough from the grave. You are asking him to leave the village. I am telling him that the village will not survive if he stays. The black water at the base of the bell tower pulses again, and this time the vision changes. The reed-lit shore shifts, tilts, and Fennick sees a figure standing at the water's edge. Distant, small against the wide silver current. A woman with her hand raised, palm flat, fingers spread. The same gesture Wrenthe made in the dream, before she said, "Come when you can come whole." The figure lowers her hand, turns, walks into the reeds and does not come back. The pool goes still. The surface returns to reflecting the gray sky as if nothing happened, as if the vision were never there. Fennick feels the knife pull east again, harder this time. Behind him, the village square is empty. The chapel bells are silent. The wind carries nothing but the smell of turned earth and the distant hush of the crossing river, which has stopped making any sound at all. He looks at Isbet. When? Tonight, she says. Before the theologians arrive and seal the road. Before the water finds higher ground and starts claiming the living the way it claimed Pollin's attention for centuries. Before the door closes. The knife is warm in his hand. The east pulls at his spine like a thread tied to something that has been waiting longer than he has been alive. Fennick turns toward the road that leads out of Sorrenthal, and the black water at his foot begins to climb the bell tower wall. Chapter 77. The black water climbs the bell tower wall in strands no thicker than a finger, each one moving against gravity with the patient certainty of something that has found its path at last. Fennick watches a single strand reach the first window ledge and pause, testing the stone as if deciding whether to enter. The road is already closed, Isbet says. Her voice carries the flat precision of a woman calculating odds. The escort will have heard the bell fall silent. They are probably halfway to the square by now. Orin steps forward, his hands empty at his sides without the ferry pole. Then you do not take the road. What else is there? Sabine's voice pitches high, cracking at the edges. The river is not taking us anywhere. It is climbing walls. Fennick turns from the bell tower. The knife at his belt pulls east, steady and insistent, a thread of warmth against his hip. He does not need to touch it to feel the direction. The posts, he says. The ferry posts. He walks before anyone can argue. The others follow because there is nowhere else to go. The path to the riverbank feels longer than it has ever been. The village curves around him in familiar shapes. The chapel steps, the Bindery door still ajar, the square where he has woken 1,000 times under a sky that refused to break. Every stone knows his weight. Every threshold has watched him pass. He does not look back. The ferry posts stand at the water's edge where the crossing river lies flat and dark, refusing to breathe. No ripple, no mist. The surface is a lid pressed over something that has stopped pretending to be water. The lanterns from amber night still hang from the crossbeams, their wicks black and cold. The ropes lie coiled where Oren left them. The posts themselves are wet to the height of a man's chest, though no wave has touched them. Fennick stops at the edge of the bank. The black water pool that followed him from the chapel could not come this far. It waits at the base of the bell tower, holding its vision of the reed-lit shore. But here, at the ferry posts, the river is silent, and the air smells of turned earth and the salt of something older than salt. He draws the knife. The blade drinks the gray light and gives nothing back. The dark wire wrapping the third knot pattern is warm against his palm, warmer than it should be, warmer than his own skin. The east pull tugs at his arm the way a current tugs at a rope. When Pollin gave me this, Fennick says, he told me the knife opens what is already there. It does not create, it reveals. The witness knot does the same. It does not bind, it sees. He looks at the others. Isbet, her coat wet at the hem. Oren, pale and hollow without his pull. Sabine, her fingers twisting the fabric of her dress. And Darya, standing at the edge of the group, having appeared from between the chapel buildings without sound, her apron still stained with grave soil. None of you have to follow, Fennick says. What waits at the second reach is not a promise. It is a wound. It will not reward you for coming. It will show you what you have been avoiding, and it will ask you to keep looking. Isbet steps forward. I have been looking for 2 years. I am not stopping now. Oren does not speak. He moves to stand beside Fennick, his boots settling into the wet earth at the post's base. His hand finds the rope and holds it, not to tie, just to touch. Sabine takes a breath that shudders through her entire body. Pollin spent his life containing this. If I do not witness what he was containing, then I have learned nothing from his death. Darya does not step forward. She steps sideways, around the edge of the group, until she stands at the water's edge facing the river. I have been running from this night for 19 years. I am done running. Fennick looks at the posts, the wet wood, the silent river, the knife in his hand. He does not plan the words. They rise from somewhere deeper than memory, shaped by the cycles he has lived and the one truth he has finally learned. Before the river we are not keepers. Before the crossing we are not guides. We are witnesses to what passes, nothing more and nothing less. We do not bind what crosses, we do not call it back. We stand at the edge and we see. The silver mark on his wrist flares. It is not the pale ember of the last days. It is deep, molten, the color of the current beneath the current, the color the blade turned when he first held it. The light spills from his scar and runs down his fingers, dripping onto the wet wood of the ferry post. The post holds it. The black water at the bell tower answers. A low thrum travels through the ground, up through the soles of his boots, settling in his chest. The water begins to move, flowing back from the wall, not down the cobblestones but across them, in a straight line toward the river, toward the ferry posts, toward the place where they stand. It reaches the bank and does not stop. It flows up onto the wood, into the grain, threading through the ropes, climbing the crossbeams until every post is webbed with black lines that glow with the same deep silver light as his scar. And then the river opens. Not a tearing, not a parting. The surface of the crossing river goes still, and in that stillness a path appears, not in the water itself but in its reflection. If he looks directly at the river, he sees only dark, flat stillness. But if he looks at the reflection of the posts, of the ropes, of the sky that should not be gray, he sees a line of pale silver reeds leading east, a path between them narrow enough for one person at a time, a path that does not exist in the world but exists in the world's image of itself. Isbet sees it. Her breath catches. Fennick. Her voice is barely a whisper. The water is reflecting something that is not here. He looks at the path, at the reeds, at the distant bend where the silver thread of the current curves out of sight. Behind them, from the direction of the square, the sound of hoofbeats on cobblestones. Chapter 78. The hoofbeats grow louder, closer, the sound sharpening against cobblestones that have not carried riders in this direction for more than a generation. Fennick does not look back. The reflected path waits in the river's surface, pale silver reeds bending in a wind he cannot feel, the narrow channel leading east toward a bend where the water catches light from no visible source. One person at a time. One step and the river would accept them, pull them under, carry them into the reflection that is not a reflection. Isbet steps up beside him. If we take the path now, we leave the village open. The theologians will seal it. They will fence the wound and deny it happened, and Sorrenthal will become another erased name, like Senthir. And if we stay, Fennick says, they seal the wound anyway. They bind it, harvest the dead. The river keeps feeding the city's lamps, and every village along the crossing loses its dead one by one, until only the Academy remembers there was ever a choice. The hoofbeats reach the square. Voices carry through the chapel yard, sharp with authority, demanding someone explain the glow at the bell tower, the black water threading through the village stones, the woman with the notebook who was supposed to have been escorted to the city road by now. Oren moves first. He steps away from the ferry post, his pale face catching the last of the gray light, and walks toward the chapel path. Oren, Fennick's voice stops him. Where are you going? To hold the door. He does not turn around. I have been the ferryman longer than I have been anything else. If they want to seal this valley, they will have to move me first. Sabine follows him. Her steps are unsteady, but her jaw is set, and when she reaches Oren's side, she does not take his arm, does not slow down, just matches his pace and keeps walking. I can sing for an hour, she says, her voice carrying back to Fennick. I can keep them listening. I can keep them confused long enough for you to reach the bend. You do not owe me this, Fennick says. She stops, turns. Her face is younger than he has ever seen it, stripped of ceremony and certainty, and in that moment, she looks exactly like Wrenthe looked the first time she felt the thread tug at her wrist. I am not doing it for you, Sabine says. I am doing it for Pollin, and for my grandmother, and for every woman in my family who carried a song she could not finish until someone else walked the path she was too afraid to take. She turns and continues walking. Oren does not look back either. The hoofbeats stop at the edge of the chapel yard. A voice calls out a name, not Fennick's, not Isbet's, a name that belongs to the Academy and the authority it carries. The words are lost in the distance, but the tone is unmistakable. A command. Fennick, Darya's voice. He had almost forgotten she was there, standing at the water's edge, her apron still stained with grave soil, her hands empty and still. The path is not going to wait, she says. Neither are they. He looks at the reflected reeds, at the bend where the current curves out of sight, at the light that does not belong to this sky, this hour, this world. The knife at his hand is warm. The silver scar on his wrist pulses with a rhythm that matches his heartbeat, but is not his heartbeat. A second pulse beneath the skin, someone else's blood moving in time with his. You are not coming, he says to Darya. She shakes her head. I came to the bank to stop running. I did not come to leave. Someone needs to stay and tell them what happened here. Tell the truth before the Academy buries it. I owe Pollin that much. I owe Annette's mother that much. She meets his eyes. Go, while the path is still open. The hoof beats resume. Closer. A horse snorts on the other side of the chapel wall. Isbet touches his arm. Fennick, we have to move. He looks at the path one more time. The silver reeds, the bend, the distant light. He looks at Sorrenthal, the chapel roof he has watched from 1,000 dawns that never came. The bell tower with black water climbing its stones. The square where he woke into the same night, again and again, telling himself that if he just got it right, if he just found the perfect sequence of words and gestures, he could keep the one person he was not willing to lose. The path is not a promise. It is a wound that remembers being a door. And he has spent so long mistaking home for the place where Wrenthe was lost that he forgot to ask whether staying in the place of loss was the same as loving her. He takes a step toward the water. Isbet moves with him, her notebook tucked into her coat, her pencil gripped in her hand like a weapon. The reflected path shimmers. The silver reeds bend toward them, as if the reflection has noticed their decision and is making space, preparing to receive them. And then the codex moves. It has been tucked under Isbet's arm, closed, the leather damp from the chamber and the river mist. But now it shifts, the pages rustling without wind, the binding creaking as something presses against it from inside. Isbet stops. She pulls the codex free, opens it. The page is wet, not with river water, with silver ink rising from the fibers, gathering into letters that form in Wrenthe's hand. The same kinful script, the same deliberate pressure, the same peck between every stroke. The words form slowly, one letter at a time, as if she is choosing each one with the weight of everything she cannot say. If you love the far shore, stop mistaking it for home. Fennick reads the words. The scar on his wrist goes cold, then warm, then alive, pulsing with a rhythm that matches the distant light at the bend of the reflected path. The hoofbeats round the chapel wall. He steps into the river. Chapter 79. The reflected path holds him. Fennick's boot touches water that should give way, but the surface firms beneath his weight, a membrane of silver tension that accepts his foot and releases it with a sound like a held breath unfolding. Behind him, the hoofbeats cut off mid-stride, swallowed by a wall of air that has already forgotten Sorrenthal exists. Isbet follows. The codex is pressed against her chest, pages still wet from Wrenthe's message. She does not look back. The water of the crossing river remains beneath them, visible through the reflected path's translucent surface, dark and moving with a current that does not match the direction of their travel. Fennick feels the reed knife form against his belt, the east pull replaced by something steadier, a low vibration that matches the distant light at the bend. He takes another step, and the waiter changes. It happens between one stride and the next, a shift that has no threshold. The air thickens with moisture that smells of reed rot and stone, heavier than river mist, older. Mist flows past them from east to west, a steady stream of gray vapor that moves against the wind, pressing his hair back from his forehead. Wind and mist face each other like two hands refusing to clasp. "Look," Isbet says. She points at the path ahead. Silver rain falls in a curtain that begins and ends at the edges of the reflected trail, a vertical sheet of fine droplets that catches the pale light and holds it, each drop a tiny lantern. Beyond the rain, the path continues, dry. On either side, the reflected river lies unchanged, but the rain falls only on the road, as if the sky above them has been hollowed out and filled with another sky's weather. Fennick steps into the curtain. The rain is cold, but not wet. It passes through his clothing without soaking, touching his skin like a question that does not wait for an answer. He breathes and tastes copper and something floral, sweet and wrong, the perfume of a flower that blooms nowhere he has ever walked. "You are glowing," Isbet says. He looks down. The silver scar on his wrist has risen to the surface of his skin, a thread of molten light that pulses in time with the rain. Each drop that hits his arm adds a pulse, a flicker of warmth that travels up his elbow, his shoulder, settling in his chest like a second heartbeat. He takes another step, and the path bends. The bend is sharper than it appeared from the ferry posts, a curve that folds the reflected road back on itself as if the river has decided to double back and see who is following. Beyond the curve, black puddles lie scattered across the path, each one the size of a spread hand, dark as oil, and every one of them holds a star. Not a reflection of the sky above. There is no sky here, only a gray lid of cloud that has no source and no edge. But the puddles contain pinpricks of cold white light arranged in patterns Fennick does not recognize, constellations that do not belong to any season or hemisphere he has ever charted. Isbet kneels beside the nearest puddle. She does not touch it. She studies it with her head tilted, the scholar's habit overriding the instinct to retreat. "These are the same stars," she says slowly, "that were marked on the ash and salt map in the dry room, the one Oren said the old ferryman used for navigation. I thought it was symbolic. This is literal." Fennick kneels beside her. The star puddle does not ripple. It holds its pattern perfectly, a frozen piece of a sky that exists somewhere else, projected into this puddle as if the path is a keyhole into a geography that has no surface. He reaches for the witness knot at his belt. The knot is dry, untouched by the silver rain, the reeds still bent in the pattern Pollin taught him, the deliberate pause preserved at its center. Fennick holds it above the star puddle and the knot begins to glow. Not the rain's silver, not the codex's ember, a deep amber, the color of lantern light on still water, the color of the first candle he lit every cycle on the square bench, telling himself this time would be different. The amber light falls into the puddle and the stars shift. They rearrange in the space of a breath, forming a shape that is not a constellation, a figure. The silhouette of a woman with her hand raised, not in greeting, not in warning, but in the act of turning, her body half rotated as if she has been called from behind. The puddle shows her turning, and in the instant before the light fades, she looks over her shoulder directly at the surface, at the knot, at Fennick. Her face is Wrenthe, but her expression is not the one she wore when she crossed the shrine. It is the face of someone who has been running and has just heard footsteps behind her, the sharp alertness of prey realizing the hunter has closed the distance. Anna light buys. The puddle goes black, starless, empty. Fennick is on his feet before the silence settles. Isbet is already standing, the codex open, her pencil moving across the codge as if she can capture what she did not see. "What was it?" she asks. "What did you see?" "Wrenthe," he says. She turned. She looked at something behind her. "Behind her," Isbet repeats. "Or behind you?" The question hangs in the rain that is not wet, under a sky that holds no stars except the ones trapped in puddles, in a path that exists only in a river's reflection of a place that is not physically present. Fennick looks back along the path they have walked. The bend is still visible. The mist still flows against the wind. But in the distance, where the path should curve back toward the Sorrenthal ferry posts, there is nothing. No village, no riverbank, no bell tower with black water climbing its stones. Just the gray lid of cloud and the silver rain, falling only on the road he has already walked, as if the path is sealing itself behind them, as if the second reach does not permit return. The reed knife pulls east, and somewhere ahead beyond the next bend, beyond the puddles and the constellations of no known sky, Wrenthe is turning, and something behind her has noticed him too. Chapter 80. The reed knife pulls east. The pull is steady, patient, the same quality Pollin's hands had when he tied the witness knot, a certainty that does not need to hurry because it has already arrived. Fennick follows it. Isbet walks beside him with the codex open, her pencil moving across the page in quick scratches that catch the silver rain. She does not ask where they are going. She maps it instead, recording each puddle, each constellation, each bend in a path that exists only in a river's memory of itself. The path narrows. What was wide enough for two becomes a single lane of reflected reed fronds, the silver membrane beneath their feet thinning until Fennick can see through it to the dark water below. A current moving in the wrong direction, upstream, against the grain of every river he has ever known. "The water is flowing west," Isbet says. "Back toward Sorrenthal, back toward the wound." "Or toward whatever made the wound," Fennick says. "The current remembers its origin." Isbet stops writing. She looks up, and for a moment her face holds the same alert stillness Wrenthe's wore in the puddle vision, the sharp attention of someone who has just heard a sound that does not belong. "Then we are walking toward the origin," she says, "not the destination." The path bends again, and this time the curve does not fold back on itself. It opens. The reflected reeds fall away, and the membrane beneath their feet widens into a broad, flat surface of silver tension that stretches bank to bank, a bridge of light across a river that has forgotten it was ever water. The river below them has split. To the left, a current of pale silver flows broad and unhurried, carrying the same golden light that glowed on the far shore when Wrenthe crossed. It moves with the weight of resolution, the slow, deep peace of a journey that has already ended. To the right, a current of black water cuts through the silver like a scar through living tissue, narrow and fast, carrying no light, no reflection, no surface at all, only the suggestion of depth so absolute it pulls the eye downward into nothing. Between them, a sandbar rises where the two currents meet, pale gray and littered with reeds that have no color, no weight, no movement. They stand like the bones of something that died standing up. Fennick stops at the edge of the bridge. The reed knife pulls east, directly toward the fork, directly toward the place where silver and black divide. The pull is stronger now, a vibration that travels up his arm and settles in his chest beside the seventh heartbeat the silver rain left there. Isbet steps up beside him. She closes the codex and holds it against her chest, her breath visible in air that has no temperature. "The old ferryman's map marked this split," she says. "Two currents, two destinations. Silver goes to the golden shore where the resolved dead walk. Black goes to Senthir." "And the sandbar?" The map did not show a sandbar. Fennick studies the gray bank between the currents. The reeds do not bend. The sand does not shift. It sits at the exact center of the fork as if placed there deliberately. A third option the ferryman either did not know or chose not to record. The knife pulls again, harder, and this time the pull does not point east. It points down, toward the sandbar, toward the reeds that stand like bone, toward something buried in the gray earth that wants to be found. Fennick steps off the bridge onto the sandbar. The surface holds. It is not water, not land, something between, a membrane that gives slightly under his weight and then firms, as if recognizing him. The reeds brush his arms as he passes, and they do not feel like plant matter. They feel like hair, like the strands of something that once lived. Isbet follows, her steps careful, her pencil forgotten in her hand. The knife pulls harder the farther they walk, and Fennick feels the vibration become a rhythm, a pulse that matches the second heartbeat in his chest, the one that began when the silver rain first touched his scar. The two rhythms sync, and for a moment he sees Wrenthe not as a vision in a puddle, but as a thread of silver light stretched taut across the black current. Her face turned not in fear now, but in recognition. She sees him. She knows he has reached the fork, and something on the far side of the black current sees him too. Not Wrenthe, the thing behind her, the hunter she turned from. It presses against the boundary between the currents, and the black water rises, a wall of darkness that stands vertical for a breath before collapsing back into the channel. The reed knife pulls one final time, and Fennick's hand opens. The knife falls. It strikes the gray sand point first and sinks to the hilt, and where it enters the sandbar, the earth cracks open in a line of silver light that runs the full length of the gray bank, splitting it from end to end. The two currents hesitate. Silver stops flowing. Black stops moving. For one suspended moment, the whole river holds still, and Fennick hears a voice he has not heard since the shrine. Wrenthe's voice, speaking a single word that comes from everywhere at once. Find me. The crack in the sandbar widens, and the knife rises from the earth on a column of silver light, turning in the air until the blade points not east but down, into the gap, into whatever the sandbar was hiding. Fennick looks into the opening, and sees far below a city of pale stone and broken towers, its streets silver with a light that has no source, its windows empty sockets staring into a darkness that has been waiting a very long time for someone to come home. Something. The knife falls into the gap, and the light vanishes, and the sandbar seals itself closed as if it never opened. Fennick stands on the gray bank between the silver current and the black, the echo of Wrenthe's voice still vibrating in his chest, the second heartbeat now the only rhythm he can feel. Isbet is staring at the sealed earth where the knife disappeared. "The map," she says, her voice barely a whisper. "The ash and salt map in the dry room, the door set into a mound of earth with light spilling beneath it." She looks at Fennick with an expression he has never seen on her face before, something closer to awe than fear. "The door was under the sandbar the whole time," she says. "The ferryman did not mark a third option because they were standing on it." The silver current resumes flowing. The black current follows a heartbeat later, and somewhere beneath the gray sand at their feet, a city of unresolved dead waits in the dark, knowing someone has finally found the entrance.